Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Tsundere Empress, Immortal Supreme. Just a Provocative Disciple. Chapter 61. Yu Qingling felt her body was tight, but there was nothing she could do. He then looked inside and saw that the soul that had rebelled against Langfiren had returned to its previous appearance. Meditate there in a cool and noble manner. What are you pretending to be? Weren't you Langfiren's waist just now? Yu Qingling scolded herself. But Yuenshin remained motionless and showed no reaction at all. This is originally the product of the cultivation of martial arts. It is the condensed essence of heaven, earth and man. Unless it is manipulated by the corresponding spell, it will not have much impact. Yu Qingling also knew this truth. He was just aggrieved, and all the things he cultivated came back to him in the end. He sighed, stopped looking inside, and slowly reviewed everything that had happened. In fact, being recognized by Langfiren in the secret realm is not a big deal. It's just that this teleportation array tricked him. And even here, he can freely close the spiritual platform and look for opportunities. But who knew that Langfiren had already figured out the Mingyu chapter? This Chanu soul is completely out of Yu Qingling's control. Yu Qingling's head hurts when she thinks of Mingyu. He felt that there was a clue, but he hadn't noticed it yet. But this clue is extremely important. So important that Langfiren can tolerate the existence of her opponent Huang Xining, and tolerate that Yu Qingling, a poor person who is like a personal belonging, can have a relationship with other women. That shows that Langfiren has greater ambitions. He also began to study the Mingyu chapter. At the same time, he also remembered what Langfiren said. First bring Huang Xining's physical body over. If you want to merge with Lingjing sect, shouldn't it be more convenient to only have divine consciousness? Does she want it? Yu Qingling was so frightened that she stood up directly. He felt extremely hopeless. Right, Langfiren must know how to use the Mingyu chapter. This is the most amazing part of Chanu's immortality. Empress Qingyu, who designed this set of mental methods, must have been the head wife of a love-minded man before she became a saint. Faced with her husband's countless concubines, she angrily developed this magical method to take revenge on her husband. In the obscure spells in the Bright Moon chapter, the word mistress is mentioned many times. As a mistress, that is, in the role of Langfiren, she can use her husband to take concubines, thereby improving the mistress's cultivation. As long as Yu Qingling marries Huang Xining, Langfiren will gain huge benefits. Empress Qingyu must have hated her husband as a playboy, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had the idea of breaking the pot and breaking it, and through her husband to keep marrying wives and having children, more children would lead to happiness, and she would improve her mistress's cultivation. In the end, she didn't know what her man had gone through, but just like that, she reached the realm of a saint. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Now, the initiative is in Langfiren's hands. This must be the reason why she didn't kill Huang Xining. Through Yu Qingling, a Chan slave, she wants to use the power and convenience of beauty pictures to maximize the role of the Mingyu chapter, thereby improving her cultivation. Not to mention the heavenly cultivation realm, even the saint realm is no problem. As long as Yu Qingling has many children and many blessings, Langfiren can advance easily. Chanu's immortal method is so exquisite. After figuring out this clue, Yu Qingling couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He will be used as a tool to help the tiger, and Langfiren will most likely reach the saint realm in a short time. Can the empress of the demon sect still survive when she reaches the realm of saint? But he had no chance to struggle at all. Yu Qingling looked at the wall. He wanted to hit him and die. What a waste of life. Squeak. The Qinglong tendon slowly tightened. Yu Qingling's arms were numb. Haha, don't let me die. Okay, I know. Just relax. Qinglong Jin realized that he no longer wanted to die, and became much more relaxed. Since she couldn't live or die, Yu Qingling simply lay down in the haystack and closed her eyes to rest. Things are still the same, love as much as you like, just sleep. Yu Qingling began to lie down and sleep. Jailers also come here at scheduled times every day to deliver meals to him. These two jailers are still former disciples. They were very familiar with delivering meals. They handed out lunch boxes and placed them at the door of the cell, then left quietly. It wasn't until I got up the stairs that I started talking. It's strange, I haven't delivered food for several months. I thought this person was starving to death. Now the boss wants to deliver food again. You were in seclusion before, right? We don't understand people with such high levels of cultivation. That's right. Let's work hard and have a drink when the time comes. The voice faded away and the tone was ordinary and boring. Yu Qingling was left alone to rot and stink in this silent prison. He said he was sleeping, but that didn't mean he slept soundly. When these two people came over, he woke up. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yu Qingling felt sad. What's the use of cultivating to a higher level? It is estimated that neither of these two jailers lived as coolly as they did. He struggled to stand up, came to the fence, stretched out his hand, and took the lunch box. I opened it and looked at it. The food was pretty good. A fragrant stewed chicken and a bowl of rice bowl with meat and vegetables. But he searched around in the lunch box, but couldn't find the chopsticks. Yu Qingling was a little annoyed. The stewed chicken is okay, just hold it in your hand and nibble on it. How can you eat this rice without chopsticks and spoon? While he was thinking about a solution, he suddenly saw a small note pressed at the bottom of the lunch box. Yu Qingling took it out and saw that it was Langfiren's elegant font. Dog food, ... Yu Qingling raised her lunch box angrily and smashed the food into pieces with a pop. The stewed chicken and rice fell to the ground, and for a while, the aroma filled the air. He came to the haystack in silence, thinking about practicing meditation to divert his attention from hunger. But with the Qinglong tendon in his body, he couldn't do any movement at all. Then continued to sleep. Yu Qingling's stomach began to growl. Nowadays, as a mortal, it is really impossible not to eat. In such a short time, he regretted that he had been too impulsive just now. A perfectly good meal was ruined. He looked at the stewed chicken that fell on the ground, couldn't help but pick it up, wiped the dust and weeds on it, and ate it carefully. The stewed chicken is really a pleasure when it hits your mouth. Yu Qingling is a person who is extremely easy to be satisfied. Even in the cage, he still pursed his lips and showed a sweet smile. In this world, food is the only thing you can't live up to. If you are unhappy, eat something delicious and you will naturally feel happy. He ate with relish and his stomach was full. After eating, he found a rag to wipe his hands, and then went to squint on the haystack. Time has become torture for him. But he would never expect Langfiren's arrival. For the next 3 days, Yu Qingling lived a very boring and comfortable life. The jailer came to deliver 1 meal a day, but he didn't even have chopsticks. Apparently he was ordered by Langfiren to humiliate himself in this way. Yu Qingling didn't care, he found 2 hard sticks to use as chopsticks to eat. It's just that when he was eating, he would be thinking, 3 days later, what is Langfiren doing again? But the only thing I can do now is to make myself comfortable day by day before the torture comes. On the 4th day, someone other than the 2 jailers finally came to the dungeon. She was wearing a pure white dress and her hair was styled in a gentle bun. Her steps were slightly anxious, and her little feet left faint footprints on the ground. Thump thump. The woman quickly arrived outside Yu Qingling's dungeon, her pretty face full of distress and sadness. Huang Xining, the head of Lingjing sect, a peerless beauty known as Fairy Lingfei, and Yu Qingling's new master, was weeping sadly outside Yu Qingling's dungeon. In just these 3 days, her body has been stolen by the demon cult, without disturbing anyone. Qingling, I'm here to see you. Huang Xining called sadly. The 2 of them really have no chance of getting ahead now. Yu Qingling was on the haystack, weaving ropes with dead grass, when he suddenly heard Huang Xining's voice, and he quickly walked over in surprise. I haven't seen anyone I know for 3 days, but now I see Master, I am naturally very happy. Yu Qingling stretched out her arm from the fence, held Huang Xining's hand tightly, and said excitedly, Master, you haven't suffered, have you? Are you, your physical body really here? Huang Xining shed tears and said sobbingly, I didn't suffer. I just took a few doses of medicine. Medicine? What medicine? Where is Langfiren? What bad thing is she going to do? Yu Qingling asked anxiously. Why did Huang Xining come down alone? When Huang Xining heard Langfiren's name, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and then she whispered in fear, Keep your voice down, you will have to call me Master Lang from now on. Ah, Master, you. Yu Qingling looked at Huang Xining in disbelief. Why was this once charming Fairy Lingfei, her most respected master, so scared of Langfiren now? Wouldn't she be scared out of her wits? Qingling, Lingjing sect and Qingyu sect will be merged into one sect from now on. Head Lang also said that he will arrange for us well, so don't be angry with her. Huang Xining persuaded him seriously. Yu Qingling felt that her brain was running out. In 3 days, had Huang Xining changed so much? Huang Xining looked around at this time. She stopped crying and took her hand out. She took out a key from her storage bag, opened the cell door neatly, and walked in quickly. She immediately threw herself into Yu Qingling's arms and hugged his neck tightly with her arms. Hug me, okay, I really miss you. Yu Qingling didn't say much. He hugged this gentle and virtuous woman tightly. Neither of them wanted to break this rare tranquility. Hug for a long time. Huang Xining then closed her eyes, raised her head, and said softly, kiss me. Master is really proactive. Yu Qingling was also a little emotional at this time. I haven't seen anyone for 3 days in a row, but now I see the woman I like, and naturally it's my boss. He picked up Huang Xining and pressed her down on the haystack without hesitation. Wait, I brought a bed. Huang Xining very considerately took out a wooden bed from the storage bag and placed it on the open space. In addition, there were soft bedding, exquisite pillows, and a complete set of bedroom equipment. Yu Qingling smiled slightly. Huang Xining is truly the most virtuous wife. Even the quilt and bed were dry. He didn't bother to ask what happened to these things, so he just put Huang Xining on the bed. The two looked at each other. Huang Xining's pretty face turned red. She murmured in a tearful voice, Qingling, I don't care about anything anymore, I don't want anything anymore. I just want you to be well. I love you. You want me. Quote. Good. Yu Qingling answered solemnly. He was finally brave for once. In fact, he and Huang Xining have broken through the limitations of subjective consciousness. Now these are just familiar roads. Yu Qingling, who was dazzled by love, completely forgot about the dual cultivation. Who would refuse such a proactive master? In the silent dungeon, a suppressed female voice gradually floated. It was also the first time that Yu Qingling ate what he wanted to eat. Bed affairs based on feelings are 100 times better than Leng Firen. After a long time, Huang Xining started to get dressed lazily. She sat silently on the edge of the bed, tying her small coat and middle shirt bit by bit. Put on your skirt, shoes and socks, and finally your coat. She even fixed her bun. How did you get in just now? How can you get out now? Yu Qingling was stunned by this series of actions. What does this mean? Are you no longer gentle with yourself? You cleaned up so neatly, how about your business? Huang Xining didn't explain too much. She looked at Yu Qingling, who was lying on the bed in a daze, and said in a gentle and lazy tone, just use this bed. If you are missing anything, just tell me next time you come and I will get it for you. After saying that, she silently came outside the cell, locked the door, and turned around to leave. Quote ? Quote. Yu Qingling quickly jumped out of bed. He shouted anxiously to Huang Xining, Ning, why are you doing this? Did I make you unhappy? What on earth did she come for? Thinking about it now, Yu Qingling felt that things were too strange. She came alone and had the key with her, so wasn't she just here to visit the prison? Huang Xining turned her back to him. She wanted to leave cruelly, but she couldn't bear it. Her shoulders suddenly began to shake, and then she was seen squatting on the ground covering her face and crying. Ning, Yu Qingling yelled softly, as if she knew something. Qingling, do you think our relationship can see the light of day? Huang Xining cried a few times to vent her anger. She turned her head and asked sadly. Quote. Yu Qingling couldn't answer. Under the sun, there is still Huang Lixing's relationship. You can't answer that, right? However, Leng Firen told me that as long as I agree to cooperate with her, I can be with you, just like now. Quote. Huang Xining bit her red lips, with a trace of morbid expectation on her pretty face. You will like the current situation, right? I will often come down to accompany you in the future, and neither of us has to think about it. Just want to be happy, just pursue you and me. This body is yours from now on, you can do whatever you want. Quote. When Yu Qingling heard her speak, her breathing became rapid. His tone was high, obviously excited. But he had only seen this kind of excitement in Leng Firen. Yu Qingling's eyes were dim, and his heart was completely despairing. His favorite woman, the woman who had just given everything to him, turned into a yandere under the instigation of Lang Firen and the coercion of the world. Master. Yu Qingling smiled bitterly. Call me Ning okay. Huang Xining's face was flushed with excitement. She walked back and looked at Yu Qingling expectantly. Call me Ning I will always be your Ning from now on, not your master, let alone yours. Yu Qingling was speechless for a long time. Huang Xining was completely spoiled by Lang Firen. He sighed helplessly, sat down on the bed slowly, and said slowly, Ning just take care of yourself and don't let Lang Firen hit you. Yeah, don't worry, I will try my best to please the mistress. She will ask me to take care of my body now and ask me to try to give you a baby. Huang Xining thought about the future and said happily. Well, at this moment, footsteps came from the corridor again. Yu Qingling saw Lang Firen sneaking inside. While looking, she asked, I'm just coming down to take a look. I won't disturb you, right? Are we done talking? It's settled, I'll leave now. When Huang Xining saw Lang Firen, she immediately became respectful, and she followed suit and left. Lang Firen still pretended to say, this is my fault. You guys can talk, it will be fine. Huang Xining was already satisfied, and she left quickly. Lang Firen smiled and said to Yu Qingling, actually, she is quite kind and easy to get along with, and she is also very capable, right? Yu Qingling stared at her, swallowed, and summoned up the courage to ask, are you practicing dual cultivation through Chan Nu's immortal technique? Lang Firen's polite expression just now froze immediately. She tore off the false politeness and replaced it with the pride in her heart. She came to the fence, looked at the bed inside, and said mockingly, what? This big bed has been set up, and the beautiful master has given it to you. Aren't you happy? What are you? Yu Qingling didn't know how to describe it. Feed, cheat, he couldn't find the right words. Lang Firen picked her nails nonchalantly. She wants to form a shady couple with you, while you sleep with a beautiful woman in the dungeon. I gain cultivation. We kill 3 birds with 1 stone and everyone is happy. What are you dissatisfied with? Quote, when Yu Qingling heard this, she became so decadent that she remained motionless. Will he become Lang Firen's tool from now on? Next time, you must reject Huang Xining and don't let Lang Firen succeed. Lang Firen seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and she said calmly, Yu Qingling, you'd better pretend that you don't know anything, otherwise when your beautiful master comes down and you reject her, she will be sad if she can't be satisfied. Of course yeah, it's not a big deal. But if I don't gain cultivation, I'll be at a loss. Without cultivation, this woman has no value. You have also stayed at Qingyu Gate for a while. You must also know how I will deal with worthless enemies, right? Immortal Lord, you don't want your wife to suffer, right? Quote. You are so shameless. Yu Qingling found that it was impossible to do whatever he wanted and could only follow Lang Firen's request. He couldn't help but said angrily. Shameless, humph, I don't know who it is, seducing my master every day. If one is not enough, I have to find another one. Lang Firen retorted. She was too lazy to talk nonsense. Huang Xining had brought her a lot of cultivation just now, so she should seize the time to concentrate now. Lang Firen turned around to leave. Before leaving, she reminded again, you have to behave well, otherwise my effect here will not work, and I will cause trouble for her. After saying that, she left happily. Yu Qingling sat blankly by the bed. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't think of any countermeasures. The next day, Huang Xining put on beautiful makeup and came to him again. She has become a gentle wife, and she brought a lot of delicious food when she came here. Once he put it on the small table he brought, and again he chatted with Yu Qingling. Xinger is expected to come here soon, and then the elders of Lingjing sect will come to Qingyu sect for a meeting, and the 2 sects will have to discuss how to merge. But what Head Lang meant was that it was best not to make such a big fuss. She didn't want Yao Gong to get the news. Hey, I feel very sorry for my good friend. I brought you a jug of wine, as well as shredded pig ears and braised pork ribs. Come and try them. Quote. She gently wiped Yu Qingling's hands and put a pair of chopsticks in his hand. Yu Qingling felt the woman's tenderness and virtuousness. He should have been happy. What more could a husband ask for in a wife like this? But the more virtuous Huang Xining is, the more the problem becomes clear. No normal woman would be virtuous in a dungeon with her man. Shouldn't this stall be proactive in seeking jailbreaks? He simply took a few bites and said in a low voice with a wary look on his face, Ninger, do you know about the dual cultivation in the Mingyu chapter? Lang Firen is using us to practice. I know, Huang Xining answered nonchalantly. She poured herself a glass of wine, then raised her white neck and drank it all in one gulp. You know, Yu Qingling was shocked. She knew why she was still like this. Husband, if she allows me to call you husband, I am already satisfied. I am willing to pay anything. Huang Xining's eyes had become seductive, and her paranoid words made Yu Qingling feel extremely worried. Come on, husband, if we can't provide enough cultivation, your Ninger will probably have her head chopped off. Huang Xining said half-jokingly. She pulled Yu Qingling to continue yesterday's work. Nowadays, Yu Qingling, no matter whether she is interested or not, can mobilize at any time as long as she activates the Jiangzi Gangju. Hum hum hum. The two of them are like hard-working little bees, creating a lot of aura for Lang Firen. The third day, the fourth day, Huang Xining, a little honey-gathering bee, came over at regular intervals. Lang Firen seemed to be at ease with her and never worried that she would run away. Yu Qingling knew that Huang Xining probably felt that she could not escape in this life. Until the 10th day, Huang Xining was late in arriving. Yu Qingling was waiting anxiously in the dungeon. He was not in a hurry for that kind of thing. He was afraid that concubine Lang would kill her. But at this moment, footsteps sounded at the entrance of the corridor. Yu Qingling finally let go. When he saw that the figure looked very similar to Huang Xining, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with concern. You're here. You scared me to death. Just hope you're okay. The figure was startled for a moment, and then there was a cry in his tone. Junior brother, I'm here. Yu Qingling froze on the spot and saw Huang Lixing, who was far away from Lingjing sect, wearing a beautiful white dress and crying outside the fence. When she saw Yu Qingling, she cried even more. Junior brother, we are completely doomed now. Mother told me that we are going to merge into the demon sect, and we will have to share a bowl of rice with the demon sect from now on. And that Shen Rongrong, she is simply not human. Huang Lixing rambled on about the changes in the sect, which made Yu Qingling's head pound. Did senior sister come to the dungeon to tell me this? Aren't you going to talk about dual cultivation? Junior brother, what should we do? After Huang Lixing finished rambling, she looked at her clothes. They were brand new, so she lifted up the hem of her skirt in disgust, not wanting it to hit the floor. At this time, she still has time to think about clothes. Yu Qingling twitched her lips. Senior sister, how did you find me? Master, why didn't she come down with you? Speaking of Huang Xining, Huang Lixing sighed helplessly. Mother is giving a massage to Master Lang now. Master Lang is in a good mood and asked me to come down to see you, but she didn't give me the key, so I can only watch from outside. Master is massaging Lang Firen. Yeah, what do you think? I have to serve tea and water when I come, and even my aunt is locked in a picture of beautiful women. Your sword now belongs to Master Lang. Quote, Qingyumen residential area. The new head of the family. Lang Firen was lying on her side on the neat bed. She was holding her little head with one arm and was quietly concentrating with her eyes closed. The wrist is white and smooth, and the green blood vessels can be seen. In front of her, a beautiful woman was sitting on her knees. She looked gentle and approachable. She was also gently massaging the joint acupoints on Lang Firen's body. Her strength was just right. Even though Lang Firen closed her eyes, she unconsciously let out a comfortable sigh. Huang Xining lowered her head feebly. She didn't want to look at this opponent with whom she had a grudge for decades. His former enemies were all driven to the Nine Netherlands by him, but now they became his mistress. And he could only watch her do whatever she wanted, not only bullying his sweetheart, but also taking away a sect with a century-old foundation. She felt bitter and helpless, but thinking that Yu Qingling would suffer less and her daughter would be happy because of her attentive service, she felt that everything was worth it. Xin Ning, your daughter went to see Qingling. Judging from her anxious look, she is obviously very emotional. Lang Firen closed her eyes and spoke slowly, as if she was making common sense. But these words were really harsh to Huang Xining's ears. She could only purse her red lips and reply with a slight breakdown, yes. Why didn't you give her the key to the door? Lang Firen opened her eyes and asked playfully. Huang Xining stopped massaging, her thin back collapsed, and she knelt on the ground helplessly, feeling dejected. Just now, Huang Lixing hurriedly went to see Yu Qingling, and before leaving, she begged Lang Firen for the key. Lang Firen said nothing, but looked at Huang Xining, as if asking her what she meant. However, Huang Xining, who had always cared for her daughter, unexpectedly failed to speak or react at all. Lang Firen burst into laughter, and she had to find an excuse to send Huang Lixing away. Are you reluctant to part with it? Lang Firen got up from the bed and slowly walked around Huang Xining for a few steps. She bent down and reached out to lift Huang Xining's round chin, making him look at her. Huang Xining had an oval face, and she pinched her chin like a peeled egg. Especially when her red little mouth is squeezed up, it's very cute. Huang Xining didn't dare to look at her, so she could only dodge her eyes, unable to escape. How about, I pierce the window paper for you? Lang Firen asked eagerly. No, Huang Xining quickly begged absent-mindedly. No need, never need to. Huang Xining humbly hugged Lang Firen's ankle, and she lowered her head to the ground. Then you have to pay the price for keeping the secret. Lang Firen sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out her toes and placed them on the back of Huang Xining's head. Huang Xining suddenly felt extremely humiliated, but she had nothing left now. As long as this last fig leaf is not torn off, she is willing to help. Tears fell from her eyes, and she said desperately, Xin Ning will definitely obey the mistress's orders. Giggle, okay, then. Get up. Lang Firen stood up contentedly. She helped Huang Xining up and took her hand to the wall. There is a curtain here to block what's behind. Lang Firen waved her hand and the curtain was drawn aside. An exquisite map of Dongzhou was revealed. The mountains, rivers, cities and villages are all very detailed. The most surprising thing is that the map also uses different colors to demarcate the scope of each sect and major fairy kingdom. Lang Firen looked at the distribution of power in Dongzhou. She tilted her pointed chin and asked solemnly. Xin Ning, I'm very conflicted now. Should I deal with the Yao Palace first, or deal with the Dragon Saint Kingdom first? Huang Xining couldn't help but tremble when she heard her question. The ambition of this demon sect empress is really quite big. All the big forces in Dongzhou are being targeted by you. She smiled bitterly, thinking of her friend Yu Wuyan from Yaogong, who probably didn't know what happened to Lingjing's sect at this time. Out of the desire to protect her friends, Huang Xining analyzed slowly. The land of Juyu is more than 100,000 miles away from the Dragon Saint Kingdom, not to mention the Yao Palace in the south. In my opinion, it is better to control the Dragon Saint Kingdom first, and then transfer Yu Wuyan to Feilong City in the name of the Dragon Saint Kingdom. Quote. Lang Firen looked at the map and hesitated. Distance is not a problem. The teleportation array can solve it. If we deal with the Dragon Saint Kingdom first. The Dragon Saint Kingdom can be said to be a behemoth in the East Continent. Even the Qingyu sect and the Lingjing sect combined are not 1/10 the size of each other. This is a fairyland, and the sect is really too insignificant in front of the fairyland. Therefore, Lang Firen did not want to start a war with Long Zuyu unless she had to. Huang Xining could only continue to make excuses. Mother, although the teleportation array can solve the distance problem, if you want to capture the Yao Palace, it must operate for at least a period of time. The distribution of power is now relatively balanced. Once Long Zuyu realizes that you have the ambition to annex Dongzhou, how can she tolerate your actions? At that time, she won't fall out with you at all, she just needs to move her hands and feet on the teleportation array, or let out a little bit of news, and all our hard work will be in vain. The fairies of Yao Palace are always cautious, and there is not even a single male in the whole sect. If they knew that you were planning to deal with Yao Gong, they would really be alerting the enemy. Quote. Lang Firen listened to what Huang Xining said clearly, and she nodded with deep understanding. But suddenly, she smiled evilly and said, You don't want your good friend Yu Wuyan to come over, do you? When Huang Xining was told about her plans, she was surprised at first, but then she quickly said, That's not the intention at all. If the mistress thinks that the Yao Palace is feasible, then Xin Ning will consider the Yao Palace. Forget it, as long as Long Zuyu is in power, I won't be able to live in peace. Even if I win the Yao Palace, I will still have to face the Dragon Saint Kingdom in the end. It doesn't make much difference. Even after taking the Yao Palace, Long Zuyu will be wary of me. But if they take control of the Dragon Saint Kingdom first, then the Yao Palace will be the turtle in the urn. Quote. Lang Firen also has her own judgment. Although she guessed Huang Xining's little thoughts, what she said made sense. Lang Firen looked at the map and was lost in thought for a long time. She didn't come up with a plan until Huang Lixing came back. When Huang Xining saw her daughter coming back with a calm face, she asked in a low voice, "How is your junior brother?" She didn't go down to see Yu Qingling today, for fear that he would be worried. Huang Lixing didn't know the reason, so she leaned into Huang Xining's ear and said, "Junior brother has nothing to do, and he even advised me that all sects are fleeting, and that the most important thing is to practice well yourself." I think what he said makes sense. Quote. Huang Xining sighed. Wasn't Yu Qingling's words comforting her? Huang Xining just wants everyone she cares about to be safe and sound. From now on, I will just bring him food. You just listen to your junior brother, practice well at Qingyu sect, and try to solve the problems for Master Lang. Huang Xining said slowly. Oh, okay then, I want to see him. Mother, you have to help me. Huang Lixing was not too lonely. After all, she quite appreciated the behavior of locking up Yu Qingling. Otherwise, just say it, Immortal Lord still has to play like this. Therefore, Huang Lixing still admires Lang Firen, who is a heavyweight and a real high-end player. This demon sect empress is out of her mind. At that time, I just locked Yu Qingling in the cave and did nothing. Now it seems that she is really nothing compared to a big witch. You have to take notes and study hard in the future. The two chatted for a while, but Lang Firen still didn't look back. It wasn't until both of them had nothing to say that the demonic empress turned around in a daze. Her big eyes were bright and she looked at Huang Xining but hesitated to speak. Finally, she said a few words. You guys have a rest, I'm going to meet our little immortal. Huang Xining asked subconsciously, do you need me to accompany you? She felt empty after not seeing Yu Qingling for a day. Lang Firen waved her hand and said, okay, don't worry, you still don't understand how important Yu Qingling is to me. Just rest honestly. Quote. After she finished speaking, she flashed and disappeared. It's still that high mountain, and it's still the same dungeon that hollowed out the mountain. The 18 levels of dungeon are called the 18 levels of hell. Yu Qingling was imprisoned on the 19th floor. It is already the deepest part of the mountain. Lang Firen came down slowly. She fell directly from the top of the mountain. It's too troublesome to walk up the steps one by one. She opened a well that goes straight up and down specifically for the 90th floor. From here you can drop directly to the 19th floor, which can be said to be a direct passage. She really took great pains to control Yu Qingling. When she arrived outside Yu Qingling's cell door, she saw him sitting quietly cross-legged with his back to the fence. Qingling, where are you practicing? Lang Firen said hello with a smile and a normal tone. Since he has nowhere to escape and has become his own, there is no need to scare him every day. It is also very comfortable to chat with the people you like. She took out the key and opened the door. When Yu Qingling heard Lang Firen's movements, she was so frightened that her body trembled slightly. Lang Firen hasn't been here for a long time. But every time she came, she would lose half her life. Are you here suddenly to collect public grain? He stood up slowly, turned around, and said in a slightly trembling tone, Master, are you here? I don't practice. I'm just thinking about what happened before. I don't know how to practice. I don't have any thoughts of running away, not at all. Lang Firen came here to do business. When she opened the cell door, she was still thinking that this time she must talk about business first before doing anything else. But seeing his timid look, an unknown fire suddenly surged up. Yu Qingling's clothes were a little damaged at this time, but the white clothes were obviously just changed and looked clean. He likes to dress neatly and rarely reveals anything by deliberately leaving his buttons unbuttoned. However, the belt was torn, so the clothes looked baggy. His black hair hung down, and there was no turban or crown for him to use. There was a hint of grievance on the handsome and cold face hidden by a few strands of hair, but this grievance was not the kind of bitterness and hatred. On the contrary, it only made him look more delicious. Lang Firen stared hard at the most beautiful resource in her dungeon, and had forgotten all about the business. This is really a little fairy who brings disaster to the country and the people. Look at your waxy appearance. You just oh. Lang Firen thought about it. The business was not urgent anyway, the matter in front of her was the most urgent. She walked over carelessly, stretched out her hand and started to tear Yu Qingling's clothes. Master, don't tear it up, I will do it myself. Yu Qingling didn't have much clothes, so he quickly begged. Lang Firen slapped his hand gently. Go. If you tear it apart, can't I give you a new one? Just shut up, do you hear me? Don't be a spoiler. Quote, Yu Qingling could only accept the anger and stop talking. There was no one else in the cell this time, and Lang Firen didn't bother to torture Yu Qingling. She just wanted the happiness that a wife should have. For the first time, Yu Qingling didn't feel so scary. He catered to her in a low voice, for fear that the Empress of the demon cult would use another trick. Why? Lang Firen lay on the bed and exhaled slowly. Yu Qingling lay beside her, not daring to breathe. Did it go so well today? No way. Sure enough, when it comes to tossing people, Lang Firen will never disappoint. She turned around, hugged Yu Qingling's neck, and said with some reluctance, Qingling, do you think I am the Empress? It must be. Yu Qingling said firmly. You are not the Empress. Who dares to be the Empress? Nonsense. Who is the Empress of the Dragon Saint Kingdom? Lang Firen clapped his hand angrily. My own Qingling actually learned badly, she only flattered her and didn't say anything serious. Yu Qingling had no choice but to explain. I am the Empress of the Fairy Kingdom, and you are the Empress of the Demon Sect. They are both Empresses. Having said that, but there is only one Emperor, and naturally there is only one Empress. There can only be one female emperor in Dongzhou, right? Quote. Lang Firen looked at Yu Qingling with bright eyes. The latter hid his eyes in embarrassment. It is said that men like to brag afterwards. Why is Lang Firen's words so out of tune? When you speak, can you consider the situation of the person you are chatting with? I'm already living in a dungeon, and you want to talk to me about Dongzhou? Empress or something, does it matter what you eat today? But he had to reply to Lang Firen's words. Yu Qingling said with great respect, Master will always be the only Empress in my heart. Who is Long Zuyu? Do not know. Quote. Giggle. Lang Firen smiled, feeling very satisfied with his flattery. But she's really getting down to business now. She snuck into Yu Qingling's arms and said coquettishly, what's the use of just talking? You have to help me. Yu Qingling thought there was something wrong with her ears. Help you with what? Help you calm down the fire. Lang Firen said seriously. Help me take down Long Zuyu. Yu Qingling was stunned. He subconsciously refused. No, she is the Empress of a country. What ability do I have to take down Long Zuyu? You just said that I am your only Empress, and now you say that she is the Empress. Who are you loyal to? Lang Firen became angry. Yu Qingling forced a smile and said, Master, stop joking, look at me like this, how could Long Zuyu fall in love with me? She is the king of a country. What does she want that a man can't get? It has been 100 years since I last heard of Long Zuyu looking for a man. How can I be so virtuous and capable? Quote. Lang Firen's pretty face turned cold. She came out of Yu Qingling's arms angrily and stood naked in front of him, saying angrily, you just don't want to help me, do you? Yu Qingling hurriedly explained. Well, I will do what you say, okay. He also knew that he couldn't anger Lang Firen now, but he felt that solving Long Zuyu's matter was simply a dream. When Lang Firen heard what he said, she sat down on the edge of the bed and patted her thin shoulder. Yu Qingling understood what she meant and quickly knelt down behind her to give him a shoulder squeeze. The service must be in place. Long Zuyu has been strong all her life, but she is actually very lonely inside. When she comes to my place, the most common thing she tells me is that she wants to find a good-looking and gentle man. However, because she is the Empress of a country, she is afraid that if she finds a man, she will have a bad influence on the Dragon Saint Kingdom. I have a way to get you to climb onto her bed, and then. Yu Qingling listened to Lang Firen talking excitedly about her plan. The movements of his hands stopped. It wasn't until Lang Firen finished speaking that Yu Qingling nodded helplessly. Your plan is really good. Really? So, Lang Firen wanted to praise herself excitedly. Master, I want to ask you, what exactly am I in your heart? Yu Qingling suddenly summoned up the courage to interrupt her and asked her in a calm tone. He is a person with his own thoughts and preferences. He felt that Lang Firen was treating him as an object now. Lang Firen's excitement gradually subsided, and she felt a little guilty when she saw Yu Qingling's dim eyes. She had no choice but to hold Yu Qingling's hand and said patiently, "Qingling, you know that master likes you very much, right?" Yu Qingling really didn't know. Lang Firen, you are a man, it is normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Master, I have found so many women for you, aren't you happy? Yu Qingling couldn't turn her head around. Is this demon sect empress really so kind? She probably wants to improve her cultivation, right? After all, the temptation of becoming a saint can make any woman tolerate her man looking for another woman. Seeing that he was confused, Lang Firen continued to add fuel to the fire and said, I know that you are not a carefree man. You want to find the love of your life. Otherwise, when things are done, master will help you choose yours. Is your love good? Master, do you know who is my true love? Yu Qingling asked blankly. Lang Firen smiled. She stretched out her slender fingers and tapped Yu Qingling's forehead lovingly. Then she smiled sweetly and said, that's natural. I just need to put them all into the beauty picture. Then kill them one by one. Kill them all. I am your beloved. Yu Qingling. He was speechless and at a loss for words. Is what Lang Firen said true or false? Judging from her expression, she is indeed seriously sick. Lang Firen saw him in a daze and knew that he was frightened, so she was even more proud. She touched Yu Qingling's chin and asked him to look at her. Of course, if you don't help me this time, I can choose your true love for you now. Anyway, none of those 3 women can escape. Yu Qingling's eyes instantly became panicked. He quickly said, don't kill them, they are still useful, they can still provide you with cultivation. Then you mean, they are just tools. Don't you? Lang Firen was so jealous that she forced him to speak. In order to survive, Yu Qingling had no choice but to smile bitterly and say, yes, they are all tools. Who is your true love? Master is my true love. Yu Qingling answered mechanically. Kekeki. Lang Firen smiled happily, but her pretty face turned cold and she spat at Yu Qingling gently. Bah, I am not your true love, little Chanu, are you worthy of loving me? Help me become the Empress of Dongzhou honestly, otherwise I will kill one of those women you miss so much every day. She let go of Yu Qingling, sat down on the bed, and said arrogantly, change my clothes, and then follow me. I'm warning you, if you dare to jump off the cliff again this time, I will chop all 3 of Huang Xining's family into pieces. Yu Qingling was so aggrieved that she didn't dare to breathe loudly. He served Lang Firen without saying a word and got dressed himself. But when he thought that he was finally going to get out of the dungeon, his heart began to beat violently. Are you finally going out? Will there be a chance to escape this time? However, when he thought of Lang Firen's plan, he felt that he had just stepped out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Okay, Lang Firen asked impatiently, hugging her shoulders. Yu Qingling had nothing to deal with. He looked around the dungeon, wondering what strange things would happen in the rest of his life. Do you still miss it? Don't worry, I will continue to send you here after you finish it. Lang Firen comforted him kindly. Yu Qingling was speechless, he could not refute. Lang Firen is a difficult master to serve, especially when facing Yu Qingling, her temperament will become twisted. If Yu Qingling said she didn't miss him just now, Lang Firen would deliberately make him uncomfortable and send him down. But if Yu Qingling says she misses him, then fine, he must still send it down, because no one will miss the dungeon. So he didn't say anything. If you want to lock me up, lock me up. If you don't want to, lock me up. Only if Lang Firen felt that this matter did not touch Yu Qingling, would she lose interest and be too lazy to do it. She brought Yu Qingling to Shenjing, hugged his waist with one hand, and then flew into the sky. After half a month, Long Zuyu came to the garden of Qingyu Gate again. This time it was Lang Firen who took the initiative to invite. The reason was that she wanted Long Zuyu to come over to listen to music and enjoy the flowers. But as the Empress of the Fairy Kingdom, Long Zuyu knew what Lang Firen meant. Her apprentice had a conflict with the concubine in the secret realm and ran away without the concubine, causing Long Qilan to almost be killed by an assassin. This is a major accident. Lang Firen must apologize, otherwise there will be a gap in the relationship between the two. Therefore, When Long Zuyu came this time, he brought Long Qilin with him. Qingyu Gate is very useful to the Dragon Saint Kingdom, and now we cannot make both parties unhappy because of these assassins. In fact, Long Zuyu didn't blame Leng Firen or Shen Rongrong that much. It is normal for danger to appear in the secret realm. Long Qilin was frightened to death in the secret realm. This kind of thing would be looked down upon by anyone. To put it bluntly, those assassins were not from the Qingyu sect. At best, Shen Rongrong was off the hook, but it couldn't be considered a big crime. As for Long Qilin, she was even less angry. If Shen Rongrong didn't leave, how could she see fellow Taoist Ling Yu? For the past half-month, she had been looking at the bronze Pippa every day, and she had long forgotten about the assassin. She just thought that she would be satisfied if she had the opportunity to visit Lingjing sect and at least meet fellow Taoist Ling Yu. Long Zuyu brought Long Qilin over, and Leng Firen entertained them warmly. The Empress and concubine of the Dragon Saint Kingdom arrived at the same time, and the Qingyu sect felt extremely proud. The three of them were drinking tea and listening to music in the clean and elegant garden. There were several young ladies singing in the pavilion. Long Zuyu looked amused, and sometimes he even hummed along. Long Qilin was absent-minded. She tilted her chin and looked at the pond under the pavilion and the koi board. After these trivial matters were settled, Leng Firen solemnly apologized. Your Majesty the Empress, Your Highness the concubine, my disgraced disciple has really committed a heinous crime. I have locked her in the prison and asked her to think about her mistakes. When will she fully repent and when will she be released again? Come out. Long Zuyu sipped her tea silently. She pondered for a moment, and finally said with a faint smile, this incident cannot be said to be the fault of my nephew. Hey, Fei Ran, it was such a coincidence that the sesame fell into the eye of the needle. At that moment, they were at odds with each other, and people were watching them. However, Rongrong later found her again, which showed that she was not sincere. Is your punishment too severe? Quote, Leng Firen kept talking about her faults, but her words were not hypocritical. She is the Empress of the Demon sect, the head of the Qingyu sect, and a master of the Four Directions realm of earth cultivation. She has her own dignity. If he does something wrong, he will openly say that he is wrong to everyone except facing Yu Qingling. Shen Rongrong didn't do it well at that time, and she, Leng Firen, would never be careless. Long Zuyu felt her best friend's guilt, so she could only joke and said, okay, Firen, you're just apologizing. Do you think she cares about my precious daughter? After saying that, she glanced helplessly at Long Qilin, who was watching the fish in a daze. Long Qilin came back to her senses. She realized her gaffe and quickly said with a blush, Master Leng, what happened in the past is nothing. At that time, although it was dangerous at the time, the danger was averted. I also found a top-grade magic weapon as a blessing in disguise. When concubine Leng heard this, she could only smile and say, Your Highness is really kind-hearted and magnanimous. But she felt unhappy instantly. Yu Qingling, you actually gave Long Qilin a top-grade magic weapon. Why are you so generous? Can't get through this day. And Huang Xining, you are still in his chest, are you going to let him lose his fortune like this? If you just follow him like this, how can you care about this old man? That's all, from now on you can just be a foot washer. Hey, Fei Ran, look at how she is now. After coming back from the secret realm, she is no longer in a hurry to find the assassin. Every day, she is like being possessed by an evil spirit, holding the copper Pippa in a daze. If you say you should practice this magic weapon well, I won't say anything. He spent the whole day thinking about Lingjing sect and clamoring to go see fellow Taoists. Why are you, Your Highness, the Princess of the Immortal Kingdom, going to Lingjing sect? Quote. Long Zuyu hated to discipline his daughter. Leng Firen looked at Long Qilin, whose face was red from being scolded, and she suddenly understood. This Royal Highness is obviously seduced by Yu Qingling. She didn't even bother to think about what means Yu Qingling used. After all, his face alone was enough to make people like him. In addition, Long Qilin should have been rescued by him and given another high-grade magic weapon. He just knows how to flirt with girls. I'll deal with you later. GG. Leng Firen was so jealous that she wanted to bite her silver teeth into pieces. Long Zuyu Hui misunderstood, and she asked doubtfully, Fei Ran, what's wrong with you? Lang Firen quickly adjusted her mentality and said, I hate my disciple so much that I want to go over and give her a few whips now. Hey, look at you, why are you hitting Rongrong? Such a beautiful little girl, why are you hitting her? Come on, let me go with you and let Rongrong go. Long Zuyu blamed her kindly. Lang Firen also sighed helplessly. My disciple is still stubborn now. Long Zuyu came over and grabbed her arm. Come on, stop talking nonsense, good child, why are you tormenting her like this? I still want to let Rongrong practice with this unworthy thing like me in the future. The two parents left the garden in unison. Long Qilin didn't want to go. It wasn't that she didn't want to see Shen Rongrong, she just didn't want to move. She couldn't see fellow Taoist Ling Yu, and she wasn't interested in anything. The cells at Qingyumen are divided into sky prisons and dungeons. The dungeon is where prisoners or enemies are kept, and is located in a mountain. The heavenly prison is for disciples who have made mistakes, and the treatment here is not comparable to that in the dungeon. Shen Rongrong was imprisoned on a high mountain, where there was a sharp cliff. On the cliff, there are some caves for disciples to retreat in. The cliff goes straight up and down, making it difficult to pass, and no one comes to deliver food. This is to temper the disciples' character and make them endure loneliness. Long Zuyu and Lang Firen came outside Shen Rongrong's cave together and saw Shen Rongrong, dressed in black, meditating quietly on a shabby futon. She is surrounded by spiritual energy and her pretty face is as white as jade. It is obvious that she has reached a critical stage of advancement. Lang Firen was slightly startled. Shen Rongrong was about to reach the Dixiu Mountain and River Realm. Isn't she working too hard? Sure enough, the power of love is great. Shish. Long Zuyu was sensible. She dragged Lang Firen and flew out of the cave. When she saw another cave next to her, she fell directly into it. Look at how good a disciple you are. After practicing so hard, my daughter can have half of her will, and I don't have to worry about it every day. Long Zuyu said enviously. Chapter 71. Lang Firen said with a smile. Then she is your daughter after all, just nurture her well. Cultivation. I have been cultivating it for decades. Now when something happens, just, hey, don't mention it, hey, what do you do with this hole? Long Zuyu didn't want to mention Long Qilin anymore. A princess who had no ability to withstand pressure was really disappointing. She suddenly smelled a faint fragrance, followed the fragrance and looked inside, and saw a vague figure in the dark cave. Oh, do you still have a disciple here? Is he practicing? Long Zuyu said softly. Lang Firen said nonchalantly. No, this is a spy I caught, from the Lingjing sect. A little guy with accumulated good deeds just wants to assassinate me. Didn't we say that the people of Lingjing sect have their brains broken due to cultivation? No, after he was caught by me, he started to seek death. I was too lazy to pay attention to him, so I left him here. Quote. Shouldn't this kind of people be put in the dungeon? Why are you sent to the sky prison? Long Zuyu asked curiously. Also, why is there still fragrance in this cave? Lang Firen spread her hands and said, he is too weak. He will probably die soon after being sent to the dungeon. I can only put him here. That means he still has some value, otherwise you wouldn't have to worry so much. Long Zuyu joked. A disciple who is good at accumulating good will definitely be valuable if he kills anyone who can make Lang Firen work hard. Lang Firen looked at her playfully, smiled softly and said, Zuyu, didn't you say, you always want a man? Why don't you go in and have a look? Screw you, don't talk nonsense. Long Zuyu retorted angrily. Even if I'm looking for a man, I can't just accept any man, right? You found a prisoner and now you are offering it to me. You are too hasty. Quote. Lang Firen shrugged, feeling extremely contemptuous in her heart. You will know later that it is too fragrant. She took out a luminous pearl, stuffed it into Long Zuyu's hand, and said calmly, you won't suffer any loss if you take a look at it, and you don't have to worry about your identity being exposed. He has been blinded by me and can't see anything. Ah you. Long Zuyu couldn't help but sigh at Lang Firen's cruelty. She watched Lang Firen come to the entrance of the cave, thoughtfully set up a layer of restrictions, and floated away. Long Zuyu held the luminous pearl in her hand and looked at the shining white light in her hand, and she walked inside unexpectedly. It was true to Lang Firen's words, she wouldn't suffer any loss if she took a look at it, and she didn't have to be afraid of a little guy who had accumulated good deeds. She walked lightly to the depths of the cave, and saw a young man standing quietly under a stone tower. He had his eyes closed, his arms raised above his head, and there were 2 iron rings on his wrists, binding him tightly. Under the night pearl, the young man's skin is as white as snow, his features are delicate and his eyes are delicate. Just looking from a distance, one can tell that he is a good and talented young man cultivating immortality. It's a pity that he was caught by Lang Firen and blinded. From now on, his path to immortality will probably be missed. He seemed to hear footsteps, and there was a sad expression on his face. Lang Firen, you can't kill someone without a nod, you can kill me. His tone was calm, and he clearly no longer feared death. But even if he is strong, facing a behemoth like Lang Firen, it is just a little more leisurely fun after dinner. Long Zuyu was stunned. She was about to open her mouth to speak, but she covered her mouth in panic. She is the king of a country, and even the man himself cannot know about this matter of finding a man. However, she watched the young man close his eyes tightly with anticipation in her heart. If he was blind, then this matter would be easier to handle. She slowly approached, then stretched out her hand and placed it on his forehead, fixing his head. Yu Qingling felt that he was being imprisoned, and he smiled lightly, I hope you will move faster. But Long Zuyu ignored his desire to die. She opened his eyelids with her other hand and saw that the black pupils in Yu Qingling's eyes had dissipated. Inside the 2 eyes are gray hexagonal ice crystals. The pupils disappeared and he was blind no longer. A blind man, as long as he doesn't tell him his identity, he will never know who he is or even what he looks like. Long Zuyu's breathing became rapid. The young man in front of her was tailor-made for her needs. Staying alone in an empty house for hundreds of years, plus practicing fire attribute skills, made her unbearably lonely late at night. But finding a man is no simple matter. She wanted to find a boy with a clean family background and good looks, but she didn't want anyone to know her desire. There are no airtight walls in the palace. No matter who you favor, people will eventually know it. Moreover, the favored young man probably also has other ideas to compete for favor. The fairy kingdom is not a kingdom for mortals. The fairy kingdom is extremely stable, and the leader of a country does not have to be busy with state affairs every day. There are not many political affairs, but you need to set an example of being diligent in cultivation. Due to this particularity, the harem cannot be particularly complicated, otherwise the king will be distracted. If it is a male king, it is easier to control the women in the harem. But she is the empress. Once she indulges in male lust, she is afraid that these male harems will also have ambitions. Even if there is no ambition, just relying on favor and being arrogant can easily lead to big troubles. She just endured the torment of the fire attribute skills, day by day, hoping that Long Qilin could take the lead and free herself from the position of empress as soon as possible. However, when she learned that Long Qilin, who had been trained for so long, was scared to death by a dark cloud and a white dragon in the secret realm, she knew that Long Qilin could not be reused. She will continue to endure it until the end of time, until the oil is gone and the lamp is dry, but she will never see hope. Since there is no hope, she just wants to enjoy herself in time. No, if you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. The Lingjing sect assassin caught by Lang Firen was handsome but blind, with a fragile body that could easily be knocked down. Long Zuyu looked back at the restriction at the entrance of the cave. The fire she had accumulated for a long time turned into a raging fire. But she had to endure it a little longer. She wanted to ask about the boy's situation and have a brief communication. I'm not Master Lang, I am. Long Zuyu hesitated and found an identity for himself. I am the elder of Qingyu sect, Hong Yu. What's wrong with you? Why are you being held here? Quote. Long Zuyu looked at Yu Qingling's face with fascination. She was convinced that this young man belonged to her. Yu Qingling sighed slightly, remembering that Huang Xining and the other 3 women were still in Lang Firen's hands, so he had to continue acting. He said indifferently, are you the elder of the demon sect? Let me tell you, I am a disciple of Lingjing sect, and I will definitely wipe out your demon sect. You'd better kill me now. Otherwise I will definitely. Why are you eager to die? Long Zuyu asked leisurely. Yu Qingling was stunned. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Long Zuyu, are you afraid of being treated as a favored slave? When Yu Qingling heard this word, it was so exciting that he twisted his body. Whether it's acting or a real situation, he is simply the perfect definition of the word. Slaves will be slaves. Very popular. He tightened his lips, thought about it over and over, and finally got angry. Elder Hongyu, if you want to take action, hurry up. If you don't, leave if you don't want to. You are gibbering, and you are panicking when you hear my noise. His tone turned cold, obviously impatient. However, just like a cat owner, when he sees his little cat meowing coldly, the owner will not get angry, he will only stretch out his hand to Rua. Then he continued to watch his cold and helpless rebuttal. Long Zuyu was almost amused by his tone. This young boy is quite angry. She deliberately teased Yu Qingling, are you angry? Is it because I touched on your sore spot? Or is it that Master Lang plans to take you into his harem? Quote. Fart, I would rather die than surrender. Yu Qingling spoke hard, but felt bitter in her heart. He wanted to rather die than surrender, but the other party's methods were too ruthless. Long Zuyu. Is that, really? Yu Qingling. This empress is just as annoying as the other empress. He shouted impatiently. What on earth are you going to do? Long Zuyu asked calmly. If I can save you, how are you going to repay me? Ha, who are you kidding? I assassinated Lang Firen. You are the elder of the demon sect, why did you save me? No one will believe your words. Quote. Long Zuyu touched his forehead. This little guy was quite smart. She had to find some lame excuses. My status in Qingyu sect is not bad. If I go to the leader to intercede and ask her to spare you, she probably won't object. But what do I gain? Quote. She stared at Yu Qingling's collar, where she could see Yu Qingling's neck. Long Zuyu couldn't help but pounce on him and bite him. Yu Qingling bit his lip, closed his eyes, and said calmly, I will go back and tell our sect master that I am grateful for your life-saving grace and will pay you as much as possible. Giggle, aren't you looking down on people? I saved you, and you only give me this little benefit. Forget it. Quote. Long Zuyu walked out deliberately. She took about 5 or 6 steps, and Yu Qingling behind her finally made a plea. Elder Hongyu, wait, what do you want? Besides, I have nothing now, how can I give it to you? Can you make it clear? Quote. Long Zuyu covered her mouth and smiled, and she guessed that this young boy was definitely not willing to die. Some people are not afraid of death, but if they can survive, who would think about dying? She didn't mean to be disdainful. She turned around, looked at Yu Qingling, and asked calmly. Name. Yu Qingling had already given in, so he had no choice but to say, Yu Yan, an outer disciple of Lingjing sect. Long Zuyu really couldn't help but laugh. You were an outside disciple, and you still said something to me about master. Aren't you lying? Yu Qingling lowered her head and said nothing. However, his identity made Long Zuyu more reassured. Neither Lingjing sect nor Qingyu sect would take this blind young man seriously. He is already an outcast that no one cares about. Then leave it to yourself. Let's do this. I'll take you away first. Let's go to a safe place, and then I'll go to Master Lang to plead for mercy. Long Zuyu opened his iron chain nonchalantly, and when he got so close, he smelled a faint fragrance. It turned out that the aroma in the cave was emanating from him. Yu Qingling was rescued from under the stone tower. He staggered and fell directly into Long Zuyu's arms. Long Zuyu hugged him tightly. Just such a simple hug made Long Zuyu's heart beat wildly. She has not touched a man in the past 100 years, and now that such a man who suits her heart is in her arms, how can she not be touched? Yu Qingling hurriedly stood up and said apologetically, I'm sorry, my feet are a little weak. After saying that, he stretched out his hands in front of him, ready to grope his way out. Long Zuyu stood there, his body stiff. She closed her eyes, panted heavily, and looked like she was holding back. Fortunately, 100 years of cultivation had an effect, and Long Zuyu finally calmed down. She looked at Yu Qingling's poor blind man walking away, then quickly grabbed his hand and said softly, Stop working, I'll take you away. Long Qilin was lying alone on the railing of the pavilion, staring at the koi, her mind already racing. The Queen Mother and Head Lang have been gone for a long time and have not come back yet. She didn't know where to go either. But except for Lingjing sect, she didn't feel much difference wherever she went. The garden is very quiet, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, and koi swimming. The scenery is so beautiful. At this time, Lang Firen was seen falling from the sky. She floated directly on the pool where Long Keelan was watching. The falling air waves caused the water in the pool to vibrate, making her look like a fairy in the water. Master Lang, are you back? Where is my mother? Long Keelan asked boredly. The purpose of coming here this time is to repair the relationship with Qingyu sect. For the sake of Shen Rongrong, Long Zuyu has to go and pick up the person in person, which is really troublesome. Lang Firen explained calmly. Your Highness, Your Majesty has left beforehand. Before she left, she told me that she would let you stay at Qingyu Gate for a longer period of time and practice well here. Well, Shen Rongrong will be released soon. I'll ask her to relax with you. Quote. Long Keelan was stunned. She quickly asked, Master Lang, what's going on? My mother-in-law left without even saying a word to me. Lang Firen looked at her, sighed softly, and did not answer. Long Keelan understood instantly, and she said distressedly, Hey, my mother is completely disappointed in me. Carrot. If you are disappointed, just change someone. If you don't have a daughter or son, just change your nephew. You can always find an heir. Quote. Lang Firen fell from the pond to the pavilion. She looked at the hopeless Long Keelan and said slowly, Your Highness, your mother didn't mean this. She was just too tired. You should give her a little bit of hope. Tired? You're laughing so hard. I think she can't stand the loneliness and wants to find a man. Long Keelan complained sadly, Your Highness, be silent. Lang Firen solemnly stopped her from talking nonsense. Although what Long Keelan said was true, she couldn't say it so directly. After all, he is the king of a country. Headmaster Lang, I really want to make my mother happy. She can find a man whenever she wants. She worries about this and that every day. You are the leader of the Dragon Saint Kingdom. Who dares to talk nonsense? You just know how to fight against the air. Long Keelan said everything in her heart. Lang Firen looked at her silently. After a long time, she suddenly asked with a smile, The king of a country can control his whole body. What goes well above him will be responded to below. So the most important thing for her is to control her desires. Your Highness, do you think the leader of the country did something wrong? Then if His Majesty asks Ling Yu of Lingjing sect to sleep with you, will you agree? Quote. This. How is this possible? The Queen Mother doesn't know fellow Taoist Ling Yu. Long Keelan answered in a panic, but her tone became lower and lower, and finally she became thoughtful. A country must learn to restrain its desires, otherwise, allowing the owner's desires to develop will bring disaster to the country. Long Keelan naturally understood the reason for this. Moreover, Lang Firen's question was indeed to the point, making Long Keelan extremely conflicted and unable to answer. Your Highness, don't think about it. Stay with us for a few days and relax. Rongrong will leave the customs soon. She should reach the Chang realm. Lang Firen comforted her softly. But these words made Long Keelan even more depressed. Why did it suddenly reach the Chang realm? We haven't seen each other for half a month. Long Keelan couldn't help but put her thoughts aside. Shen Rongrong was her potential competitor. She was indeed quite decadent these days. Now it seemed that she had to work hard. Didn't you agree that you would become the Empress for fellow Taoist Ling Yu? Long Keelan finally has a fighting spirit. 2 days later. Master, you have to have some fighting spirit. We two brothers are like grasshoppers on the same rope now. Fortunately for you, you are accompanied by a beautiful woman every day, but I stay in the storage bag in the dark every day, and I can't even drink a sip of clean mountain spring water. I am so miserable. Quote. In the Dragon Saint Kingdom's palace, Yu Qingling was quietly staying alone in a magnificent palace. He has put on clean clothes. These clothes are made of expensive materials and are very comfortable to wear. Wearing luxurious clothes, he looked like a young master from a rich family. But he opened his gray eyes, held the water dragon ball in his hand, and was talking to the water dragon. Hearing Shui Longdi's complaint, Yu Qingling also smiled bitterly. I tricked you, why don't you escape? Yu Qingling said frankly, not wanting to implicate innocent people. No matter how hard he calculated, he never expected that he would be completely controlled by Lang Firen. Now he doesn't have Qinglong tendons on his body, but his Chanu soul has been completely at the disposal of Lang Firen. No matter how far he goes, as long as Lang Firen says a word, Chanu will take him back to Lang Firen. There is no place in this world that he can escape to. If Shui Longzhu follows him, it will only delay his cultivation. But Shui Longzhu was filled with righteous indignation at this time. Master, what are you talking about? I mean to give you a little fighting spirit. Why do you say it as if I am planning to change the family? We are not that kind of beads. Besides, isn't it just a woman's plaything? How many people are still not worthy of it? We must learn to eat soft food hard. You gotta get hard. You can't be the same as a doormat every day, you have to turn your passivity into initiative. Especially Lang Firen, you have made her docile, do you think she still dares to make a fuss? Quote. When Yu Qingling heard this, she was immediately shocked. If he could subdue Lang Firen, then he could live a good life. It turns out that the master is by his side. He quickly asked, then how can we bring Lang Firen into submission? Tell me quickly. Quote. Shui Longzhu said proudly, you have asked the right person. How do you think you can make a woman docile? Let me give you an analogy. Women are like sand. The tighter you hold it in your hand, the faster it flows. But if you make the sand wet, okay, stop talking and just go in. Yu Qingling, who had a dark look on her face, reluctantly stuffed the water dragon ball back into her storage bag. This fool knows how to drive a dragon chariot. Ordinary women may be conquered. Lang Firen, do not make jokes. Even if you kill her, she won't give in to you. If female monks could be surrendered like this, there wouldn't be so many empresses and masters. When he came to perform a mission this time, Lang Firen made a complete set for acting and even prepared a storage bag for him. But except for this broken bead that was of no use to her, everything else was confiscated. Originally thinking that Shui Longzhu would be his best assistant for this escape, Yu Qingling finally found a chance to be alone with Shui Longzhu in the palace. But he found that the strength of Water Dragon Ball was linked to his own strength. He is now in the realm of accumulating good deeds, and the Water Dragon Ball is really just a piece of trash. Yu Qingling touched the handle of the chair and wanted to stand up and move around, but he couldn't see anything, so he had no choice but to give up. His eyes were blocked by Chan Nu. Without Lang Firen, he could only be a helpless little blind man. At this time, he still had to deal with Long Zhu Yushu and Weish, who were disguised as the elders of the demon sect. Just when he was confused and helpless, the door was gently opened. The tall and graceful Long Zuyu, wearing regular clothes, walked in gently. When Yu Qingling heard the noise, he stood up nervously holding on to the chair. He tilted his head slightly and closed his eyes. Elder Hongyu. Seeing his alert look, Long Zuyu couldn't help but want to laugh. She said gently, relax a little. Didn't I take you to the teleportation array? You are already safe. This is my hometown. Leader Lang won't come looking for him. Quote. Yu Qingling didn't sit down either. He said gratefully, thank you, Elder Hongyu, for your life-saving grace. I will never forget it. Long Zuyu had solved all Yu Qingling's problems. She found a quiet courtyard in the palace and placed him in secret. Until now, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is not easy to hide a beauty in a golden house. It has to be hidden from so many people's eyes and people can't notice anything strange. Even though she was the head of the country, she still spent some effort. At this time, all obstacles had been swept away, and the fire in her chest was burning stronger and stronger. Without being too pretentious, she reached out and took Yu Qingling's arm. Yu Yan, I have helped you so much, and you must provide an equal price. Long Zuyu's pretty face like a peony flower had been burned by the raging fire. What price? Yu Qingling felt miserable in her heart, but she still had to show ignorance on her face. You want to sleep with me. Long Zuyu's red lips were like fire. She stretched out her hand and pulled him into her arms. She is 1.8 meters tall, 2 centimeters taller than Yu Qingling. Holding Yu Qingling like this really looks like the imperial sister holding the young lady. Yu Qingling couldn't help but struggle, but Long Zuyu's tone immediately became hotter. Whether you want to return to Qingyu Gate or sleep with me, it's your choice. Okay, as you are now in such a miserable state that you can't see anything, you will probably die if you go back, so I will choose for you. She is worthy of being the empress of a country. Even when she is sleeping with someone, she shows her domineering attitude. She picked up Yu Qingling sideways and walked straight to the bed in the bedroom. Yu Qingling could not see anything indeed. He could only say intermittently, "Senior Hongyu, this matter. I am not mentally prepared for this matter yet. Can you tolerate me for a few days? I can't run away. I'm sorry, Yu Yan, I can wait for other things, but this matter. I've been waiting for almost 100 years. As soon as she stretched out her hand, her spiritual energy moved, and the luxurious clothes that Yu Qingling finally put on turned into fragments all over the sky. Yu Qingling wanted to cry but had no tears. Okay, you all like to show off your clothes, right? Then today I will start with you, the Empress, and eat soft food hard. Yu Qingling has tried his best. He is just accumulating good cultivation. Even if he uses Jiang Zigangju, it will be difficult to withstand Long Zuyu's century-old wrath. He seemed to be surrounded by a sea of fire, and finally the fire snake swallowed him up and burned him completely. Finally, Yu Qingling made no movement and fell into a deep sleep. Long Zuyu, who was victorious, put his pretty face on Yu Qingling's shoulder. She felt like she was dreaming. This boy is so good. Not only is he good-looking, he is also very capable. The little guy in Jishan realm who can resist for such a long time is indeed gifted. But more importantly, Yu Qingling has a nice attribute. His inadvertent contact can make the passionate Long Zuyu feel cool and light, just like a drop of ice water in her stomach, easing her heat. In just this moment, Long Zuyu felt that more than half of the anger he had accumulated over the past 100 years had melted away. Her tight nobility before turned into water-like tenderness. Long Zuyu looked at Yu Qingling for the first time, with a little pity and affection on his peony-like face. This kind of expression has never appeared before, even when facing the late emperor. After all, her ex-husband only cared about him for a few moments and then fell asleep. How could he be so desperate as the young man in front of him? Long Zuyu felt sweet in her heart. As the empress of a country, she actually thought of getting up and giving Yu Qingling a plain hand spoon as a reward. But her long, plump and round legs were trembling unconsciously at this moment. Long Zuyu smiled helplessly. That's all, since the victory was tragic, then take a good rest and prepare yourself for a chance to win completely next time. Hoo. Lang Firen, who was far away in the land of Juyu, was sitting cross-legged in the Zen room. Just now, she felt that the spiritual energy in her body was becoming more and more powerful. It was like a big river flowing into the spiritual platform, making her sway. Lang Firen quickly meditated and calmed down, absorbing the surging spiritual energy in her body. Finally, a crystal-clear girlish appearance gradually formed on her spiritual platform. Lang Firen's soul actually condensed. This is a sign of entering the heavenly cultivation realm. Once one's nascent soul is formed in the spiritual platform, it means that the heavenly cultivation Tai realm is no longer far away. As long as she takes one more step forward, the Empress of the Demon Sect will become another expert in the heavenly cultivation realm after Yu Qingling, the Immortal Lord. Lang Firen was overjoyed. She sat on the futon and didn't dare to move. It wasn't until the girl's body gradually became clear that she let out a heavy sigh of relief. She almost jumped for joy. Heavenly cultivation realm. I am about to break through the bottleneck that has troubled me for more than 20 years and reach the realm of heavenly cultivation. Lang Firen was so excited that she wanted to cry, and then a trace of inappropriate jealousy appeared on her beautiful and fragrant face. My bestie, can't you bear it for a while? But if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to reach the realm of heavenly cultivation, or the realm of saints, in a short period of time, you have to endure what others cannot. And it was Yu Qingling who contributed, and she, Lang Firen, just had to sit back and enjoy her achievements. Just think that your husband dislikes the fragrance of domestic flowers as compared to wild flowers and goes to a brothel to enjoy himself. Lang Firen comforted herself in this way. She walked briskly to the door of the room, thinking about finding someone to express her joy to, but then she thought about it and suppressed her joy. No matter who it is, whether it is the 3 daughters of the Huang family or Shen Rongrong, this will be a tool to provide cultivation. Lang Firen didn't want them to know the usefulness of Chan Nu. Even if Huang Xining knew the power of dual cultivation, she could not guess that it could reach such a high level. A mistress must have the majesty and mystery of a mistress. Lang Firen jumped back to her room. She carefully took out the beauty picture and saw a beauty on it, and she was glaring at herself. Go and rest on the shadow sword. I'll be upset when I see you. Lang Firen was in a good mood. She manipulated the beautiful girl picture to transfer Huang Xinyan's consciousness to the shadow sword. And this sword was hanging on the wall of her boudoir as a decoration. She and Huang Xinyan were already inseparable, and Lang Firen was very particular about her work. I'll stab you in the face and let's clear things up. If you die, it's because you can't bear it. If you don't die, that's because you're very lucky, and I won't retaliate again. And keeping Huang Xinyan is also useful. Whether it is to blackmail Huang Xining or Yu Qingling, it is very simple. She didn't stay, and disappeared again with the empty picture of the beautiful woman. After a long time, Huang Xining walked in with a basin of steaming foot-washing water. Her head was covered with a coarse cloth turban, and her hair was wrapped up. She was wearing a blue linen dress, no makeup on her face, and no jewelry. Even though she looks dignified and beautiful, she looks a little haggard now. She rolled up her sleeves and carried the copper basin, and walked into the boudoir with a respectful look. Judging from the time, Lang Firen should have come back to soak her feet. Huang Xining has now been transformed into a foot-washing maid, and she is also paid. For every day you work, you will gain ownership of the dungeon key for 1 day. In addition, if you want to wear nice clothes and put on beautiful makeup, you have to work actively and serve your mistress hard. Just like what Lang Firen said. You don't want Yu Qingling to see you slovenly, right? Huang Xining has a peaceful temperament, she is gentle and kind, but when she meets an unreasonable yandere like Lang Firen, she will be easily manipulated. Lang Firen threatened her with Yu Qingling. Do you want to give him something delicious? Do you want to change his clothes? Then be a good foot washer and work hard. Don't be dissatisfied. There will be so many women in his future. How many people can't grab your position? Quote. Huang Xining was so badly beaten that she could only serve Lang Firen diligently. But after she came in with the copper basin, she knelt down on the wooden floor and waited for a long time. Only when the hot water ran cold did she realize that Lang Firen had not come back. Huang Xining's straight back finally curved slightly. She breathed a sigh of relief, got up and started doing housework. Lang Firen didn't pay much attention to taking care of herself on weekdays. Her quilts were never folded, and the jewelry on the dressing table were placed in a mess. Huang Xining tidied up the house carefully as if she was tidying up the house for Huang Lixing. Finally, she came to the wall and looked at the shadow sword, slightly dazed. But she smiled bitterly. With Yun'er in the beauty picture, this sword is of no use anymore. Huang Xining then left with the copper basin, leaving her sister in the shadow sword crying without tears. Of the 3 daughters of the Lingjing sect, Huang Xining became a foot-washing maid, Huang Xinyan was hung up on the wall, and only Huang Lixing was still qualified to meditate and practice with Shen Rongrong and Long Qilin at this time. According to Lang Firen, this is a young generation that needs to be cultivated. There was no need to make things difficult for Huang Lixing. It was also because of these favors that Huang Xining was unable to resist. Huang Xining poured the water in the copper basin, put the copper basin away, and then left Lang Firen's courtyard after finishing. Qingyumin's current basic equipment is quite complete. This road is paved with gravel, making it easy to walk. Huang Xining didn't have to wait for Lang Firen today, so she came to the garden out of boredom, found a stone stool, sat on it, and gently hammered her 2 slender legs. There was just such a woman in a skirt with hairpins, dressed like the old lady in the kitchen, but her aura made everyone around her come alive. While she was in a daze, she heard the sound of fighting not far away. Huang Xining did not rush over. She stretched her slender neck and looked over through a layer of bushes. I saw 2 women attacking another girl in black. The woman in black's cultivation had obviously reached the Earth-Slender River realm, but even if her cultivation was not as good as hers, with her swordsmanship alone, she was able to stop the 2 besieging girls from making a move. While Huang Xining was watching, the girl in black gently raised her sword and knocked the sword from one girl's hand away. Then, she moved and disarmed the spear in the other girl's hand. The 2 besieged women were disarmed by her. Not only has Shen Rongrong's cultivation improved, but his skills are also very impressive. Huang Xining was fascinated, so she stood up and looked at the three people in front of her seriously. The woman in black is Shen Rongrong, the Devil's Saint. After the retreat, she successfully reached the Chang realm. After coming out, I originally wanted to find my master to fulfill my promise and go to the dungeon to clean up the scumbag, but I was sent another task by Lang Firen. That is to practice with the concubine Long Qilin. In fact, I just play with Her Royal Highness. One of them was just playing, and both of them were playing, so Shen Rongrong simply called Huang Lixing. Although the three girls are different in age, their cultivation levels are similar and their looks are equally matched. Gathered in the garden, it was really exciting. The simplest way to play among monks is to compete in martial arts. Shen Rongrong easily removed the weapons of Long Qilin and Huang Lixing with 1 against 2. It's not fair. I was in a daze just now. This is a sneak attack. Huang Lixing faced his former mortal enemy. Although he was not in a life and death fight, he was not angry either. How could he admit defeat now? If it's not fair, you can come again. I'll be with you anytime. Shen Rongrong said with a sneer. Long Qilin had no choice but to continue to be the peacemaker. She stood between the two people who were about to quarrel and said helplessly, "Can you not compete with your mouth skills after every martial arts competition?" It's her 3rd day here. He competes every day and trains intensively, and his cultivation level has indeed improved a lot. It's just too troublesome to have to fight every day. Shen Rongrong and Huang Lixing both gave her face and snorted, turning their heads away without looking at each other. But with just such a twist, Shen Rongrong saw Huang Xining standing not far away. Huang Xining is the leader of Lingjing sect. She usually likes to watch her disciples compete. Now that I see 3 talented girls, I have naturally been watching them for a long time and don't want to leave. Shen Rongrong hurriedly came over and asked with some expectancy on her face, "Aunt Ning, is my master here?" Shen Rongrong already knew about the merger of Lingjing sect and Qingyu sect. Since everyone will be of the same sect from now on, she will naturally respect her elders. It's normal to call her Auntie Ning. Huang Xining smiled and said, "The leader is not here, he must have something to do." Oh well, Shen Rongrong had a look of helplessness on her face. She then left with a lot of worries, and did not stay here to compete. When Huang Lixing saw her mother, she also came over and looked at Shen Rongrong's back with disgust. "Mom, did you see it? She just attacked me. It's so unfair." "Okay, 2 against 1 and you still say it's unfair. You are really good at making excuses. You should practice hard. What a great opportunity to compete with such an outstanding monk. We strive to become the Chang realm in the future." Quote. Huang Xining looked at her daughter expectantly. There were 2 things on her mind right now. One is to hope that Yu Qingling will no longer suffer, at least nothing serious will happen to her. The other thing is that I hope Huang Lixing will grow up quickly. "Mom, you know how to put pressure on me. I don't want to practice anymore, I want to play with my junior brother." Huang Lixing pouted and started acting coquettishly. She took Huang Xining's arm and shook it constantly. "Your Highness is still watching, don't be so shameless." Huang Xining smiled helplessly. Long Qilin couldn't help but think of her mother when she saw her relationship was so good. Once upon a time, she was the apple of Long Zuyu's lap, but now, her mother has been completely disappointed in her. Long Qilin's beautiful eyes couldn't help but become moist. She pursed her lips, said goodbye softly, and left the garden. Her mother and daughter were the only 2 people left at the scene. At this time, Huang Xining said cautiously, "You didn't tell them about Ling Yu, right?" No, I didn't say." Huang Lixing made a stern promise. "Don't say it. If you know that trouble comes from your mouth, it will be very difficult for us to survive." Huang Xining said in fear. "But mother, junior brother, he is now. He must have gone on a mission. Just wait a few days and he will be back." Huang Xining knew something about the inside story, so she asked her daughter to calm down. As for Yu Qingling, who everyone is thinking about, she is currently in the palace of the capital of the Dragon Saint Kingdom, engaged in a high-intensity confrontation with the leader of the country. Shui Longzhu said it right. Eat hard. Yu Qingling didn't have much capital, so the only thing he could do was to swallow the soft food that he couldn't help but try to gain a little hope. For Longsheng Kingdom, Yu Qingling is definitely a benefactor who has benefited thousands of families. The flames that Long Zuyu had accumulated for nearly 100 years were all consumed by his ice crystal body. Now Long Zuyu is gentle, considerate, and clingy. From the Empress at the beginning, she has become the wife next door. It is 100 times better to have a gentle, calm and harmonious wife as the head of the country than a woman with menstrual irregularities and menopausal disorders as the head of the country. Brother Yu, are you tired? Can I give you a bowl of noodles? Long Zuyu changed her previous painting style. Her 1.8-meter tall and plump body was nestled in Yu Qingling's arms, like a giant cat, making a gentle meow. What happened to the height of 1.8 meters? Even at 1.8 meters, you are qualified to act like a spoiled brat. Compared to her height, it would be more unusual for a beautiful woman over 100 years old to call her brother. But Yu Qingling felt a little proud. Water Dragon Pearl, as expected of you. You indeed witnessed the large party of the Shadow Immortal Lord back then. Can this Ji Yongji Gangju really make the Empress of a country bow her head? But he was so proud that he rarely left the bedroom in the past few days. Daily activities include eating, going to bed, sleeping, bathing, etc., which are quite regular. And he didn't think Long Zuyu was impressed by him, it was just her little taste afterwards. No need, Elder Hongyu, I'm not hungry yet. You call me an elder again. Didn't I tell you that you should call me a good sister at this time? You can't teach the lumps of elm wood. You just know they are like wood, both woody and hard. Humph, that's all, I won't argue with you about this. You've performed well these past 3 days. If you have any needs, just ask. Quote. After Long Zuyu finished acting coquettishly, his desire to be loved was gone. Her tone was gentle, but she didn't mean to be manipulated casually. A career-oriented woman will not be conquered by this kind of thing. Even if they have many demands. It would be nice if I could talk to you in a kind tone. Need, I want to treat my eyes. Yu Qingling probed softly. Long Zuyu was slightly stunned, she didn't know how to answer. Yu Qingling was able to please her here just because she was blind. She bit her red lips and started to prevaricate. Master Leng probably cut off some of the meridians in your eyes, so. I'll go see a doctor for you, but the hope is not high. And in her opinion, Yu Qingling's eyes were completely blind and could not be cured. Yu Qingling's expression darkened, and he said slowly, then can I go for a walk? I want to get some air. Then let me support you. Long Zuyu can still satisfy this request. A blind man can only look around in a small courtyard. This will not alarm palace personnel. Long Zuyu helped Yu Qingling get dressed, and they walked out of the palace. Yu Qingling couldn't see anything, and her eyes were always gray. He only felt that his eyes were bright, there was fresh air in his nose, no longer the stale air, and there was white noise in his ears, and there was even the sound of birds chirping. He felt much better. He is an easily satisfied person. If he eats well and sleeps well, he will be happy. In this palace, although Long Zuyu's demands are great, the food, clothing, housing and transportation are all top-notch. Just as Shui Longzu said, no matter how miserable it is, at least she is accompanied by a beautiful woman, and Long Zuyu is passionate and passionate. She is a normal beautiful woman, not a yandere like Leng Firen. As a result, Yu Qingling actually got used to it. If you want to be with a rich woman, you should be with someone like this. In one word, she is fragrant. After a few simple turns, he returned to the house obediently. Long Zuyu felt relaxed now. She said softly, you can rest in the room, I'll go out to do some errands. She has not been to court for 3 days. That memorial should have almost flooded the imperial study room. Yu Qingling naturally agreed. He sat obediently on the chair in the outer room, closed his eyes and said goodbye with a gentle smile. His shallow smile was like the spring breeze turning into snow and all things coming back to life. Elder Hongyu, walk slowly. The young man's tone was gentle and polite, with a hint of expectation, like a virtuous man sending her to work. You seduced me again. Long Zuyu said angrily. Ah, in the conscience of heaven and earth, Yu Qingling really has no such idea. But his delicate look, coupled with his smile, naturally gives people the feeling of being at your disposal. Before Long Zuyu left, she couldn't help feeling angry. She came over angrily, hugged Yu Qingling and kissed her passionately before leaving with satisfaction. Yu Qingling was left sitting in a chair in a daze. He scratched his head and was a little confused about the situation. Why did he seduce someone just now? Women are so unreasonable. Yu Qingling shook her head and consoled herself. He stood up slowly, grabbed a bamboo pole from the side of the chair, and started knocking it around in the room. He's looking for his storage bag. Nowadays, only by communicating more with Shui Longzhu can there be a chance of survival. Water dragon beads. Where are you? It was my fault before. Every time you drove, I felt obscene. Now it seems that there is no way to escape without some color. But he touched around, and suddenly, his hand was held by a cool little hand. Yu Qingling was startled suddenly. He froze in place and did not dare to move. He closed his eyes and said softly, "Hello. Who are you?" He wanted to let go of the other person's hand, but although it looked small, it was quite strong, and it actually held him tightly. Yu Qingling was a little anxious. He couldn't see anything, so he was naturally scared. He wanted to speak loudly, but when he thought that this might be the palace, he was afraid of attracting people, so he had to whisper, "Who are you?" "Let go, I don't know you." The other party still didn't speak, and got worse. She pulled her arm, and Yu Qingling was pulled into her arms. "This is Lang Firen, is it her? Why did she come to the palace?" Yu Qingling quickly whispered, "Is it master? What are you doing here? Why don't you speak?" The woman still didn't say anything. She pinched Yu Qingling's chin and started kissing him. Yu Qingling didn't dare to confirm the other party's identity, so she had to struggle desperately. But he didn't dare to speak out for fear of disturbing Long Zuyu's arrangements. With such silent resistance, Yu Qingling was pushed into the bedroom. "Is it master? If yes, can you please say something? Don't make such a joke." Yu Qingling asked helplessly while panting. He is now so miserable that he has no ability to resist at all. It has completely become a vase. Anyone who sees him can be bullied. Giggle. Lang Firen finally smiled. She held Yu Qingling's waist with one hand and brushed his hair with the other. Yu Qingling breathed a sigh of relief, but he immediately turned his head angrily, not wanting to talk to Lang Firen. "It's really scary when you do something like this. It's fine if you're an acquaintance, but if you don't know someone, then... Hey, you've been eating royal food these past few days and your wings have become stiff. You still don't recognize your master." Lang Firen said playfully. "Restore my sight quickly. It's too uncomfortable to be blind." Yu Qingling said impatiently. This was Lang Firen's bad idea, she had to pretend to be blind. "No, it's not easy for you to gain Long Zuyu's trust. You're blind now and then not blind, it's incoherent. Besides, do you really want to know what Long Zuyu looks like?" Lang Firen said half-jokingly. "I didn't," Yu Qingling retorted in a low voice. In fact, he really wanted to know what Long Zuyu looked like. He already had a physical relationship with her and didn't know his image yet. It was really inappropriate. "Okay, just bear with it a little longer. I'm here just to discuss with you how to go next." Lang Firen pulled him to the bed and sat down. "Didn't you say that you should just use pictures of beautiful women to include Long Zuyu? Is there anything else to discuss?" Yu Qingling asked nervously. "This is already the case, what else is there to do? Her plans have changed, and she is the unlucky one." Lang Firen explained sheepishly. "How can it be as simple as you said? I don't dare to attack the Lingjing sect alone. This is a huge fairyland. If nothing else, even if you accept Long Zuyu, there will still be auxiliary ministers like the Prime Minister. Then why should I be the leader of the country? Therefore, usurping the throne also requires a process. Quote, you don't want to be ranked Sangong first and then add Jushi or something like that, right? Time waits for no one, master. You made my photo spread all over the city, and all the monks knew what I looked like. This means that Long Zuyu doesn't care about the sect, so he didn't recognize me. But she could recognize me with just a little more care. If she knew I was Yu Qingling, how would I explain it?" Quote, the more Yu Qingling thought about it, the more frightened she became. Long Zuyu was busy putting out fires these days, and was not in a hurry to investigate his identity. Once you are free in the future, you will be able to identify his identity with just a quick check. How did the dignified immortal master of Yunlin Mountain become the young disciple of Lingjing sect? Lang Firen patted the back of his hand angrily and said, "If you don't run away, what can I do? Am I not blaming you? Blame me. Hey, He shook his head and smiled bitterly, not even bothering to defend himself. Oh, okay, don't worry about it, it's been more than a month, and everyone has forgotten about it. Besides, didn't Long Keelan recognize you? In the end, I still didn't take the picture clearly. Quote. Lang Firen held her chin and reflected. It's all because the Tuiying bead is not easy to use. Yu Qingling ignored her thoughts. He just wanted to be alone for a while. He sat on the edge of the bed and said softly, I only have one life anyway, so you can do whatever you want with it. Oh, my little immortal is so decadent now. Come on, let me kiss you and coax you. Lang Firen stretched her face over in a joke. Yu Qingling pursed her lips and turned away, rejecting her comfort. Lang Firen didn't get angry. After all, a person would be in a bad mood when he couldn't see anything. And time doesn't allow her to mess around now. She took Yu Qingling's hand and said, there's really no need to rush. I came here this time with the intention of becoming Long Zuyu's national master, and then I would try my best to recruit people from Qingyu sect. To usurp power, you have to take some time, right? 1 month. Stick to it for a month. I guarantee that the Dragon Saint Kingdom will be within our grasp. Quote. Yu Qingling smiled bitterly, after this is done, you will be your empress, and I will continue to be my prisoner in the dungeon. How can we be called us? Oh, I noticed you took some medicine today, right? Just say whether you want to see something or not. Quote. Lang Firen asked with her hands on her hips angrily. Hearing this, Yu Qingling had no choice but to nod helplessly. There is no point in arguing with Lang Firen now. He can only help the tiger in exchange for some rights and interests of his own. You must know that Lang Firen doesn't need to take action to deal with him now. With just a spell, Yu Qingling can take off her clothes obediently. Okay, I won't talk nonsense to you anymore, I'm leaving. Here you go. Quote. Lang Firen took out a box of snacks from her storage bag and placed it in Yu Qingling's hand. She smiled a little fondly and said, remember to hide the sesame-flavored shortbread cookies and eat them, don't let Long Zuyu see them. If she has something to eat, Yu Qingling will feel better. He touched the pattern on the box, finally smiled, and then asked, did Ninger make it? The snacks she makes are delicious. Yu Qingling, you have gone too far. I did this. Lang Firen stretched out her hand and hit him hard on the forehead. From the moment she entered the house until now, Yu Qingling has not given her a good look. She endured all this. Now when you give him a snack, you still think it was made by Huang Xining. The demonic empress is completely angry. Yu Qingling apologized quickly. Master, don't be angry. I never remembered you could make snacks. Thank you, Master. His nervous look made Lang Firen's anger dissipate instantly. Lang Firen said angrily, it's really annoying. Ignore you and leave. I know in my heart that I'm thinking about your Ninger, huh? Quote. Lang Firen stood up and walked out proudly. Yu Qingling stood up to say goodbye. It wasn't until there was no movement in the room that Yu Qingling called out tentatively. Master. No one answered. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief, sat on the edge of the bed, and fumbled to open the food box. He lowered his head and asked about the aroma of the snacks, frowning slightly. Is this really what Lang Firen did? Impossible. This Tsundere Empress can't even fold a quilt, how can she make snacks? Yu Qingling picked up a piece and took a bite. The taste is quite familiar, with a gentle and tranquil atmosphere. Yu Qingling smiled while eating. He put away the box and prepared to hide it under the bed, otherwise Long Zuyu would see it and have no way of explaining it. But just as he was about to get up, a big mountain hit his forehead. Ouch! Yu Qingling sat back again. Why are you laughing? Lang Firen asked him condescendingly. Yu Qingling was speechless. Are you leaving or not? But he couldn't help but smile and said, it tastes delicious. Thank you, Master, for the snack. I like it very much. HMPH, that's pretty much it. I'm really leaving this time. Be good and continue to bring you food in the future. Lang Firen left with satisfaction this time. After she left the courtyard, she couldn't help but have a proud smile on her pretty face. Huang Xining, the dim sum you made is delicious, but from now on it will be my credit. Long Sheng Kingdom, which had been peaceful for many years, had many major events happen this month. The first thing is that as the Qingyu sect in the northern part of Dongzhou officially participated in the Dragon Saint Kingdom's court, the head of the Qingyu sect, Lang Firen, accepted the conquest of the Empress Long Zuyu and transformed into a dragon saint. The national teacher. The second thing was that the Empress announced that she was ill. From now on, all matters in the court, big and small, would be left to the imperial master. The third thing is that after Lang Guoshi took office, all the officials, big and small, were changed. All the core positions were replaced by elders and disciples of Qingyu sect. The people of Longsheng Kingdom felt that things were about to change. But the coup in the court has little to do with the people. The people of the fairy country live very comfortably and have more or less magic, so when there is danger, they have certain means to save their lives. What they are talking about the most now is whether this imperial master is the woman who was served by the immortal lord before. It has been 2 or 3 months since Yu Qingling's filming incident. The popularity of this kind of tidbits should have dissipated long ago. But this beautiful and shameless immortal lord is still the topic that everyone talks about most after dinner. In a lively tavern, everyone was drinking hot wine and chatting around. I see that the Dragon Saint Kingdom is going to change its empress. This empress is not simple. She is the former head of the demon cult, who kills without blinking an eye. Which female emperor doesn't kill people? It's so normal to kill people. Let's just think about whether she will be canonized as a male queen after becoming the female emperor, ha ha ha. Are you not sure? What woman can resist that beautiful little immortal? My wife chants about this immortal at home every day, and she almost framed the painting. The drunk men were making a lot of noise. Among these drunkards, there was a masked girl, sitting in an unnoticed corner, listening to the messages on the streets. She was dressed in Xingyi, with some raindrops on the skirt. Although her face was covered, her cold expression could still tell that she was a peerless beauty. Lin Qingyu was carrying the Mu sword on her back, and there were random noises in her ears. She frowned and looked at the delicacies in front of her, unable to take a bite. It's been a few months, and we still haven't finished talking about Yu Qingling's sideshows. But she still had to listen to these messy words here. She came from Yao Palace on a mission. As the Dongzhou Immortal Kingdom, Longsheng Kingdom has a very important status. For such a behemoth, if it were a peaceful and prosperous time, then the surrounding sects would have a good life. Once the court is in turmoil, if anything bad is involved, the sect will face disaster. It is not easy for monks to practice. Very few people take the initiative to participate in this kind of government affairs. There are really too few ambitious people like Lang Firen. In order to find out more about the situation in the Dragon Saint Kingdom, the palace master of the Yao Palace, Yu Wuyan, sent her most proud disciple, Lin Qingyu, over. Before coming, Yu Wuyan had already told Lin Qingyu. Lang Firen has now become the national master, and if she usurps the position in the future, the 3 sects that previously attacked the demon sect will not have good results. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, Yao Palace must prepare in advance. Lin Qingyu had just arrived, so he naturally wanted to inquire about the news first. The tavern is the place with the most news. She has recorded almost all the official and private news, both true and false, this morning. At noon, Lin Qingyu returned to the inn. She set a spell at the door of her room, and then carefully wrote and drew on the paper. Lang Firen's appointment as national master went very smoothly. Long Zuyu is still alive, and the maids say that she runs to the harem every day. Her Royal Highness is not in Feilong City. Yu Qingling. Lin Qingyu inadvertently wrote Yu Qingling's name on the papyrus. She laughed dumbly, and then used a pen to erase these 3 words. Where the immortal lord has gone now, no one knows. But at least he won't be bullied by Lang Firen every day like the people in the tavern said. Lin Qingyu looked at the messy news she had learned. She put down her pen and walked around the room with her hands behind her back. She felt that there must be a hidden thread among these things. Long Zuyu is obviously very healthy, but to say the least, she still has an heir apparent. Why do we have to lure the wolf into the house? And why is Long Qilin not in Feilong City by such a coincidence? Lin Qingyu's eyes sparkled, and suddenly, she seemed to have caught an inspiration. Unless Long Zuyu is doing something ulterior. The impact of this thing is very bad, but I really want to do it. At this stall, Lang Firen helped her solve her needs. Transfer her daughter away first, and then let Lang Firen take charge. In this way, she can do this secret thing with peace of mind. What makes a country's empress take it so seriously, and yet not be known to outsiders, is definitely not the aspect of cultivation. It's a man. Lin Qingyu couldn't help but smile. She also felt ridiculous for her own imagination. Would the empress of a country abandon her court because of a man? Lin Qingyu wanted to give up this idea, but the more he thought about it, the more interesting it became. In the end, she could only smile helplessly and talk to herself. No matter what, it's better to go to this palace once. If Long Zuyu just finds a man, then Longsheng Kingdom should not change hands. Otherwise, master will not be able to sleep well. Quote, she is very courageous and dares to spy on the palace even if she is in the earthly mountain tomb realm. As soon as the sky darkened, Lin Qingyu sneaked into the palace recklessly. Long Zuyu is an earth cultivator in the Four Directions realm. Generally speaking, a young person would die if they saw her. The real master is coming, and the guards can't stop him. Therefore, the palace of the Dragon Saint Kingdom is not as heavily guarded as the palace of the mortal world. Besides, after tens of thousands of years, I have never heard of a mountain monk rushing into the palace to see if the emperor was playing with his concubines. Picking up the wall to watch other people's men and women loving each other is a huge perversion, and you can't be a monk. It was easy for Lin Qingyu to enter the palace. She was as strong as a cunning rabbit, and she came to the harem quietly. She looked at the palace maids and eunuchs carrying lanterns and lighting lamps everywhere. It was obvious that the nobles were about to be welcomed here. She hid in a bush to hide her breath. As she expected, after a while, she saw palace guards and palace maids approaching, surrounded by a sedan. Lin Qingyu looked carefully and felt with his heart, and realized that a monk with a high level of cultivation was sitting in the sedan chair. Dragon Zuyu from the Four Directions realm. Lin Qingyu smiled. She was so lucky to have captured Long Zuyu's traces. She continued to hide her aura and followed the team. After a while, the sedan arrived outside a small courtyard. This small courtyard was very secluded and surrounded by bamboos. From a distance, it looked like a bamboo garden. Lin Qingyu waited patiently and saw Long Zuyu getting off the sedan. After a few simple instructions, the team left quietly. Don't you have to wait for her? Lin Qingyu was confused. Long Zuyu straightened her clothes, then she pushed open the door of the small courtyard and walked in briskly. Lin Qingyu quickly followed up. She originally thought that this small courtyard would set up spell restrictions, but unexpectedly, Long Zuyu didn't set up any. I guess I never thought anyone would come over and peep. Lin Qingyu was lurking outside the house, under the doors and windows. Then, she heard a voice that made her blush. Sigh, not serious. Lin Qingyu blushed and cursed secretly. Sure enough, as she thought, Long Zuyu found a man. This man was most likely given to her by Leng Firen. The devil's witch is really hateful. Isn't she a typical sycophant? Lin Qingyu looked disdainful. Brother Yan, I like you so much. Long Zuyu in the room was as passionate and unrestrained as a ball of flame. Her voice made Lin Qingyu, a virgin, unbearable. Lin Qingyu was upset when he heard this. While secretly scolding Long Zuyu for being unruly, he thought about leaving quickly. Longsheng Kingdom will not change its owner, just with Long Zuyu's physique and this passionate meeting. She is still healthy. However, Lin Qingyu was unable to move due to some strange combination of circumstances. It's like completing a big thing in advance, and then waiting leisurely for the results. Lin Qingyu wanted to see who this man was. To be able to confuse the leader of a country into this. After a long time, Long Zuyu opened the door dressed neatly. There was tranquil happiness on her face, and she walked a little lightly. But it can be seen that she is quite useful and satisfied. Just rest, I'll go back to sleep, otherwise you won't be able to sleep well either. Long Zuyu turned around and said something, and she closed the door thoughtfully, then left happily with her hands behind her back. The room was quiet, there was no movement at all. After a long time, a figure appeared at the window. Dong dong dong. It was the sound of bamboo poles tapping the ground. Lin Qingyu was quite confused. What was this for? After making sure that no one was around, she quietly came to the door and felt the cultivation of the people inside. There is nothing to worry about when people cultivate and accumulate good things. Lin Qingyu slowly opened the door and watched coldly. Then she saw a thin figure, holding a bamboo pole in his hand and facing away from her. The man looked young and was wearing black clothes. Even though he had just served the Empress, he was dressed neatly. He heard the sound of the door opening, and couldn't help but turn his ears, closed his eyes, and asked softly, "Elder Hongyu?" The red candlelight in the room was dim. Lin Qingyu felt that the voice was very familiar, but he couldn't see clearly the other person's appearance. But judging from his movements, it was obvious that he was a blind man. Lin Qingyu suddenly realized, if you don't say that Ni Chen is good at doing things, you can see how Lang Firen is good at giving away men. Knowing Long Zuyu's concerns, he sent a blind man away. Tisk tisk tisk. Lin Qingyu said calmly, "Don't be afraid, I am not your elder Hongyu, I am a maid, just come in and take a look." When the boy heard the sound, his whole body froze. Shivering, he leaned on the bamboo pole and slowly turned around. Yu Qingling's eyes started to shed tears. He suppressed his excitement and kept his tone as calm as possible. Is it Qingyu? Boom. When Lin Qingyu heard his inquiry and saw the other person's appearance clearly, his whole body felt as if he had been struck by thunder. He stood completely in place, unable to say a word. The immortal lord she had longed for appeared in front of her like this now. Yu Qingling, the most arrogant person in the world in Yunlin Mountain, a master in the Tai realm of heavenly cultivation, is now blind while leaning on a bamboo pole. But what she couldn't accept the most was that Yu Qingling had just slept with Long Zuyu. No. You're not. Lin Qingyu's face was ashen. She would never believe that the pretty young man in front of her was the flower of the high mountains in her heart. Yu Qingling's tears kept falling. He couldn't control his body's excitement and slowly sat on the ground. He laughed and cried at the same time, and he couldn't let go of his grievances. Finally, 1,000 words turned into one sentence. "Qingyu, please leave quickly and tell the Lord of the Moon Palace that Dongzhou will be annexed by Lang Firen soon. You can go as far as you can." Immortal Lord, Immortal Lord. At this time, Lin Qingyu finally realized that the blind man in front of him was the person he missed. She rushed over in grief, hugged his neck, and cried with him. Yu Qingling fumbled for a clean handkerchief from her body and wiped Lin Qingyu's tears while choking. He endured the grievance, closed his eyes, and continued to say calmly, "Qingyu, do you hear what I said? Inform Yao Palace to leave Dongzhou. You have more than 1,000 female monks in Yao Palace. If you are caught by Lang Firen, Immortal Master, don't be afraid. I will tell Master when I get back and ask her to bring people over to rescue you. There are thousands of female cultivators in our Yao Palace, all of whom are at odds with the demon sect." Quote. Lin Qingyu wiped her tears and said through gritted teeth, "This shameless demon sect actually gave the Immortal Lord as a gift to Long Zuyu, and even blinded him. If I don't take revenge for this, I swear I won't be a human being." Yu Qingling was shocked when she heard this. You think, Immortal Lord, I don't have enough women, right? 1,000 female nuns. Then Lang Firen can't directly reach the Saint Realm. It is estimated that even before Lang Firen ascends, her own Jill will be calcified. He quickly comforted Lin Qingyu. No, please run away. You have too many resources, really. We are not afraid of death," Lin Qingyu said firmly. "Qingyu, I am in the Tai realm of Tianshou, and I am no match for Lang Firen. Why are you so stubborn? Run quickly, run now." Quote. Yu Qingling struggled to stand up, stretched out her hand to pull Lin Qingyu up, and he groped towards the door. Seeing how pitiful he was, Lin Qingyu cried and said, "Immortal Lord, let me take you away. The security here is not that strict. I can't leave." Yu Qingling smiled bitterly. No matter where he is in the world, Lang Firen will just say a spell and he will come back obediently. "Why, are you poisoned?" Lin Qingyu looked at him in disbelief. "That's it, don't you want to escape? Just think that I have been poisoned. Let's go quickly, Qingyu. Never return to Dongzhou again, never." There was a sense of despair in Yu Qingling's tone. Lin Qingyu looked at him and stood there for a long time without saying a word. In the end, it was Yu Qingling who pushed her, and Lin Qingyu slowly walked out of the door. "Immortal Lord, I will tell the palace master, and Yao Palace will also leave. I believe you," Lin Qingyu said leisurely. "That's good." Yu Qingling smiled. This was the best news he had ever heard. "Then, Immortal Lord, shall we say goodbye forever?" Lin Qingyu's words made Yu Qingling's expression freeze. He opened his mouth but was speechless. He couldn't see Lin Qingyu's expression, but in order to make this girl give up, Yu Qingling held back the unwillingness and sorrow in her heart, and said with a forced smile, "It's just no chance, Qingyu, you practice hard, and you will definitely become a famous master in the Four Kingdoms continent in the future. Just forget about me." Quote, "You can't continue to provoke Lin Qingyu, it will harm her." Lin Qingyu was silent. Finally, she said calmly, "Okay, then, Immortal Lord, take care of yourself." "I will. Let's go quickly. Remember to say hello to the Moon Palace Master for me." "I see." Whoosh. Lin Qingyu made a sound of running out. Yu Qingling stood at the door, motionless. He seemed to have turned into a wax figure. "Why?" He sighed feebly, held the bamboo pole, and prepared to sit on the chair for a while. He met the girl he liked before tonight, but he could only let her leave cruelly. At this time, he truly realized that he had no way to escape. The only thing he can do is to remind Yaogong that danger is coming. Lin Qingyu should have escaped. At least for the next 3 days, Yu Qingling's life was normal. Sometimes he receives Leng Firen, and sometimes he receives Long Zuyu. Leng Firen must have come here secretly, so she spoke quickly and left as soon as she finished speaking. I have never heard anything about Lin Qingyu from her mouth. No news is the best news. Yu Qingling continued to live his blind life in this pink prison. But on the 4th night, there was a noise and a fight in the courtyard. Yu Qingling was shocked. There was very little movement in this small courtyard, except for the arrival of 2 empresses. And Long Zuyu obviously strictly prohibited anyone from entering. Who dares to make trouble here? He grabbed the bamboo pole, walked hard to the window, and listened patiently. The door was suddenly opened, and a figure was thrown in. Then, Leng Firen's mocking voice was heard. "Hey, Lin Qingyu, you are really not afraid of death." "What?" Yu Qingling was so frightened that she lost her mind. "Lin Qingyu? Is she back again?" He hurriedly stretched out his hands and walked forward, and at the same time said, "Master, what's going on?" "Immortal Lord, I'm here to save you." Without waiting for Leng Firen to speak, Lin Qingyu, who was lying on the ground dying, said something in despair. After all, she couldn't let go of her sweetheart. Like a moth rushing to a flame, he would stay with her until death. "Ah, who asked you to save? What are you here for? Are you crazy?" Quote, Yu Qingling was so angry that she wanted to rush over and hit her. Why is Fairy Lingfei so cheating? But after saying this, he realized that he was in trouble. How smart is Leng Firen? Doesn't this mean that they have been in contact before? Bang! The door was closed. Leng Firen moved quickly. She walked over directly, took Yu Qingling's hand in a cold tone and said, "I don't have time to worry about this with you now. You put her in the beauty picture first." "Master," Yu Qingling still wanted to plead. "Stop talking nonsense, or I'll kill her." Leng Firen was obviously extremely angry. Yu Qingling is the owner of the beauty picture, although Leng Firen can control it. But if you want to recruit someone, you have to let him operate it. Listening to Lin Qingyu's weak breathing, Yu Qingling couldn't help but pity her, so she mustered up the courage to pray to Leng Firen, "Master, can you please don't let her die? Don't kill her." Chapter 81. Yu Qingling, you are so stupid. Can I let her die? I will reach the heavenly cultivation realm soon. This is the time when we are short of people. Leng Firen said she hated the iron. She quickly took out the picture of the beautiful woman, put it in Yu Qingling's hand, and quickly unlocked the restriction on his spiritual platform. Yu Qingling sighed. It was not the time to talk until now, so he took Lin Qingyu in. Seeing that he included Lin Qingyu in the picture, Leng Firen snatched the picture of the beautiful woman, rolled it up and stuffed it into the storage bag. She anxiously locked Yu Qingling's coffin and said fiercely, "Just wait, I will come over to settle the score with you tomorrow morning." After saying that, she left angrily. She couldn't appear here at the same time as Long Zuyu, because in Long Zuyu's lame lie, this was Long Zuyu's hometown. Both she and Yu Qingling had to perform in Long Zuyu's setting, otherwise they would be alerted. Yu Qingling stood in the room blankly, speechless for a long time. It wasn't until Long Zuyu arrived that he adjusted his mentality. The next day comes quickly. Yu Qingling waited for Leng Firen's arrival as if she was facing a death sentence. She came very quickly, grabbed Yu Qingling's ear as soon as she entered the door, and said murderously, "You Qingling, you can do it. You are such a good person and you have done a really good job. Save thousands of beauties in the Yao Palace from fire and water. You are a rip-off guy, what do you think I should do to deal with you?" Quote. Apparently, she had already interrogated Lin Qingyu last night. Yu Qingling could only lower her head and follow her hand, and said with a smile, "I accidentally let it slip." Are you so perfunctory with your lies now?" Lang Firen let go of her hand angrily. She sat on the chair and saw that the water in the teapot had become cold, and she couldn't help but complain. "Long Zuyu comes here every day and doesn't know how to get you some hot water." Yu Qingling said quickly. "Yes, it's in the back room. I'll get it for you. Please calm down. Can I ask a little blind man to pour me some water?" Lang Firen was not thirsty either. She hugged Yu Qingling in her arms and teased him with a smile. "Ling your crush is so tough-mouthed. I tortured her all night last night, and then I said tell the truth." Yu Qingling suddenly panicked. Lin Qingyu was obviously injured, and now he is being tortured by her. Is he still alive? Are you feeling distressed? Really? You feel distressed? Ouch, why are you so carefree? Quote. Lang Firen pointed her finger at him proudly, catching his emotional changes, although Yu Qingling couldn't see her finger. He had no choice but to answer calmly, "I didn't." "No, oh no, no one feels sorry for poor Fairy Qingyu." Lang Firen let go of Yu Qingling. She got up from the chair, turned to him and smiled and said, "I was actually lying to you just now, I didn't torture her last night, and I even saved her injuries. Why do you think I did this?" Quote. Yu Qingling felt relieved. Listening to Lang Firen's tone, she was obviously in high spirits during happy events, so she was merciful. He smiled and said, "Master, you have a kind heart. You fart, I am the Empress of the demon cult, you are just scolding me with these words." Lang Firen laughed and cursed. She later explained, "Because she told me everything straight up. Nothing to hide at all. And she also decided to help me. You heard me right, Fairy Qingyu, whom you like, succumbed so easily." Quote. Yu Qingling, which of Lang Firen's words is true and which is false? If you don't believe it, let her tell you for herself. I respect you two hard-working couple, and I will go to the door to look after you. Lang Firen is quite generous. Because she is about to achieve great success. As she spoke, she released Lin Qingyu from the picture of beautiful women. Lang Firen really came to the door and stopped disturbing the two of them. Yu Qingling couldn't understand what Lang Firen was doing, so he tilted his ears and asked, "Qingyu?" At this time, Lin Qingyu had no Mu sword on his back, and his hair was as messy as a bird's nest. Her delicate face was full of helplessness and despair. Lin Qingyu walked over slowly, took Yu Qingling's hand, and she said softly, "Immortal Lord, I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you, and I'm not capable enough to save you." Hey, Yu Qingling sighed heavily. He didn't know how to comfort her. As of now, no one is Lang Firen's opponent. Have all the Yao palaces escaped? Yu Qingling asked in a low voice. They're all gone. The palace master feels that the demonic cult is gaining momentum now, so we need to avoid its edge. But I really can't bear to say goodbye to you forever. Quote. Lin Qingyu murmured. After hearing the news that Yao Palace had been evacuated, Yu Qingling expressed her comfort. He said leisurely, "Qingyu, you are so confused. Immortal Lord, I know that I am very impulsive and often do wrong things, but please forgive me for this last impulsive time." Lin Qingyu said pitifully, "I don't mean to blame you, but what you are going to face next is simply hell mode. But last night, Head Lang told me that as long as I surrender sincerely, she would agree to allow me to be with you." Lin Qingyu held Yu Qingling's hand tightly, and she said seriously. Yu Qingling was really speechless. He felt like he was a bait, tricking women into taking the bait every day. "Immortal Lord, I don't want to miss you anymore. I don't want to be unable to sleep every night. If you can let me be with you, I will do whatever it takes." Lin Qingyu bravely expressed his love. She stood up slowly and said solemnly, "My master advised me to go together, but I explained my feelings to her. She finally agreed to let me come. Otherwise, if you can't get over this knot of heart, you won't be able to make any further progress in your cultivation. I am worthy of Yao Gong, now, I just want to fulfill my wish." Quote. Is your wish just to sleep with me? Do you know that you have wasted your life? Quote. Yu Qingling asked her desperately. From the last time he went to the secret realm with Lin Qingyu, he felt that this girl was too upright. He admitted that Lin Qingyu's moral level was very high, but now he was facing Lang Firen, who was as cunning as a fox. Everything you care about will be used as a blackmail tool by her. And Lin Qingyu is still attracted by the moth, just because of this little emotion. Immortal Lord, the matter has come to this, it is useless for you to persuade me. Lin Qingyu bravely stretched out his hand and gently touched the face that she admired before. She turned her head towards him. This pair of faithful mandarin ducks finally went through many hardships and never separated. I have to say that this small courtyard was specially built by Long Zuyu for himself, and it was the most suitable for doing this kind of thing. Lang Firen finally reached the Tianshou Tai realm. She is basically invincible in Dongzhou. Those with high levels of cultivation are practicing in seclusion, while those with low level of cultivation cannot defeat her. Everything is ready. The Longsheng Kingdom's coup only lasted one night. One night later, the leader of the Dragon Saint Kingdom was replaced by Lang Firen. Wanli Fairy Kingdom changed hands in an instant. But it's not over yet. The entire Dongzhou is like a set of dominoes. Starting from the Dragon Saint Kingdom, every sect has undergone earth-shaking changes. Lingjing sect in the south was also merged into Qingyumen at the same time. Yao Gong avoided his sharp edge and fled early. The other small sects also turned their backs. Only Yunlinshan, the sect that Yu Qingling once founded, actually remained neutral. The current leader, Su Mushui, also led 30 or 50 disciples to practice quietly on the mountain. Dongzhou, apart from this area, the rest is Lang Firen's territory. She has completely become an empress. In the next year, Lang Firen's cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. 1 year, she reached the Tianshou Xuanji realm, and there was no rival in Dongzhou. Longsheng Kingdom has not experienced the turmoil of dynasty changes, and the people still live and work in peace and contentment. The sects in Dongzhou are also operating as usual. Because Lang Firen dominated the world, all sects were affiliated with Qingyu sect. There has never been a fight between various sects in Dongzhou. Without fighting, there would be no mass death. It is not easy for monks to cultivate, so being able to live a stable life is a great blessing. The monks of the sect can practice with peace of mind, and the people of the fairyland can live peacefully. After Lang Firen came to power, there was no major construction work and everything remained as usual. The Empress seemed to have become a symbol, but she changed from the Dragon Empress to the Lang Empress. It's time to eat, and it's time to practice. Over the past year, people in Dongzhou had almost forgotten Lang Firen's usurpation of the throne, as if that was how it should be. As for the Empress, there's not much difference. As for whether Lang Firen has established a harem of beautiful men and who the male queen is, there is no way of knowing. Anyway, it is said that Empress Lang is diligent in her work, and this is enough. Dongzhou has a new look, and singing and dancing are flourishing. In the Feilong City Palace, a cute girl was talking to Lang Firen, who was dressed in red palace clothes. A year later, Lang Firen's temperament has changed. She has transformed from the murderous empress of the demon cult before to a noble majesty who empathizes with the world. She was dressed luxuriously and elegantly, with a crown symbolizing supreme power, and a red palace dress embroidered with gold stripes, which made her look majestic and cold. The girl standing in front of her is really a little flower in the mountains. But this little flower didn't shrink from Lang Firen's aura. On the contrary, she said coquettishly like a spoiled child. Your Majesty, I came to see my master. I brought him fresh fruits from Yunlin Mountain. He liked to eat them before. Lang Firen looked at the girl. She smiled slightly and said with a slight headache, Shuiye, you brought fruits to your master, why don't you bring some to me to try? Your Majesty, what can't you eat? Just a few apples. Su Mushui took out a clean and beautiful apple from her storage bag. She said eagerly, Your Majesty, please let me go and see him. I haven't seen Master for a long time, and I miss him. As she spoke, the charming girl began to shed tears. Lang Firen quickly covered her forehead and waved her other hand. Go, I just came yesterday, and now it's been a long time since I last saw you. The long time in your heart is just 1 day, right? Su Mushui shed her tears as soon as she could. She immediately thanked her profusely and praised Lang Firen to the sky. Then, she jumped and ran towards the harem. Lang Firen was left laughing helplessly. The apprentice that Yu Qingling took was indeed not a good person. If he had the same virtue as her master, he would be a master. Su Mushui was like a ball of snow. She rushed into the harem like the wind and arrived at a huge garden with ease. In the center of the garden, there is a rockery, and within the rockery is a man-made hot spring pool. There are spiritual stones buried under the pool, so hot water is always available. Su Mushui came to the rockery and saw a small door there, so she walked over. Before she could open the door, the small door was pushed open by someone inside. Then they saw Long Zuyu, dressed in casual clothes, trembling with laughter as he pulled Huang Shining out. The two fairies had obviously just taken a shower, and their hair was still a little wet. They didn't hold their hair up, just letting it blow in the wind. The two girls looked very good, and Long Zuyu was like a watered peony, exuding an alluring aura. Huang Shining is more like a cup of tea, which is also boiled in boiling water and releases the aroma of tea. Aunt Long, Aunt Huang, have you finished taking a shower? Su Mushui said hello obediently. These two eldest sisters are very senior. If you have a good relationship with them, you will never suffer any loss. The two women behaved in an intimate manner, probably whispering. When they suddenly saw Su Mushui, they were slightly startled, but they both covered their mouths and laughed. Long Zhu said with a smile, "You girl, didn't you just come here yesterday? Why are you here again today? Bathing every day is not good for your skin." Huang Shining also smiled gently, but she didn't say much. Who can resist the washing of a hot spring? I'm here to deliver something. Su Mushui said seriously. Okay, girl, you are the only one with the most clever ideas. Go ahead. Your master is now the best bath master in the bathhouse. Of course, he is the only one in this bathhouse. Long Zuyu took Huang Shining and left slowly. Su Mushui quickly entered through the small door and closed the door. As soon as I entered the rockery, I felt a rush of heat. The apples of her cheeks, which were already somewhat rosy, turned even redder. Su Mushui couldn't help but unbutton her top, exposing her snow-white neck, which would at least make her feel more comfortable. She saw a clear pool of water and heard the sound of hot spring water. A thin figure was kneeling on the ground, wiping the ground with a rag. He was unhurried and clearly dedicated to his work. Yu Qingling, the man who helped Lang Firen improve her cultivation and take control of Dongzhou, did not receive much reward afterwards. He was appointed as the boss of the harem bathhouse, and the only person appointed by the Empress to bathe. But Yu Qingling did not resist, or in other words, he had completely realized that this was his fate. He is right under this rockery, working seriously. Perhaps after devoting himself wholeheartedly to a certain task, he can forget his grievances. Master, your most lovely female disciple is here. Su Mushui ran over excitedly. Yu Qingling stopped what he was doing and turned his head. Before he could speak, Su Mushui's furry head plunged into his arms. Shui, I've told you many times that the ground here is slippery, so be careful. With Yu Qingling's gentle instructions, he patted Su Mushui's back and asked her to stand still. Master, you still treat me like a child. I am in the realm of mountains and rivers. How could I fall? Su Mushui raised her little face proudly, showing off her strength to her master. Yu Qingling was slightly startled, and he laughed to himself. 2. Which of the customers in the bathhouse is not a fairy with advanced cultivation? Master, I brought you apples from Yunlin Mountain. You can try them. I have washed them. Su Mushui came out of his arms, gave him an apple, and looked at him eagerly. Yu Qingling smiled and said, Thank you, but master is working. Let's eat later. Ah, no, you eat it, you eat it. It was specially reserved for you. Your Majesty asked me for it, but I didn't even give it to her. Eat it quickly. Su Mushui urged him enthusiastically. Yu Qingling had no choice but to put down what she was holding, take the apple and eat it slowly. Su Mushui stared at him with bright eyes. Hey, master, even when he is eating, he looks so good. After eating, can you give me a little flush? When Yu Qingling was almost done eating, he threw the apple core into the trash can, then smiled and said, Is there anything else Shui needs? Master. You are very beautiful, really. Su Mushui said with a blushing face. She stretched out her little hand and hooked the corner of Yu Qingling's clothes. The big eyes were blinking, with a look of hope on his face. Well, then, will Master accompany you? How could Yu Qingling not understand what Su Mushui was thinking? It has been a year, no matter which fairy comes in, no matter how the fairies behave, whether they are happy or angry, shy or generous, in the end they just go to the bedroom. Because Yu Qingling can only provide these now. He didn't have anything else. Master, it won't take too long. Don't worry, I won't urge you to use the Jiyang Ji Gang Ju. Su Mushui said firmly. She took Yu Qingling's arm and followed him shyly away from the pool. Coming to the back part of the rockery, there are partitions made of stone. A small bedroom with a huge bed, this is where Yu Qingling usually sleeps. The sheets had obviously been changed recently. It can be seen that Yu Qingling still loves to be clean. There is also a yin-yang bead hanging on the wall. Turning the white bead, Yu Qingling will return to normal. Turning the black bead, Yu Qingling will obey the orders. This was naturally done by Leng Firen to prevent Yu Qingling from violating the woman's will. What Su Mushui said, if you don't activate the Jiang Zigangju, means you won't move the black beads. Because Yu Qingling doesn't like being coerced. Except for Shen Rongrong, who had used this black bead a few times, no one else had ever touched it. Everyone likes Xiao Shanzun, there is no need to force him. The two rested in the bedroom for a while. Su Mushui kept her word, so Yu Qingling was not that resistant to this rebel disciple. She happily hugged Yu Qingling's neck and said sweetly, Master, can I tell you a little secret? Tell me about it. Yu Qingling thought it was a small matter of her daughter's family, so there was no harm in listening to it. The Ziqing Empress of the Four Realms continent is preparing to open the Holy Land of the Ultimate Way. Yu Qingling's numb eyes suddenly cleared. This Empress Ziqing is not an empress like Leng Firen Long Zuyu. Empress Ziqing is talking about cultivation, she is a great emperor in the Saint Realm. This is the most powerful monk in the Four Realms continent and the belief in everyone's heart. In Xijing continent, the great emperor represents invincibility. But because the emperor was too powerful, these strongest people chose to live in the central part of the Four Realms continent in order to avoid destroying the world. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and the great emperors have fallen one by one, leaving no successors. Now, in this central part, there is only the only Ziqing Empress left. The Holy Land of the Ultimate Path is opened, and all aspiring monks from the Four Realms continent will go there. In this Holy Land of the Ultimate Tao, the heroic spirit of the previous great emperor still exists, and there are also great emperors who are waiting for the arrival of the destined person. As long as you are selected by the heroic soul of a certain emperor, you will inherit the corresponding Taoism. From then on, the heir will make rapid progress in cultivation. As long as he does not die suddenly, he can continue to cultivate and become the new emperor. And every time the ultimate Holy Land is opened, it means one thing. The Four Kingdoms continent is about to face a major crisis that occurs once every 100,000 years. This kind of crisis is enough to destroy the entire Four Kingdoms continent. To deal with this crisis, a Saint Emperor realm who can solve the crisis must appear as soon as possible. When the world changes, everyone is responsible. Great crises are accompanied by great opportunities. The monks are eager to try, and the people are in panic all day long. Many people are actually quite fed up with the Holy Land. Every time it is opened, a world-ending crisis will come. However, sensible people know that without the selection of talents in the Holy Land of the Ultimate Realm, it would be impossible to survive the crisis of world destruction. Yu Qingling's thoughts wandered for a long time, but soon he realized that these major world events did not seem to have much to do with him. In other words, he should try to avoid participating in this secret selection. If he was chosen by a certain emperor and passed on the legacy of his previous life to him, it would really be a waste. In the end, he would have to listen to Leng Firen's words. Isn't this a delay? So Yu Qingling just smiled and said lightly, that's good, go ahead. With your talent, you might be selected by a certain previous emperor. Su Mushui shook her head nonchalantly and said with a smile, I'm not going. There are a large number of divine beasts protecting the Holy Land in the Holy Land. It's troublesome just to deal with these beasts. There are also monks from other continents competing with them. It is said that only 1 out of 10 people can return from the Holy Land of the Ultimate Path. Moreover, there are more wolves than meat, and only 10 great emperors can inherit the orthodoxy of the Holy Land. Quote, what are you afraid of? Follow Master Lang and she will protect you. Yu Qingling teased. Su Mushui continued to explain. No, there are still conditions for Empress Ziqing's selection. They can only be those below the Earth cultivation blue sea level. Haha, it's quite a coincidence that it got stuck. Yu Qingling joked that he was not that concerned about this matter, so he got up and took Su Mushui to take a bath. Su Mushui followed him and said patiently, Master, why don't you try for it? Your talent can be said to be the best in 4 realms continent. As long as you enter, you will definitely get the inheritance of the emperor. When the time comes. Quote, how about then? Yu Qingling asked Su Mushui to enter the hot water pool and poured water on her head with a ladle. Puff puff. Su Mushui was like a child, constantly spraying water from her mouth. She quickly wiped her face and said seriously, Master, why don't you believe me? Can my disciple still harm you? Yu Qingling laughed dumbly. Over the past year, these women have been making up their own minds. But they found their own way to please Lang Firen. After all, she is the mistress, the serious master of the Chan slaves. That is to say, Su Mushui still has some small ideas and likes to mess around with her master. He sighed, put down the gourd and ladle, and said with a gentle smile, Your master, I am just a bather. Even if you get the authority of the great emperor, why don't you live in this bathhouse when you come back? If the soul is controlled, even the emperor can't do anything about it. You should take a good bath and don't try to trick your master here again. Quote, Su Mushui grabbed his ankle anxiously, raised her little face, and said seriously, Master, can you at least take some time to relax if you go? Besides, what if there is Empress Qingyu's orthodoxy in the Holy Land of Jita? This Chan new immortal technique was invented by her. What if the solution to it is found in her tomb? The trouble should end it. Quote, Yu Qingling was stunned. He knelt down and looked at Su Mushui deeply. The female disciple also looked at him with a stubborn look on her face. PFF'd. Yu Qingling couldn't help but laugh. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Su Mushui's wet hair. I'll get you a bath towel. Master, are you mad at me? Quote, Su Mushui angrily hit the water surface and splashed water. She dived into the water as if she was angry. If you don't want to live anymore, just hold it in until you die. This master doesn't listen to good people. Yu Qingling came to the dressing room with a calm face and selected a clean bath towel for Su Mushui. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. What Su Mushui said really spoke to his heart. The Jidao Holy Land, to put it harshly, is actually the cemetery where all the great emperors fell. The former empress of Qingyu sect, the mausoleum and the heroic spirit of Empress Qingyu, are in this holy land. If you have a chance. Yu Qingling closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Don't get your hopes up. Yu Qingling quickly reminded herself. Without hope there will be no disappointment. In front of Lang Firen, there must be no hope at all, otherwise, this hope will be used as bait by her, and she will play with it arbitrarily. But, things in the world are afraid of the word, but. He paid attention secretly and made various preparations in his heart. After Su Mushui put on her clothes, she looked at Yu Qingling eagerly. Master, are you really not going? If you can persuade Lang Firen, I have nothing to say. Yu Qingling started to clean up the ground again. He took a brush and brushed it in an orderly manner. Su Mushui pursed her lips and smiled. She made an okay gesture and smiled brightly. Master, do you remember how you taught me this gesture? You said that this gesture means there is nothing wrong with it at all. Quote. She left the bathhouse briskly, leaving Yu Qingling to reminisce about the past. Oh, I was actually a time traveler before. The past few years have been rough and turbulent, and I have almost forgotten all about my life experience. As a time traveler, how could he be willing to be a bath master? Yu Qingling looked at the brush in her hand, suddenly stood up, and threw the brush to the ground with a cold expression. Today, there's a strike. The news of the opening of the Jidao Holy Land spread very quickly. When Lang Firen knew about it, she was just Su Mushui's back and forth. When Su Mushui came out of the rockery, a palace maid found her and asked her to go to the imperial study room. Su Mushui smiled secretly in her heart, it was nothing else. She thought over her words in her mind. thinking about what she could say to get everyone to cooperate with her. Not long after, Su Mushui came to the imperial study room where she had been before. I saw several people already sitting in the room. Long Zuyu and Huang Xining are sitting in a very upright posture, but their hair has not been tied up yet. Freshly washed hair cannot be combed directly, which is not good for the hair quality, so it is draped behind the shoulders to show a certain charm. But beside them sat a young woman with her hair in a bun. She wore her married woman's hair in a bun, all the hair on her small face was wiped away, and she applied a light layer of gouache. The upturned face is a must for brides. She was wearing a long cyan dress with raindrops on the tail, indicating her previous identity. Lin Qingyu, the former Yao Palace saint, is now married. With a calm look on her face, she just sat on the chair, looked at Su Mushui, and nodded expressionlessly. After Lang Firen saw Su Mushui come in, she sat on the couch, holding a dossier in her hand and said with a smile, "Shuiye, you came at the right time. Zhongzhou sent an invitation, hoping that Dongzhou can send suitable monks to go there. The Jidao Holy Land conducts the selection of the Great Emperor's Taoism. Please read the content first, Rongrong and the others will be here soon." Quote. Su Mushui took the file and looked at it pretendingly. After a while, I heard the laughter and conversation of 3 girls outside. "Rongrong, you are very majestic now. You torment Beizhou's sects every day and you are not afraid of their revenge on you." Huang Lixing, dressed in white, said jokingly. She saw Shen Rongrong, wearing a tight-fitting black dress, walking in with high spirits. She smiled domineeringly and said, "Are you kidding me? I am the leader of the Qingyu sect now. Who dares to mess with me? How does it look like you? I asked you to be the leader of Lingjing sect, but you refused to do so." Quote. Within 1 year, Shen Rongrong unleashed her nature as a demon witch. After finally getting what he wanted, the knot in his heart was opened and there was no longer any obstacle. She is like a flying arrow, moving forward bravely. Behind them is Long Qilin in light yellow clothes. Her expression is indifferent, neither happy nor sad. After the 3 girls came in, they saluted Lang Firen together. Lang Firen looked at the 3 rising stars in Dongzhou with a very happy face. Only with new strength can Dongzhou be peaceful and worry-free. Shen Rongrong is now the head of Qingyu sect. According to the seating arrangement, she should sit next to Huang Xining. Lin Qingyu also left a place for her. But she strode over and suddenly saw Lin Qingyu dressed as a little woman, and her domineering and pretty face immediately became filled with disgust. She didn't even sit down, but sneered directly, "Hey, who is this? Whose new wife is she? Have you met her yet?" He turned his head and opened his face in a hurry, but he was not ashamed. Quote. Shen Rongrong and Lin Qingyu quarreled almost as soon as they met. For this reason, Lang Firen felt a huge headache. Well now, these 2 are about to bicker again. Lang Firen shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Qilin, coax them, you are the only one who can adjust them now." Long Qilin is now the head of Yao Palace. She founded a sect at the old site of Yao Palace and practices the techniques left by Yao Palace. Her status is not low. Maybe it's because Yao Gong is ruthless and forgets her desires, so she doesn't speak much now. After hearing Lang Firen's instructions, she walked over calmly and sat directly next to them, hugging one of them. "Don't hug me, I won't be nice to you." Shen Rongrong refused Long Qilin, and she became angry when she looked at Lin Qingyu. Not only is this little fool pretty, but she also gets to see Yu Qingling every day. What made her even more angry was that while everyone was working hard outside, she pretended to be a good wife and mother in the palace every day. "Why do you dress up like this to show off your identity as the girl with whom you were married?" Lin Qingyu was neither impatient. She said calmly, "Sister Rongrong, don't be impatient. Who did you call sister? Which of us had sex with him first?" Shen Rongrong heard this and immediately exploded with anger. Long Qilin continued to hold her down quietly and asked her to sit down. Long Zuyu said with a smile, Rong, calm down, don't keep arguing with Qingyu. Qingyu is also very busy in the palace. Besides, your master is watching now." Quote. Long Zuyu, who was 1.8 meters tall, looked gentle and calm at this time, and he could be described as a lotus flower with Huang Xining next to him. She said so. Shen Rongrong could only say angrily, Aunt Long, you have said so, then I will give her some face. Everyone held their foreheads helplessly. Over the past year, the girls got along well with each other, and everyone found that being around Lang Firen was beneficial. Only Lin Qingyu and Shen Rongrong could not solve the problem of Liang Zi before. But others have become accustomed to it. After the girls sat down, Lang Firen explained the matter. She looked at the girls in the room and said in a relaxed tone, "Have you read all the files? If you have anything to say, please speak freely." Naturally, Long Zuyu and Huang Shining cannot speak. They are now retired. They only need to fall in love, take a bath and enjoy life in the palace. Shen Rongrong said with some embarrassment, "Master, there are too many things going on in the Qingyu sect now. Qin Yingzong, the crown prince of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom who sent assassins to kill Qilin, and his wife Han Bingqing, relying on the protection of the White Jade sect, kept following us. Yell, I'm planning to take care of them." Huang Lixing shrank his neck and said in a low voice, "The Holy Land of the Ultimate Tao. The divine beasts inside. Your Majesty, I am too timid to go, as my mother can testify." Lang Firen naturally knew that Huang Lixing was timid. This girl didn't even dare to go to the secret realm of earthly cultivation, let alone the Holy Land of the Ultimate Tao. She glanced at Huang Shining helplessly. The latter smiled fondly and said softly, "If she can't hold up the wall with mud, don't rely on her. Protect her for the rest of your life." Lang Firen complained angrily. Then, she looked at Long Qilin with hope. Long Qilin remained silent for a long time, and finally started to hesitate. "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" Lang Firen asked curiously. "What's the reason for this one?" "I don't have enough pants," Long Qilin said with a blushing face and lowered her head. PFF'd. Shen Rongrong couldn't help laughing, and then she was focused on by everyone's contemptuous eyes. Shen Rongrong had no choice but to raise his hands and hold back his laughter and said, I was wrong, Qilin, I didn't mean anything else, I just thought of something funny. Go out, I know how to bully my sisters every day." Quote. Lang Firen scolded with her eyes closed. Shen Rongrong shrugged and went out to stand. Lang Firen glanced at Long Zuyu, hoping she would say something. Long Zuyu spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "Fei Ran, I told you, if she can take on the trouble, can I give up the throne to you? Oh my god, I just said there was someone to succeed you." Lang Firen covered her forehead and rubbed her temples irritably. "Xin Ning, come on, I have a headache." Huang Shining sat over with a smile and gently rubbed her head. Lang Firen finally turned her eyes to Lin Qingyu. She asked with her last hope, "Qingyu, what about you?" Lin Qingyu raised his head, smiled bravely and confidently and said, "There is no shirking the responsibility. Qingyu. You are my good boy." Lang Firen was so moved that she wanted to shed tears. If not to say that Lin Qingyu was Yu Qingling's previous crush, look at his righteousness. If something really happens, you have to rely on Lin Qingyu. Everyone looked at Lin Qingyu with respect. It is not easy to find a monk who is not afraid of hardships these days. "Your Majesty, I have an idea." Su Mushui raised her hands and said. "Then tell me, Shui, let's hear what the head of Yunlin Mountain has to say." Lang Firen said with a smile. "Speaking of which, a leader of Yunlin Mountain is taking a bath under the rockery." Long Zuyu couldn't help but joke. The girls couldn't help laughing, but after laughing, everyone's face turned red. Maybe he remembered something happy but hard to explain clearly. "Your Majesty, let me tell you. I think my master can go," Su Mushui said confidently. Quote. Everyone in the room was speechless. "You girl, you don't know how to open the pot, right? Where did you ask Yu Qingling to go? Does he need to practice? He just had to get the logistics right. Then tell me your reasons." Lang Firen was a little impatient. She thought Su Mushui would recommend an expert. As a result, he said nonsense. Su Mushui said plausibly, "First, my master has no problem with his strength. This is very important. At least there will be no danger if he goes with Sister Lin. Second, master has no greed and will not lose his life for treasures. Third, I just went to see master. He looked very decadent and needed to go for a walk." Quote. After Su Mushui finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. Yu Qingling is the important link that maintains the female cultivators in this house. After struggling for so long, it is finally stable. It's okay to talk about romance when mentioning him, but it's best not to talk about freedom, otherwise the women in this room will start fighting. But Lin Qingyu seemed to have enlightened. She said softly, I agree, we all see the performance of the Immortal Lord this year, he is absolutely loyal to His Majesty. This time he will go out for no more than 10 days. In 10 days, give him a holiday and take it easy. Quote. That's right, indeed, Qingling still listens to your words. Long Zuyu said it fairly. While massaging Lang Firen, Huang Xining whispered in her ear, Mother, you are already in the Xuanji realm. Even if you let him regain his strength, he will not be your opponent. Although a caged bird is nice, it still needs a walk. Quote. Lang Firen pursed her red lips, a little unhappy. But after hearing everyone's advice, she said lukewarmly, then, Li Xing, go and call him. Okay. Huang Lixing excitedly called Yu Qingling. Shen Rongrong outside the door raised his head and shouted, Master, I don't agree to let him out. Of course, if he insists on going out, then I will perform the mission with him. What's the matter with you? I didn't see you being so proactive just now. Go cool down. Quote. Lang Firen had no time to talk to Shen Rongrong and said angrily. Oh, Shen Rongrong stood obediently and continued to stand. She felt resentful. You shouldn't have laughed just now. Really, this Long Keelan knows how to tell jokes. Why don't you just say you peed your pants? Of course, when you say you peed your pants, I still have to laugh. After a while, Huang Lixing was seen pulling Yu Qingling over with an indifferent expression. Huang Lixing kept chatting with Yu Qingling. Junior brother, have you missed me recently? Junior brother, should I go? The Holy Land of the Holy Land is so dangerous. Please don't go, okay? Junior brother, do you want me to accompany you? When Shen Rongrong saw Yu Qingling, he didn't care about standing still. He immediately jumped over and blocked him at the door of the room, like a delinquent girl blocking the gentle elementary school student. Yu Qingling was lowering her head and thinking about how to deal with it. Suddenly he felt a black figure in front of him. He was startled, thinking that a black cat had jumped over from somewhere. He suddenly looked up and found that it was Shen Rongrong. He said hello with a sigh of relief. Hello, Master Shen. Long time no see. Shen Rongrong hugged his shoulders, walked around him, looked up and down, and then patted his butt arrogantly. Then he asked with a proud look on his face. You know how to say hello, why don't you spit on me? This set of slightly greasy movements made Huang Lixing's jaw drop in shock. Rongrong you. What's the difference between you and a man going to Gulan Courtyard? Aren't you teasing a good boy? Yu Qingling took a deep breath and held back the anger in her heart. This devil saint is quite vindictive. Shen Rongrong knew something was going on today, so she didn't bother too much and just came over. Little Immortal Lord, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will let you drink water. Yu Qingling was speechless. Without a quantifier, the properties are completely different. Master Shen, I was angry at that time. He hoped to ease the relationship. It's okay, I didn't say it in anger, I really made you drink water. Shen Rongrong pinched his arm triumphantly and looked at the door. Go, Myoli, stay with me for a while. Oh, okay. Huang Lixing still wanted to go in with Yu Qingling. But she didn't have to be depressed. After a while, everyone inside came out. Lang Firen and Yu Qingling were the only ones left in the room. At this time, this pair of former masters and apprentices, later mortal enemies, and now masters and slaves, are finally facing each other tit for tat. Yu Qingling couldn't remember how many times she and Lang Firen had faced each other face to face. Every time after such a confrontation, he would lose completely. Without exception. But, what about this time? He calmed himself down. Lose 10,000 times and the result will be nothing more than this. As long as he wins once, he can get out of his current predicament. Lang Firen sat on the couch, playing with the file in her hand, looking at Yu Qingling with a wicked smile, and said softly, Ling what are you thinking about? Yu Qingling lowered her eyes and said expressionlessly, Why did your majesty say this? How dare I play tricks in front of your majesty? Oh, then Shui went to your place and strongly recommended you to go to the Jadao Holy Land. Do you dare to say that she was not bewitched by you? Lang Firen put down the file and stood up slowly. Without saying anything, she pointed at the ground. Yu Qingling fell to her knees as if her muscles were weak. She has mastered the use of Mingyu chapter. Yu Qingling just knelt on the ground, or rather sat on her knees. He had a helpless smile on his face, almost apologetic, and said, "Your Majesty, look at me like this, how dare I deceive others? If you don't believe me, you can check my memory. Do you think what I said at that time? Domesticated animals have certain signature actions to please their owners. The same is true for Yu Qingling. Once he shows this apologetic expression, it shows that he has given in." But Lang Firen would rarely let him go because of his apologetic smile. This is not to say that she continues to be angry, but mainly because Yu Qingling's apologetic smile is too tempting. Like a cold, snow-white kitten, deliberately showing its belly to show kindness. Everyone can't help but rua after rua. Lang Firen saw his flattering smile, and even though they had been together for a year, her heartbeat still skipped a beat. She bent down and stared at Yu Qingling with her phoenix eyes. "You still want to enchant me, don't you? My little immortal, you are no longer your bath master now, but a succubus, right?" "It's true. I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, just investigate the memory of the soul." Yu Qingling smiled bitterly. Lang Firen looked at him suspiciously, still not believing it. She used Chanu's memory and heard Yu Qingling's words. Yu Qingling lowered her head and said nothing, but her heart was agitated. The memory in this soul can only explain one's actions and words at that time, but cannot record one's thoughts. His insincerity will not be discovered. Moreover, the soul is just a kind of memory, and what Su Mushui said cannot be queried. When he lowered his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but then he raised his head, his eyes becoming obedient and obedient. "You have given up." Lang Firen's doubts were dispelled a lot, and she was slightly relieved, but looking at Yu Qingling's expression, she felt that he must have something on his mind. Lang Firen never believed that Yu Qingling had given in. This traitor had a reluctance to accept his fate in his bones. Even though he had been completely manipulated now, she still felt uneasy. He will never give up. This is the charm of Yu Qingling. Lang Firen suddenly had the urge to see what he was going to do. She didn't believe it. She would never be able to conquer this young man. Impossible. She is the Empress of Dongzhou, and everyone must surrender to her. Yu Qingling, although I can't guess what you are thinking, you must be holding back some bad energy. But it doesn't matter. I am now in the Tianshou Xuanji realm, and even if you are in the Tai realm, you can't run very far. I really want to see what tricks you are trying to play." Quote. Lang Firen said proudly. Yu Qingling's heart beat rapidly, but his face remained calm. He still said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you really misunderstood. I don't even know what to do." Lang Firen, I ask you to go to the Holy Land of the Ultimate Path, will you go? Yu Qingling quickly declined. No, 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 where should I go and what should I do? I'll just stay under the rockery. Are you sure you don't want to go? Lang Firen raised an eyebrow and asked. Yu Qingling hesitated, and finally said slowly, I still listen to your Majesty. Has the secret been revealed? Do you think that if you go to the Holy Land of the Holy Land, you can obtain the inheritance of the great Emperor? But so what? The soul is controlled by me. Even if you become the Emperor, you are just my slave. But it doesn't matter, I'll let you relax this time. The Jadao Holy Land won't let me in, so I'll guard it outside and see what tricks you can come up with. Quote. Lang Firen grabbed his hair and pulled it lightly. Yu Qingling tilted her head, followed the strength of her hand, and said meekly, It is naturally best if your Majesty is with you. Don't be complacent, little Chanu. I'll tell you in advance that you only need to go out once. Regardless of whether you have any merit or not, I will take care of you when you come back. Given this premise, will you still go? Lang Firen asked him playfully. How to clean it up? Yu Qingling asked seductively with blurred eyes. Hold on for the last time. Hold on, he encouraged himself in his heart. Haha, you want to experience it, don't you? Lang Firen couldn't help but smile when she saw that he actually began to explore his ability to charm all living beings for this task. Once upon a time, Yu Qingling scorned this ability. But now, he only has this innate condition left to use. This immortal master has enlightened and knows how to use his natural beauty to seduce people. Lang Firen felt very happy. No matter what your plan is, but for your plan, you have to serve me well. She put her face next to Yu Qingling's ear and said softly, I, Lang Firen, don't like wasting things the most in my life. I always eat every grain of rice in the bowl. When Yu Qingling heard this, her whole body began to tremble. This word, this is too. Lang Firen waved her hand and the door was opened, and she saw everyone looking inside curiously. Lang Firen said with a faint smile, our little immortal said that before he went on a mission, he wanted to maintain relationships with everyone. Those who want to cooperate should line up later. This time I went to the Holy Land of the Ultimate Tao, not so much to practice, but to get angry. Lang Firen also competed with Yu Qingling. She wanted to see what tricks this traitor, who had been completely controlled, could play. Therefore, she asked Long Zuyu to act as the agent of the government, and everyone performed their duties. She personally accompanied Yu Qingling and Lin Qingyu to the Jadao Holy Land. The three of them have now arrived at Luoxi City, the westernmost city in Dongzhou. When the city lord knew that the Empress was coming, he was so frightened that he wished he could tear off his head and use it as a wine glass for Lang Firen. But Lang Firen refused the warm reception, they were just passing by. The teleportation array can only reach here. There is no teleportation array in the Jadao Holy Land. Flying 1,000 miles west from Luoxi City, you will reach Zhongzhou, where the great emperors rest and recuperate. Yu Qingling now changed into white clothes, her smooth black hair was wrapped in a white scarf, and she did not wear a hairpin. His cultivation is no longer restricted and he can naturally fly in the air. His white clothes were fluttering, and he had an immortal look. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his turban fluttered behind his head, making him look like an immortal. Lang Firen could definitely fly faster than him, but she deliberately landed behind Yu Qingling, looking at his figure with fascination and greed in her beautiful eyes. You traitor, you still dare to be so showy, right? Do you think you are a white butterfly? Her heart was surging, and she wished she could rush over and shoot Yu Qingling down, and execute him on the spot in this deserted place. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Perhaps sensing Lang Firen's breathing, Lin Qingyu beside her asked curiously. We are almost reaching the border of Central Continent, will something happen to the Empress? It's okay, I just didn't mention it in one breath. Lang Firen randomly found a reason. She then looked at Lin Qingyu with a hopeful look on her face. Qingyu, do you want to take a rest? Let's find a waterfall and play in the water. We finally came out, why don't you relax? Lin Qingyu asked blankly, have a rest. We are going to a place soon, and there is no scenery here. So you need to take a rest. Look at his back, don't you want to take a rest? Lang Firen was eager to try. Yu Qingling, who was flying in front, noticed that the speed of the two behind him was slower, so he also reduced his speed, turned around and asked, Your Majesty, why don't you leave? Qingling, I'm tired and need your service. Lang Firen said simply. Yu Qingling and Lin Qingyu looked at each other, not understanding what they were doing. Will a monk in the heavenly cultivation realm get tired after flying less than 1,000 miles? Then Lin Qingyu is in the earth cultivation realm, why doesn't she feel tired? Go down and take a rest. It's coming soon anyway, so there's no rush. Lang Firen pulled Lin Qingyu, then came to hold Yu Qingling, and just found a place to land. Here are the barren mountains, ancient forests and deep forests, which is a good place to rest. Lang Firen didn't give the two a chance to ask, she directly pulled out a picture of a beautiful woman. There was nothing on it. Qingling, take us in. How about taking a rest like this? Yu Qingling didn't know where she had made the wrong move again. Didn't she just finish lining up in Chengdu to learn from Yuan? Why did it start again? But for the sake of his goal, he had to compromise. After all this trouble, when they arrived outside the Jadao Holy Land, they found that it was already too late. Representatives from other continents are already in place, perhaps because of bad relations, so they all stand far away. Coming from Beizhou was Han Bingji, the crown prince of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom, and there were many disciples from the Beizhou sect gathered around her. Yu Qingling also saw Shui Nuowan, who was outside the secret realm of shadow. Han Bingji is extremely beautiful and has a distinguished status. She is also very arrogant and gives orders among the disciples. But when she saw Lang Firen, She froze in place, completely petrified, and did not dare to move. You, Dongzhou, are so ignorant of martial ethics, why did you invite the Empress here? Fortunately, Lang Firen had no time to talk to them at this time. Her eyes were as charming as silk, and she followed Yu Qingling with a faint smile on her beautiful and fragrant face. It can be seen that she is very satisfied. Qingling, look, it's Shizhou and Dongzhou. Lang Firen pulled Yu Qingling's sleeve and pointed to the two teams in the distance in a calm tone. Yu Qingling looked along her thin fingers and saw these two mysterious people from mainland China. Shizhou is known as the land of monsters. There are not many human monks, most of them are monsters. Demon Emperor Guo Feng, who has ascended to the heavenly cultivator realm, is only one step away from being a saint. He can be said to be the strongest combat power in Shizhou. If a continent wants to be at peace, it must have a super powerful monarch who can shock all the heroes. Guo Feng unified Shizhou early. During his tenure, he paid light taxes and had no disputes with the people. He also had little contact with the outside world, so there was naturally no war or trouble. In this way, Shizhou becomes the most peaceful continent. The complete opposite of Shizhou is Nanzhou. Nanzhou is known as the Kingdom of Stars. The leader of the country, Bai Haoshan, is in the Tianshou Xuanji realm and is already quite powerful. Nanzhou is a country of islands. Bai Haoshan lives on the Imperial Island and is supposed to control other islands. However, most of the monks in Nanzhou are from the Dragon clan, and Bai Haotong, Bai Haoshan's imperial brother, is also from the Xuanji realm, and the major princes are also equally powerful, so the Zongxing kingdom is quite likely to be torn apart. Fortunately, there is a dragon monk named Di Junction on the Emperor Island. This person's cultivation has reached the realm of human king, and he is only one step away from the emperor. Di Junction served as the Imperial Island's national advisor, single-handedly suppressing the ambitions of each island. This way Nanzhou will not fall into war. But there are constant small frictions. Dragons like to fight in their blood. Not only do they fight among themselves, they also like to conflict with the outside world. He especially likes to fight against the nearby 10,000 monsters kingdom of Shizhou. The leader of the team this time is a petite and cute girl. She is Bai Haoshan's eldest daughter, named Bai Ying. Although she looked like a relative, she was staring at the representative of the 10,000 monster kingdom with two big eyes. There stood a girl in black at the 10,000 monster kingdom's camp. She is tall and slender, with a curvy front and back. Although her skin is slightly dark, she has a sense of beauty and a hot flavor. It is a kind of irritable beauty with metallic noise, which makes people's blood boil at the first sight. Of course, it is not the boiling of animal blood. It is a kind of high temperature, the scorching heat of the sun, and the hot blood is flowing under the bronze skin. A genius girl from the demon tribe, the cat demon He Miao, from the land of the Yangtze River. I heard that she and Dragon Girl Bai Ying are mortal enemies, and they want to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Quote. Lin Qingyu found that Yu Qingling was observing the situation at the scene, so she explained casually. Yu Qingling smiled slightly, just like you and Rongrong. Lin Qingyu was stunned and said with disdain, Shen Rongrong is worthy. Can I give her one hand? Qingyu, don't speak ill of Rongrong behind your back. Lang Firen warned lightly. Lin Qingyu sighed helplessly, and she respectfully saluted Lang Firen, I obey. Lang Firen glanced at her with satisfaction. To be honest, Lin Qingyu was really a good boy from other people's families. How could those cold-hearted women in Yao Palace cultivate such a beautiful girl? She put her thoughts back and joked to Yu Qingling, Linger, look at the representatives from all continents. There are so many people, but only 2 from our continent are here. Isn't it a bit weak? Yu Qingling was still observing the situation carefully, and he replied softly, there are many people from all continents, but they are probably not of the same mind. I don't believe that the crown princess of Beizhou can let the major sects under her live in harmony. Do you really want to go in? Lang Firen asked with raised eyebrows. Yu Qingling nodded solemnly, yes. Haha, okay, then I will adjust your cultivation to the earth cultivation Blue Sea realm. No matter what gains you find inside, you will be punished when you come out. Remember. Lang Firen looked at him proudly. Yu Qingling bit her lip and said stubbornly, okay. Lin Qingyu looked at him worriedly and wanted to open his mouth to plead. Lang Firen raised her hand to signal her to stop talking. They are in a critical period of competition. Lang Firen wanted to see what this kid was going to do. In fact, Yu Qingling was also gambling. Just like landlords, the opponent already has 2 kings, 4 twos, and a string of bombs. He only has 333, 455, 666, 88, 999, 10 JKKA in his hand. But even so, he still has to gamble. If you lose the bet, you will just have to wait in line. If he wins the bet, he will be completely free. While the two were having a conversation, they saw a mist rising in the distance. The monks from the 4 continents temporarily put away their prying eyes and looked at the fog. The fog is getting higher and bigger. Even if you are very far away from the center, you can still feel the spreading speed of this mist. The fog covered the sky and blocked the sun, but it did not dissipate. Gradually it condensed into a blurry shadow. Then, a voice containing powerful imperial power came slowly. The monks who come to participate in the Holy Land of the Ultimate Path can fly into the mist. The trial is about to begin. Hoo ho ho. Boom boom boom. Everyone felt like there was thunder in their ears, and the thunder was so loud that they felt like vomiting. Yu Qingling was extremely uncomfortable at this time. Facing the overwhelming power of the Emperor, his cultivation level had not yet opened up. His vision turned black, his throat felt sweet, and he was about to faint. At this moment, his ears were suddenly covered by a pair of cold hands. Then, a warm spiritual energy poured into his body. Stabilized the chaotic pressure. After calming down, Yu Qingling smelled the familiar aroma. He saw Lang Firen behind him, hugging him tightly and plugging his ears thoughtfully. She also whispered to him, "Don't be afraid, Chanu, my sister loves you." Boom boom boom. Come in quickly. Come in quickly. Quote. Waves of overwhelming imperial power, like continuous huge waves, rushed towards the face, shaking everyone present to pieces. Empress Ziqing is using this method to select those monks who can withstand the pressure. If you can't even withstand this power, then don't enter the Holy Land of the Ultimate Tao. Entering there will also lead to death. Lin Qingyu frowned. She endured the chaotic energy flow in her body and reached out to hold Yu Qingling. Let's go quickly. I guess she won't be able to get in after Empress Ziqing finishes speaking. Lang Firen was now in the Xuanji realm. Her eyes were cold and she stared at the mist giant who stood tall and strong, feeling secretly angry in her heart. In the future, she will also become a saint and rule the world like this. Yu Qingling's cultivation level had been adjusted at this time. He turned around and said quickly to Lang Firen, "Your Majesty, let's go then." "Be careful, I'll wait for you outside." Lang Firen nodded in response. Yu Qingling didn't want to say anything. He held hands with Lin Qingyu and stood up together to fly towards the mist. Under the imperial power, the closer you get to the mist, the more you can feel the howling wind. Yu Qingling was unable to open his eyes due to the strong wind. He held on to Lin Qingyu for fear that they would be separated. Under the strong wind, the two of them finally passed through the fog, and then a strong suction force pulled them downwards. Ouch! Lin Qingyu fell heavily to the ground, and Yu Qingling also fell down. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary fall. Both of them were masters of the earth cultivation realm. With this strength, their bodies would not be injured. Yu Qingling stood up quickly and pulled Lin Qingyu up. The two looked around and found that this was a forest with no movement at all. No one is disturbing and there is no danger. Giggle. Lin Qingyu couldn't help laughing. That expression was quite as free and unrestrained as surviving a disaster. Yu Qingling also laughed with her. After the two of them laughed face to face for a long time, Lin Qingyu came over gently, hugged his neck, and said softly, "Immortal Lord, you are free now." "Why?" Yu Qingling smiled bitterly and sighed. "The one who knows me is Lin Qingyu." After this year, no matter how Yu Qingling pretended to be submissive, Lin Qingyu could still feel the unyielding feeling in his heart. It's just that Lang Firen's control is too strong. There was no room for them to show off at all. Now that she has arrived at the secret realm of Central Continent, Yu Qingling can rest for at least a few days. Yu Qingling patted Lin Qingyu's thin back and said gratefully, "Qingyu, thank you." "Thank you for what?" Lin Qingyu looked at him face to face, with a hint of blush on her pretty face. She is still not used to talking about love with Yu Qingling, and she will blush whenever she is ambiguous. Yu Qingling raised her hand to smooth her broken hair from her temples, smiling and saying nothing. Among the girls, Lin Qingyu was the one who could turn her head and face for him. This was a sign of respect and meant that she would marry Yu Qingling completely and have no regrets in her life. For this alone, Yu Qingling was very grateful. The two of them were not in a hurry to find the emperor to inherit. They sat quietly in the dense forest, relying on each other and speaking softly. No flying here. After being gentle, Yu Qingling analyzed the environment more rationally. Ever since they came in, their cultivation had been severely blocked. Apparently, Empress Ziqing wanted them to measure the Jita Holy Land with their feet. Immortal Lord, what do you want to do? Lin Qingyu leaned on his chest and said with respect. Whatever Yu Qingling wanted to do or not do, she fully cooperated. A total of 2 people from Dongzhou came in. This is just to deal with the errands, don't have such high expectations. Go and have a look. No matter what, you won't lose anything if you go and take a look. Yu Qingling was thinking about Su Mushui's words in her mind. Now that the final step has been taken, is he really not tempted? You know, he paid a lot of dignity to come here. The happiness of having no initiative is not so easy to enjoy. The storage bag can still be used. This is my Muyu sword, your water eye sword, and, by the way, the bead you want. Lin Qingyu is now Yu Qingling's guardian, and she has the right to come in with a storage bag. Naturally, Yu Qingling couldn't bring anything with her. A man has to control his wallet. While talking, Lin Qingyu gave him the equipment. Yu Qingling put the water eye sword on her back and took the water dragon pearl. As for the sword spirit Huang Xinyan, it is now Huang Lixing's sword. As soon as he got the water dragon ball, the sound of the water dragon's wails sounded in his ears. My master, what have you been doing this year? If the master-servant contract hadn't been there, I would have thought you were dead. When Yu Qingling heard the familiar voice, he was filled with emotion and responded leisurely. Dead but not dead. Your master, I have opened a bathhouse, and I have been taking baths for the eldest daughter and the younger daughter-in-law this year. Quote. Oh, a female bathhouse. Master, you are so promising and far-sighted. Why didn't I think of this method? Can you take advantage? Shui Longzhu wanted to die with envy. It has been sitting in the storage bag all year, and nothing can be seen. It's better to be a master and give a woman a bath. Doesn't this take off every day? Yu Qingling smiled bitterly. Cheap. They don't pay. It doesn't matter whether you have money or not. The main thing is to practice skills. Master, how many can you win? Shui Longzhu started to act obscene again. Why? I don't want to mention the sad past. Yu Qingling stuffed the water dragon beads into his pocket and said to Lin Qingyu, let's go. Good. This forest is not big. Not long after walking, Yu Qingling heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Lin Qingyu listened attentively, and then she used the secret method of Yao Palace to feel the cultivation level of the other party not far away. They are 3 women, all from the Earth Slender River realm. Among the team of monks from the 4 realms continent are female monks from the Chang realm, namely the cat girl He Miao, the dragon girl Bai Ying, and the fire phoenix kingdom's crown princess Han Bingqing. Yu Qingling analyzed it carefully. Did the leading female cultivators from these 3 continents just happen to get together and start fighting? Lin Qingyu. Where there's fighting, there's treasures. Do you want to go and have a look? Yu Qingling pondered for a moment. He didn't really want to go over and join in the fun. But there are currently no other clues. He took Lin Qingyu's hand and said, let's meet them. The 2 immediately rushed over. On a piece of grass, I saw 2 figures, one black and one white, fighting fiercely with weapons. He Miao is tall and tall. She carries a one-handed broadsword and swings it easily. And the petite dragon girl Bai Ying, holding a short dagger in her hand, was just fighting with the opponent. Even though the size and length of the weapons are quite different, their strength is the same and they are not inferior. Outside the circle, the crown princess Han Bingqing, who liked to roll her eyes, was sitting on a brocade cloth. She was quite leisurely and elegant. She was carefully making tea and didn't care at all about the fighting around her. Yu Qingling would not rush over to start a fight. He came to Han Bingqing politely and said in a neither humble nor condescending manner, see the crown princess. From Dongzhou, Han Bingqing didn't even bother to raise her eyelids. She was playing with the charcoal with a small clip. Yes, Lang Firen's disciple. Ah, that's right. Haha, your Qingyu sect is fighting with our Beijo like that. What are your intentions in coming here to see me now? Han Bingqing raised her head and glanced at Yu Qingling with disdain. But then, she was stunned and couldn't look away. Is this a disciple of Qingyu sect? Isn't this the little immortal from Yunlin Mountain who knelt on the ground and helped Lang Firen put on her shoes a year ago? Yu Qingling didn't notice her daze, and said calmly, since we have come to the Holy Land of the Holy Land, why bother talking about things outside? It's better to work together, find opportunities, and inherit the Emperor's legacy. Quote. After hearing this, Han Bingqing finally looked away, and she absent-mindedly tinkered with the tea set in front of her. Yu Qingling was not in a hurry and just waited. There was the sound of fighting in their ears, and they heard the sound of making tea. Cooperation is not impossible, but I have a condition. Han Bingqing raised her head again. She looked at the silent Lin Qingyu and said calmly, I will cooperate with her, not you. Yu Qingling was stunned. What does this mean? Han Bingqing then explained. I am the crown princess, the concubine of His Highness Qin Yingzong of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom, so I cannot cooperate with men. That's right. Yu Qingling didn't think much about it. Working with Lin Qingyu, the result was the same. But then, Han Bingqing's actions left him speechless. She said to Lin Qingyu, girl, please come sit here with me. This young man, please stop sitting down. Quote. Yu Qingling laughed dumbly. The princess was a womanly woman and wouldn't let her get close to her. He wasn't angry either. No matter what, it's better than those women who start thinking about how to have love when they see him. Lin Qingyu sat down helplessly, and Han Bingqing poured her a cup of tea. Then, she turned to the two female monks who were fighting and shouted, two noble men, please have a cup of tea to quench your thirst. Coming, He Miao took back the sword and walked over gracefully. It seemed like it wasn't a fight just now, it was just playing. Not to be outdone, Bai Ying rushed over neatly, sat on the brocade cloth, and began to drink tea elegantly. After the four girls sat down, Yu Qingling stood quietly beside them. Everyone began to introduce themselves, and Yu Qingling didn't hide anything and just said her name. Immortal Yunlin, if you don't advance in cultivation, will you retreat? Bai Ying glanced at him curiously and asked doubtfully. It's hard to say. Yu Qingling smiled slightly and didn't want to explain. When they saw this, they didn't ask any further questions. This kind of cultivation issue is already a core secret. He Miao drank tea and looked at the gray sky in the secret realm. She said in a very magnetic voice, I said 3 people, and this mortal enemy. How long have we been here? Quote, 2 hours, I'm remembering it here. Han Bingqing pointed to an hourglass on the side. He Miao said nonchalantly, it's been 2 hours and I haven't seen anyone else yet. What's going on with your team? Lin Qingyu said calmly, there are only 2 of us in Dongzhou. At that time, Empress Ziqing's imperial power was so great that many of our disciples had no chance to come in. As for how many of them came in and where they ended up, I don't know. When Bai Ying was not fighting, she was really a lady to the extreme. He also speaks in a gentle and polite manner. Han Bingqing. Same. He Miao stood up slowly. She raised her face, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said with lingering meaning, the west smells of blood, and it is very strong. There were only 3 of us just now, and now there are 5. Do you dare to go? Are you a cat demon or a dog demon? Bai Ying put down her teacup and mocked. As long as it's not a worm, that's fine, let's go. He Miao stood up nonchalantly. She looked at Yu Qingling curiously, her big eyes rolling around. But in the end no words were spoken. The 5 of them went on the road together, and Lin Qingyu still followed Yu Qingling. It was obvious that there was no trust in this temporary team. But because of the lack of trust, Bai Ying and He Miao did not dare to continue fighting. Han Bingqing seems to be very repulsive to Yu Qingling. She is not afraid of danger and walks at the front of the team. The second one was Bai Ying. She was playing with the dagger along the way, her little face eager to try. Dragons are warlike and bloodthirsty, and it looks like she is planning to cause a scene later. Lin Qingyu and Yu Qingling walked side by side, with He Miao following behind them. After walking about 2 miles, we came to the foot of a mountain. I saw broken bodies scattered on the ground. Some had their heads lost, and some had their chests cut open. The death was extremely tragic. Oh my god. Han Bingqing took an anxious step forward, but then stood back in disgust. These people were obviously her monks from Beizhou. Why did everyone die so miserably? Yu Qingling and Lin Qingyu came over together and leaned down to check the traces of the corpse. It's a sharp claw, not a weapon. It should be a mythical beast in the secret realm. Yu Qingling said seriously. Lin Qingyu immediately started exploring, but then she shook her head. There are no monks and no mythical beasts around. Are you sure? He Miao was very curious about Lin Qingyu's skills, so she asked seriously. Lin Qingyu, I was born in Dongzhou Yao Palace. I can detect the slightest disturbance, so I won't lie to you. Oh, it's Yao Gong's method, that's true. He Miao looked up at the top of the mountain. Her eyes were like a torch and she pointed at a luminous object. This should be an important location, and the mythical beast is probably patrolling other places. We just caught the opportunity, why not go to the peak to have a look? Quote. The cat demon's eyes were very good. Everyone looked closely at her fingers and found a little faint light. Either a magic weapon or spiritual energy, it must be extraordinary. The 5 people took action immediately and rushed to the top of the mountain. This journey has been smooth. I saw a large hall on the top of the mountain, with 4 words written on the plaque, Qingfeng Mingyu. Yu Qingling's body trembled and his eyes opened wide. Is this the remains of Empress Qingyu? On top of this mountain top? The culprit of everything is right in front of you. Don't worry. Lin Qingyu reached out to hold him and comforted him softly. Now is not the time to get excited, let's go in and take a look first. However, facing the ruins of the great emperor, the newly formed team fell apart in an instant. It's the ruins of Empress Qingyu. Han Bingqing, who was at the front, turned around and looked at the 4 of them with a smile. But the smile was stiff. Bai Ying slowly moved her body to keep her distance from them. She said calmly, there can only be 1 person in the great emperor's inheritance, but we have 5. He Miao calmly drew out the big knife. She smiled calmly and said, tell me, how to fight. Mom, I have been through many battles in my life till now. Quote. Her expression seemed like she was really talking about where to go for a meal. Lin Qingyu pulled Yu Qingling, and she whispered, I'll hold them, and you just rush in. Qingyu, stop talking nonsense. Other emperors can give way, but you can't throw away the inheritance of Empress Qingyu. After Lin Qingyu finished her instructions, she pulled out the Muyu sword from her back. She was too lazy to talk nonsense and stood directly between the 3 girls, holding up the Muyu sword proudly. 3 sisters, it's not that I'm greedy, but the Qingyu Empress and the Qingyu sect have a deep relationship. I, Lin Qingyu, will do my part. Quote. Yu Qingling thought to herself, oh, my Qingyu is so handsome. Gee, when my little sister was in Beizhou, she heard that the major sects in Dongzhou were merging, and that the saint of Yao Palace, Lin Qingyu, had betrayed her sect and was willing to serve the new empress. When I saw him today, he was indeed loyal. Quote. Bai Ying's voice was clear, but she said super sarcastic words. Lin Qingyu suddenly stood on his head with thick eyebrows and sneered. It is said that the Nanzhou dragon clan is very powerful, but this is nothing more than what I saw today. Is the dragon girl only powerful with her mouth? I don't know if your future husband will like it. Quote. You, how dare you humiliate me? Bai Ying immediately jumped in anger. She is the princess of the kingdom of stars, and now even a female disciple dares to speak like this. Yu Qingling, Fairy Qingyu can also drive. Ha ha ha, that's right, I said that no one in the dragon clan dares to resist. Sister Lin, let's do this, I will accompany you to kill this Bai Ying. I don't want this relic of Empress Qingyu anymore. Quote. He Miao proudly waved the sword and stared at Bai Ying. As long as she can kill this mortal enemy, she will give anything. I was having tea with my sister just now, and now I'm fighting for life and death. It's too disrespectful to me. Han Bingqing, who had been silent all this time, sneered. She took out a square chessboard and prepared to join forces with Bai Ying. This is her weapon, the 9 one-star chessboard. She smiled lightly and said, you bully Sister Bai like this, then I have to cooperate with her, otherwise, when you kill her, I will be in danger. The situation is delicate, it's best to stay 2 on 2, otherwise it's easy to be defeated by the combined force. For a moment, everyone froze. Kang, Yu Qingling drew out the water eye sword. His face was as white as jade, and his clothes were windless. He slowly came to Lin Qingyu's side and blocked her behind him without leaving any trace. Lin Qingyu was stunned. Immortal Lord. Qingyu, how could I let you fight against the enemy alone? Yu Qingling turned to smile at her, then raised his sword in one hand and held the water dragon ball in the other. Ladies, the relics of Empress Qingyu are very important to us. It is related to our family and life, so we cannot let it go. I hope you will make it happen. Such a great kindness, I will never forget it. Quote. Haha, Yu Qingling, you can just sit back and watch. It was 2 against 2. Now that you stand up, the 3 of us will unite and beat you Dongzhou. Quote. Bai Ying threatened coldly. The situation was instantly unfavorable, and Lin Qingyu also held the Muyu sword tightly, ready to fight at any time. Wrong. Yu Qingling shook her head and denied with a smile. Wrong. Bai Ying was confused. It's 1 on 3. After Yu Qingling said this, he immediately activated the water dragon ball. In an instant, a snow-white dragon body, rolled up into a ball of water, rose into the sky. Drain the rain. Yu Qingling snorted coldly. The water dragon didn't bother to show off anymore. With a spit from the dragon's mouth, 3 water jets rushed straight towards Han Bingqing and the 3 girls. Ah! The 3 girls never thought that Yu Qingling had such skills. They screamed and jumped away immediately. But the water column rushed to the ground, and the splash also wet their clothes. Yu Qingling didn't want to play wet. With a wave of the water-eyed sword in his hand, an extremely cold air swept across. The 3 girls couldn't fly in the holy land of the ultimate way, and they couldn't hide from the cold air that broke through the sky. Just for a moment, the 3 women were frozen by the cold air. He froze in place. It's now. Lin Qingyu let out a sweet cry, and she pushed Yu Qingling over with almost all her strength. Yu Qingling had no time to speak as she floated into the main hall. Boom! The door of the main hall closed instantly. As soon as the door was closed, the ice on the bodies of the 3 women was released one after another. It's just frozen, it's just a control skill, it doesn't do much damage. This fool! Bai Ying angrily rushed towards the hall with a dagger. Bang! Before Lin Qingyu could stop him, a force came from the main hall and knocked Bai Ying away. Lin Qingyu had no choice but to reach out and catch her in the air, and then put her down with a serious look. Who asked you to save me? Bai Ying stood still angrily and asked arrogantly. All Lin Qingyu's thoughts were on the main hall now, and he was too lazy to argue with her. She stared at the door of the hall. Immortal Lord, you must gain something. But He Miao quickly came over. Sister Lin, she scolded you, let's cooperate. He Miao, don't sow discord, you have the guts to fight alone. Bai Ying was still shocked, and she was really afraid that Lin Qingyu would cooperate with He Miao, so she quickly issued a challenge. HMPH, just fight. If you are idle, you are idle. He Miao picked up the big knife and got entangled with Bai Ying again. Lin Qingyu made room, hugged his shoulders, and looked at the closed hall. Han Bingqing touched the water stains on her body, and her whole body began to tremble. Finally, she carefully smelled the breath on her fingers. There was no sign of vomiting. She doesn't reject this man. Han Bingqing said to herself in a daze. Could it be you? The main hall was empty. After the door was closed, it was even darker inside the palace. Yu Qingling stood quietly in the hall, looking around, seeing nothing, but wanting to see nothing. He slowly sat on the ground and fell into meditation quietly. When he was in a trance, a clear and smart voice sounded in his ears. Hello, little one. Yu Qingling didn't need to open his eyes to see, he could feel with his heart that a woman with outstanding figure appeared in front of him. The woman's appearance is not that clear, but that doesn't matter. Yu Qingling was very sure that this was Empress Qingyu. He said hello quickly. Hello, Empress Qingyu, I am. He was speechless for a moment and didn't even know how to explain. Don't worry, let me take a look. Empress Qingyu's tone was very gentle, and she observed Yu Qingling calmly. Then, the blurry face finally became clear. He has a flawless face, but there is a bit of coldness between his eyebrows. It can be seen that she was also an extremely proud woman during her lifetime. Empress Qingyu looked at it for a while, and then she couldn't help but laugh. She smiled and bent over, pointing at Yu Qingling and speechless. Finally, she wiped away her tears from laughter, shook her head and joked, I asked you why you rushed in such a hurry. It turns out that you are a Chan slave. Quote, disciple pays homage to master. I beg you to be kind and give me a way to escape. Yu Qingling prayed sincerely. Relief. Why freedom? Empress Qingyu obviously didn't understand what was going on. She gradually transformed into a human form, stood in front of Yu Qingling, and asked in confusion, shouldn't your mistress help you find many women? Don't you like beauties? Anyway, that shameless guy in my family just knows how to bring women into the house. Fragrant, smelly, beautiful or ugly, he doesn't pick them all. Otherwise, I won't be able to become the emperor within 10 years. Quote, Chapter 91. Empress Qingyu still felt itchy with hatred when she mentioned the past events. It can be heard that she was once such a pitiful and resentful woman. Yu Qingling smiled bitterly and said, it's not a woman's problem, it's a problem of me being controlled. He explained Lang Firen's control. Empress Qingyu looked at him blankly, then touched her pointed chin, so, she quite likes you. Like me, she treats me as a slave. Yu Qingling couldn't believe her ears. Empress Qingyu explained seriously, only the mistress who particularly likes Chan Nu can control the actions of the soul. I just can't control my husband. Quote, Yu Qingling was completely speechless. Isn't this love too heavy? But I feel so uncomfortable. Yu Qingling was so confused that she almost lost her words. Empress Qingyu blinked her eyes, and she was still acting cute. Then if it's as you said, your mistress likes you very much, she also likes to practice, and she likes power and status even more. Therefore, she only loves you conditionally. The heads of our Qingyu sect are indeed qualified, they are all career-oriented women. Quote, the lonely and bored Empress Qingyu started to analyze the gossip. Yu Qingling didn't want to hear what she said. Who the hell do I care about what kind of bad character Lang Firen is? Anyway, when she was cleaning me up in the basement, I didn't see her being soft-hearted. He earnestly begged, Master, this disciple is entering the holy land of the ultimate Tao. I will not inherit it for the emperor. I only ask you to save my life. As for love and love, I really have no time to care about it. Quote, what's wrong with you? This is the first time I've seen a man who doesn't like the harem. Empress Qingyu said jokingly. Yu Qingling raised her head speechlessly, her eyes were blank, and she said softly, Master, you must have never suffered, right? TCH, my husband and I have never had love. He is so ugly, and after marrying me, he still thinks I'm cold. Laughing to death. I don't think he's ugly, that's fine. Isn't it miserable to stay alone in an empty house for decades? Quote, Empress Qingyu said angrily. Yu Qingling lowered her head and murmured, you have never had love, so you must have never experienced bitterness, let alone sweet, light, fishy or salty. Well, Empress Qingyu seemed to understand something. She looked at Yu Qingling with a little sympathy in her eyes. This poor little guy can actually eat and drink. But think about it. If her husband was so good-looking, she couldn't help it. Empress Qingyu had a thought and came up with a plan. She said softly, then, can I help you? Thank you, Master. Thank you very much. Yu Qingling hurriedly saluted. He had been waiting for this sentence for so long. Get free now. Whoever wants to be this Chan slave should be treated as such. Whoever wants Lang Firen's love wants it. But Empress Qingyu didn't take action. She just stared at Yu Qingling and laughed. I don't know, what on earth is she laughing at? Just listen to her smile and explain. You really want me to help you? Otherwise, you are the only one in this world who can resolve this evil fate. Yu Qingling didn't know what she was talking about. What benefits do you give me? Empress Qingyu asked abruptly. Yu Qingling, no, why do you people from Qingyu sect like to negotiate terms with others so much? Aren't you the emperor? But when he thought about it again, he couldn't refute it. If people help, they will definitely receive benefits. He could only say feebly, what benefits does Senior want? I won't make it difficult for you either. This is just the remnant soul of my orthodoxy. My soul has been transferred to the human world and is currently in the realm of Shizhou. I hope you can go and see her, and then teach the Qingfangming Yuju to my life, so that I can return to the human world. Quote, this kind of finding reincarnation and teaching her the skills of the past will probably allow Empress Qingyu in this life to awaken her past life memories. But Yu Qingling no longer cares about these things. He just needs to get rid of his identity as a Chan slave quickly. Yu Qingling breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This matter is easy to handle, but how should I find your reincarnation? In this life, I should be 18 years old. I should look quite similar to me. I have a red crescent birthmark on my shoulder." Empress Qingyu said leisurely. 18 years old. I understand, then I'll write it down. Yu Qingling no longer thinks about these details. Before we take action, I have a few questions to ask you. Empress Qingyu said calmly. Senior, please speak. Yu Qingling looked relaxed, and he was not in a hurry. I have already observed your cultivation. If you remove the Chan Nu immortal technique now, you will become a good accumulating state. Are you sure you don't want to cultivate this body? This is the Tai realm. Quote, Empress Qingyu said with some pity. Yu Qingling's energy suddenly dazzled, and in just a moment, he made up his mind. No more. Once your wives and concubines are found to be of no use, they may be killed by your mistress. Empress Qingyu reminded again. When Yu Qingling heard this, her body trembled. He looked hesitant at first, but in the end, he plucked up the courage and said firmly, "No, they all perform their duties and they have other uses. If you want to kill her, you should kill her earlier. Lang Firen is in need of people now. How can she kill her right-hand man at will? That's good, then I'll do it." Empress Qingyu finally took action. She raised her jade hand. Then, a ray of moonlight enveloped him. The light doesn't hurt or itch. But Yu Qingling only felt that the cultivation level in her body was constantly decreasing. The constructed spiritual platform slowly collapsed. The nascent soul that made him so proud and caused him so much pain gradually dissipated. He seemed to be reborn and everything was back to the beginning. Call. The moonlight faded. Yu Qingling leaned on the ground with both arms. He gasped for air and felt more relaxed than ever before. Finally, he will no longer be controlled by others. He is free. The things have been done for you. It's time for you to go out. I want to select a suitable person as the successor of the Taoism. You are not suitable for the Qingyu Taoism. Empress Qingyu said calmly. Disciple understands. Master's great kindness will never be forgotten. Quote. Yu Qingling wanted to stand up excitedly, but his knees became weak and he struggled for a long time before he could barely stand still. A word of advice to you. Make plans early. You no longer have the magic of Chan Nu, but you can still be captured by your mistress. Moreover, this immortal technique can be practiced again. Quote. Empress Qingyu smiled playfully. This little guy is a bit naive. The mistress who can use the Mingyu chapter to control the Chan slave loves this Chan slave to the core. So whether there is a master-servant relationship is actually not important anymore. Can a monk who has accumulated good deeds stop the morbid love of the Empress of Dongzhou? It is estimated that if he leaves the Jidao Holy Land, he will have to be locked up in the basement. When Yu Qingling heard this, she almost stumbled and fell. He just thought about severing this relationship, but he didn't think about the love behind it. But now that the matter was over, he didn't have too many worries. Even if he is captured, whether alive or dead, he will never practice this immortality-breaking technique again. No need to worry. See you soon, senior. Yu Qingling came to the gate stubbornly. Boom. The door to the main hall opened quickly. He faced the gray sky and walked out. Empress Qingyu looked at his back and couldn't help but ponder, does the new head of my sect enjoy such a blessing? I don't know if my reincarnation can be so cool. However, Yu Qingling, don't blame me. Who makes you the top Chan slave? The Holy Land of Jita is opened, and the Dark Age is coming. I also have to save something for myself. Quote. She looked at a spirit bead in her hand, smiled, and then disappeared. Yu Qingling appeared at the door of the hall. Bai Ying and He Miao stopped fighting, while Han Bingqing looked lost in thought. The four women looked at him at the same time. Lin Qingyu rushed over and quickly supported him as he was shaking. Qingyu, I have. Yu Qingling's face was full of joy after being freed, but his cultivation was exhausted and his body was still not used to it, so he looked a little haggard. Let's talk somewhere else. Lin Qingyu quickly stopped him from talking. Now all the four forces have their own agendas. Yu Qingling risked his life just now and has offended everyone. If these people knew that he had no cultivation, it would really be a rabbit in the wolf's den. Yu Qingling smiled indifferently, looked at Bai Ying who was eyeing him eagerly, and said lightly, Junior sisters, I was very offended just now. I've gotten the results I wanted. But you don't have to worry. Empress Qingyu did not choose me to be her successor. You can go in and accept the test of the Empress. Quote. Ah. As soon as these words came out, the three women were shocked. This Yu Qingling has not received the inheritance of Taoism. So what was he doing in there? But looking at him, he seemed to have lost all his cultivation. However, Bai Ying and He Miao didn't have time to say this. The two hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the hall, argued for a while, and let Bai Ying go in first. Lin Qingyu helped Yu Qingling to the open space to meditate and cultivate. She looked at the other person with concern, silently. Yu Qingling had removed the effect of Chan Nu's immortal technique, but Lang Firen was guarding outside the Jadao Holy Land. As long as he goes out, he will still be caught. And if he dares to block Lang Firen's cultivation progress, I really don't know what kind of wrath he will face. Don't worry, I've got some plans. Yu Qingling had almost adjusted. He opened his eyes and said softly to Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu pursed her lips, and she asked very smartly, then can I still see you? Yu Qingling was silent for a long time, and finally said with a helpless smile, I will work hard to practice, Qingyu, please believe. Don't worry, I will fully cooperate with you. Lin Qingyu doesn't need his commitment. She was Yu Qingling's wife. Even if no one recognized her, no ceremony was held. But that's what she was thinking. Otherwise, why would she dress like a woman? As a wife, you must help your husband tide over the difficulties. Yu Qingling took a deep breath and softly talked about his plan. After Lin Qingyu listened, he remained silent. After the two of them stayed here for a long time, they heard the loud quarrel between the three girls over there. The first is Bai Ying's indignation. Why don't you choose me? I'm so angry. Then Han Bingqing sneered. Empress Qingyu is nothing more than that. She must have regional discrimination. She thinks I am from Beizhou and looks down on me. Finally, it was He Miao's brisk laughter. I'm telling you, you two, don't get lost in this place. Life and death are determined by fate and wealth. Now that the orthodoxy is with me, I can be the empress from now on. Quote. Go to hell. Bai Ying stood aside angrily, turning her head and sulking. Seeing her sworn enemy so arrogant was even more uncomfortable than killing her. She wished that Yu Qingling would inherit the orthodoxy. Empress Qingyu finally chose the demon catwoman He Miao. Lin Qingyu glanced doubtfully. Yu Qingling was also a little surprised. Why did the human emperor choose a monster in the end? But these have nothing to do with him. He looked at Bai Ying and then at He Miao, intending to find an opportunity to test the two girls. This relic is no longer useful. Can we still cooperate? If we still cooperate, go to the next one. Han Bingqing spread his hands and said. She doesn't have so many suspicions and thoughts now. Anyway, after entering the main hall, the emperor has to choose. There's no point in fighting over each other. It's better to cooperate together. At least you can still have some ability to protect yourself in the face of the mythical beast. I'll accompany you. He Miao was in a good mood. She looked at Yu Qingling with a smile, and then boldly gave him a wink. Bah, this monster clan is really not reserved. Lin Qingyu cursed secretly. But Yu Qingling noticed something was wrong. Ever since they started working together, He Miao has never looked at him. These three women, not to mention young and beautiful, are actually quite sensible. She won't be like Lang Firen, who sees him like a hungry dog seeing meat buns. Therefore, this wink is really too abrupt. Abrupt is abnormal. In such a tense environment, acting abnormally means danger. But Yu Qingling remained calm, and he kept it in his heart. There is not much meaning for everyone to compete now, so it is convenient to cooperate. He Miao inherited the legacy of Empress Qingyu, and the hall slowly dissipated into nothingness. The top of the mountain became bare, as if only a foundation had been laid and no house was built. Going down from the back of the mountain, Han Bingqing fell into the middle of the team intentionally or unintentionally. She no longer seemed to reject Yu Qingling, but took the initiative to approach him. Bai Ying walked in the front with an unhappy look on her face. She was holding her breath, thinking about finding the nearest ruins of the great emperor, so as to obtain the inheritance and prove that her talent was not bad. Han Bingqing is getting closer and closer to Yu Qingling. As a result, she will inevitably stand in front of Yu Qingling. Lin Qingyu watched with cold eyes, and finally couldn't help but sneer. Princess, why are you always blocking the road? Is it blocking the road? I didn't notice it, I'm sorry. Han Bingqing smiled nonchalantly. She turned around and looked at Yu Qingling, her moist and pretty face full of interest. My lord-in-law, what did the Empress say to you after you entered? Sorry, no comment, Yu Qingling said calmly. Oh, that's how it is. Han Bingqing didn't care what he said, she was just looking for a topic. But for just a moment, she seemed to be unable to stand still and rushed straight towards Yu Qingling. Yu Qingling subconsciously stretched out her hand to support her to prevent her from kneeling in front of him. With such a surprise, the two of them had physical contact. Yu Qingling had no other thoughts and said with a polite smile. Your Highness the Crown Princess, be careful. Han Bingqing's slender fingers rested on Yu Qingling's arm, and she couldn't help but squeeze it. These small actions made Yu Qingling frown. Then, she stood up quickly and apologized with a slight blush. I'm sorry, I didn't stand firm just now. Are you not standing firm, or are you feeling restless? After the break, He Miao came over and asked with a smile. Haha, I am the Crown Princess of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom, how can I be restless inside? Han Bingqing said these words arrogantly, blushed slightly, quickly turned around and continued moving forward. Yu Qingling noticed the changes in Han Bingqing. When they first met before, she didn't even let her sit down to drink tea. Now he deliberately fell down in front of him and pinched his arm. Isn't this seduction? As a married woman, can you be more reserved? Yu Qingling let out a disgusted sound, and goosebumps appeared on his body. Princess, please respect yourself. My surname is neither Cao nor Meng. After coming out this time, except for Bai Ying, I feel that these two people are no longer normal. Yu Qingling whispered to Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu also nodded. He Miao is a little better, the demon clan has unpredictable habits. But Han Bingqing was obviously taking the initiative to approach Yu Qingling. This is completely illogical. A princess, does she still want to take the initiative to cheat on Hong Xing? Crack. Lin Qingyu and Yu Qingling were suddenly tapped on the shoulders. They both turned around at the same time and saw He Miao looking at them meaningfully. You two, do you want to make a deal? What deal? Yu Qingling knew there was something wrong with He Miao, so he asked cautiously. He Miao looked at him sincerely and said softly, follow them, and you won't get anything. With these two guys, I have seen clearly that they will succeed more than they will fail. You guys come with me, I will take you to find another ruins of the great emperor. Quote. Do you know the route? Lin Qingyu asked in a low voice. That's natural, I have received the inheritance from Empress Qingyu. Before she disappeared, she told me to take care of the monks in Dongzhou. After all, there was a passionate relationship, and this was her kind intention. And she also told me the location of a great emperor, first come first served. Are you going or not? Quote. He Miao's eyes flashed and she stared at Yu Qingling. Yu Qingling looked at the two women walking in front, and he felt vaguely that He Miao's eyes were familiar. He let down his guard so easily, smiled and said, that's good, then let's part ways with them. Immortal Lord. Lin Qingyu was still hesitant. But Yu Qingling gave her a look. Lin Qingyu hid his hesitation and chose to believe in Yu Qingling's judgment. Let's go forward along this mountain road. After 100 steps, there is a path, which is quite steep. We rushed in and naturally got rid of them. Otherwise, if you tell them to separate openly, they will definitely become suspicious and have to stick to each other. Quote. He Miao said calmly. Yu Qingling nodded in agreement, and the three of them walked slowly. Until he was more than 50 meters away from Han Bingqing. Only then did we arrive near the trail. Walk. He Miao rushed down. Lin Qingyu pulled Yu Qingling and followed closely. Yu Qingling's cultivation level is relatively low now, and she can only feel the whistling wind in her ears. After a while, they came to a cliff. There is no road ahead. But at the end of this knife-carved cliff, there is a cave. There was a faint hint of cold light. Go ahead, I'll watch out for you outside. He Miao put her hands on her hips and turned her head to look at the way she came. These two idiots probably didn't follow. Poor little Yu Qingling, if you don't help him, he will really live in a dungeon for the rest of his life. Yu Qingling didn't hesitate at all. He dragged Lin Qingyu into the cave together. When we arrived at the entrance of the cave, we saw two gates. Lin Qingyu was greatly surprised, and she asked doubtfully, Ms. Sir, what's going on? Why did this He Miao suddenly help us? Quote, Yu Qingling didn't answer. The top priority is to quickly obtain the great emperor's inheritance. He came to the gate and saw a line of words written on the plaque. The cold light locks the 4 realms, and the ice flowers seal the 9 continents. It is the ruins of the legendary Hangguang Emperor. Yu Qingling said quickly. He turned to Lin Qingyu and ordered, Qingyu, wait for me, things can turn around. Don't worry. Lin Qingyu cooperated quite tacitly. After Yu Qingling finished speaking, he came to the gate. The door suddenly opened, and a suction force sucked Yu Qingling in. Lin Qingyu held Mu Yujian solemnly and looked at He Miao not far away from the door. She had a vague feeling that He Miao might have been replaced. Yu Qingling entered the great emperor's temple again. This time there was still bright light in the hall. I saw an old man sitting peacefully on the main seat in the front. His hair and beard are all white, and he is dressed in a white Taoist robe, which makes him look immortal. Yu Qingling stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Junior Yu Qingling pays homage to Emperor Hangguang. Ice attribute. The old man ignored his etiquette and just sat quietly on the main seat, talking to himself. Twin Soul Platform. Tianshou Tai Realm. There's something interesting about you, little doll. Quote. The old man finally stood up. His sharp eyes were like a torch. Yu Qingling felt a strong chill with just one glance. He remained motionless and gritted his teeth. Born with a charming body and a destiny with peach blossoms, do you think you are suitable for the emperor's orthodoxy? Emperor Hangguang touched his beard and said lightly. Born with a charming body. Yu Qingling was dumbfounded. When did he become naturally charming again? For a moment, he seemed to have learned all the things he didn't understand before. No wonder Long Zuyu said he smelled good, and no wonder Huang Xining couldn't control herself in the same room with him. It's because we are born this way. He smiled bitterly for a moment. It turned out to be all because of this. Senior, I will work hard. Yu Qingling threw away all the mess in her mind and said firmly. The inheritance of Emperor Hangguang. He really wants it. Moreover, his previous moves were all related to Frost. You have a gentle and kind nature, and you have endless love and affection. Although his talent is good, he lacks the killing spirit unique to the winter frost. You are not suitable for this emperor's orthodoxy, so leave. Quote. Emperor Hangguang shook his head with regret, and then issued an order to expel the guests. Yu Qingling turned pale with shock. His face was ashen, and he sat helplessly on the ground, all his blood turned into nothing. He couldn't accept this kind of failure. Such a good opportunity was just gone. Then, Senior, what am I suitable for? Yu Qingling asked desperately. Go find the peach blossom water lady. Emperor Hangguang said such a sentence coldly. If it weren't for the young man's extreme talent, who would have made such a small talk? Then Yu Qingling was sent out by a force. Lin Qingyu outside quickly caught him. I saw Yu Qingling's face was filled with despair. Immortal Lord, you didn't. Lin Qingyu hesitated. Yu Qingling smiled bitterly and sighed. If you don't get recognition, there is nothing in your life that you can't force. Hey, this old guy Han Guang hasn't told you yet. He Miao walked over with delicate cat steps. She looked at Yu Qingling with concern and smiled lightly. What did he say? When Yu Qingling faced He Miao, she did not say anything about Emperor Hangguang, but asked seriously, You are Empress Qingyu, right? Giggle, you brat, you are so smart. He Miao covered her mouth and laughed. She blinked and asked, How is it? Does it look good, my disciple? Lin Qingyu and Yu Qingling looked at each other, and they couldn't help but shudder. Was this He Miao taken away or controlled? He Miao could see their worries, so he waved his hand to comfort him. Don't worry, I'm just relying on her, and I got her consent. There is a deal between us. I passed on her Taoism, and she took me to find my reincarnation. Then I would be able to become one with my reincarnation. By the way, you can call me Mei Gillen. Quote. Yu Qingling was stunned. Hui Lunmei. You little guy, no wonder your mistress likes you, you have such a sweet mouth. Mei Gillen smiled happily when he praised her. But she forgot that this body was dark and wonderful. Yu Qingling only felt that his head was big. One empress of Qingyu sect was enough for him to drink a pot, and now even the founder of Qingyu sect had come out. This is the leader of the top demon sect, the kind who becomes a great emperor. Then what did the old man say? Just tell me quickly. If his house doesn't work, let's find another one. Mei Gillen said nonchalantly. Yu Qingling ignored her. He pointed to the door and said to Lin Qingyu, Qingyu, go in and give it a try. If you don't try, it will be in vain. Lin Qingyu pointed at himself in surprise. Me? Yes, if you go and take a look, you will always find something to gain. Yu Qingling urged her. Lin Qingyu didn't shirk. She walked over a little uneasy, but in the end, she was sucked in by the door. After he was the only two people left at the entrance of the cave, Yu Qingling briefly explained the situation. He really didn't want Lin Qingyu to know that he was actually born with a charming body. It's about men's dignity. What a shame. So, when he talked about Peach Blossom Water Nymph, Mei Gillen looked at him with amusement. Little fool, I've known for a long time that you are a romantic person, but I didn't expect that you still want to inherit the legacy of Empress Warui. After all, don't you still like beautiful women? Quote. Yu Qingling was confused after hearing this, and he quickly asked, Master, is Peach Blossom Water Lady the Queen of Flowers? So according to Emperor Hangguang's wishes, is my physique suitable for inheriting the lineage of Empress Warui? Quote. Mei Gillen nodded with a smile. Hangguang's eyes are very vicious, he can actually see your unique physique. Tisk tisk tisk. I was born with a charming body, and even I didn't notice it. This is because you are too serious on weekdays and don't realize your own characteristics at all. You are right, Peach Blossom Water Lady is also a great emperor. She has the same physique as you, but she accepted her own characteristics, developed her potential, and created a set of Peach Blossom Charm Heart Sutra. With a wave of her hand, the sky and the earth change color, she talks and laughs, and the sun and the moon are affectionate. Quote. Yu Qingling asked in confusion and surprise, so powerful. I have never heard that a person born with a charming body can be so powerful. But this is normal. No matter what you practice, if you become an emperor, you will have the ability to overturn rivers and seas. But those with such great power usually belong to great emperors such as sword cultivators and body cultivators. Can a woman who is born with a charming body also achieve this through coquettishness? Mei Gillen rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, it is between heaven and earth that all living beings have become lustful. This is called the color change of heaven and earth. Just waving your hands can fill the world with great love, and people give you nicknames. Great love immortal. Quote. Yu Qingling. He vaguely felt that this empress seemed a bit unruly. Mei Gillen joked. How about it? Do you want to try the Peach Blossom Water Nymph's tradition? Yu Qingling pondered for a moment, and finally smiled helplessly, is there any other choice? If you don't succeed in your first choice, will you not go to college? In any case, it is also the lineage of the great emperor. Aren't you afraid of becoming a succubus? You feel refreshed when you drink from the greedy spring, and you still feel happy when you are in a dry road. Yu Qingling comforted herself. Well said. Mei Gillen felt more and more that this young man's mind was not simple. At this time, the door to Emperor Hangguang's palace opened again. Lin Qingyu walked out with a blank look on his face. She looked at Yu Qingling blankly, with a look of confusion on her face. Just like her sister who accompanied her during the college entrance examination, she was admitted to Qingbei. Immortal Lord, I inherited the legacy of Emperor Hangguang. Immortal Lord, are you hungry? I have dry food here. Not hungry. Immortal Lord, are your legs tired? How about I carry you? Not tired. Oh, sir, you can't even walk on the road. Come on, let me carry you for a while. After walking 20 miles, Lin Qingyu enthusiastically carried Yu Qingling on his back. Yu Qingling couldn't struggle to get away, so he had to let her carry him. He has not fully recovered yet, so after walking such a long distance, his legs are sore and he has no strength. Your husband is quite arrogant. Mei Gillen joked. Yu Qingling also felt embarrassed, so he pulled Lin Qingyu's sleeve. Qingyu, please put me down. I am a man and I want you to carry me on your back. Lin Qingyu said with a helpful smile. It's okay, I guess I won't be able to carry it for long. After saying this, both of them were stunned for a few seconds. Afterwards, no one said anything more. Yu Qingling was no longer embarrassed. He leaned gently on Lin Qingyu's back and buried his face in the back of her neck. Smell it for a while. After leaving the Jadao Holy Land, there is probably no chance. Mister, are you not angry anymore? Lin Qingyu felt his intimacy and asked happily. Yu Qingling smiled and said, why are you angry? My Qingyu family has the inheritance of the great emperor, and I feel very proud. But he was indeed a little jealous just now. If it were inherited by another great emperor, he would definitely be extremely happy for Lin Qingyu. However, this Hangguang Taoism is his favorite. Why? Can't get it. But this jealousy could not last long. After all, he was happy for Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu felt better after seeing that he was no longer unhappy. She tilted her head and said to Yu Qingling, Emperor Hangguang said that when I practice in the future, it is best to go to extremely cold places so that my practice will be much faster. And I also got a set of exercises. Cold Light Ju. It's a set of swordsmanship, very powerful. Quote, Woo. Yu Qingling smiled and curled her lips. He began to feel envious again, just like a young couple envying the other person for grabbing a big red envelope. When I get a good practice, I'll teach you. My husband, we are one family, what is mine is yours. Quote. Lin Qingyu said sweetly, anyone who has been in love knows that when one party gets a huge gain and the other party expresses envy, the happiness will be doubled. Lin Qingyu is very happy now. She had already planned to help Yu Qingling escape from Leng Firen's clutches when she got out, and then look for opportunities to practice hard and strive to surpass Leng Firen as soon as possible. By the time, there was a hint of determination in Lin Qingyu's eyes. She must wear a phoenix crown, a beautiful gown, and a 10-mile red makeup, and marry Yu Qingling in an upright manner. I can't understand you young people, and I don't know if you are in a competitive relationship or a Taoist relationship. Mei Gillen, the big light bulb next to her, smiled helplessly. She had never experienced this kind of love before, so she naturally didn't know the rottenness of love. Fortunately, she saw a peach blossom forest in front of her. Mei Gillen then said, this is it, Qingling, go and have a look. What if it still doesn't work? Yu Qingling asked worriedly. If it doesn't work, just keep changing. What are you afraid of? Mei Gillen said nonchalantly, there are 10 great emperors. There is no telling whether there are 10 living people in the Jadao Holy Land now. Qingyu, put me down. Yu Qingling calmed down for a while and then said softly. Lin Qingyu was a little reluctant to give up, but she still squatted down carefully. After Yu Qingling stood firm, Lin Qingyu bent down and helped him tidy up his trousers. Ms. Sir, you can definitely do it. Lin Qingyu encouraged him. Yu Qingling also nodded and walked slowly to the front of the peach blossom forest. There is no plaque and no main hall. It may be that the Empress of Flowers likes to be buried deep in this kind of peach blossom. Hoo-hoo, the breeze comes. Roll up peach blossoms all over the ground. Yu Qingling disappeared under the peach blossoms. He only felt that he had come to a stream. A woman wearing a red and white dress was sitting beside the stream. Yu Qingling stepped forward and asked tentatively, may I ask if you are the Empress of Flower Rui? Peach Blossom Water Lady glanced at him, looked at the stream calmly and said, I've already hid in the woods, can you still find me? Yu Qingling didn't know how to answer. Does this Empress not want to pass on the tradition? Fortunately, the Peach Blossom Water Girl did not continue to pursue this topic. She stood up and shook off the petals on her skirt. In this way, he looked at Yu Qingling seriously. Her eyes were blurred and her eyes gradually became distracted. Then his pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were like lightning. After just loosening and tightening, Yu Qingling's physique and potential were tested by her. Peach Blossom Water Lady praised. The talent is pretty good, even better than what I used to be. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Yu Qingling lowered her head and replied. Have you played with many women? Ah, how should I say it? Yu Qingling scratched her head awkwardly. It's normal. Back then, the licking dogs chasing me could line up from Beizhou to Nanzhou. Peach Blossom Water Girl had an, I understand you, expression. Yu Qingling had no choice but to speak vaguely. Absolutely, the pursuit was indeed quite fierce. Well, let's get down to business. I want to ask you a few questions. Peach Blossom Water Girl hugged her shoulders and said calmly. Yu Qingling also looked serious. Senior, please tell me. This must be a test, right? He must answer seriously and try to get the answer to the point. Are you horny? The peach blossom water girl asked suddenly. Yu Qingling's serious face almost couldn't change its expression. He looked at his toes in embarrassment. What is the problem? He had no choice but to say, I'm okay. As long as you're horny. If you're not horny, go out as soon as possible. I don't leave any abstinent people here. Quote, Peach Blossom Water Lady said solemnly. Yu Qingling. Senior's selection is really special. That's natural, I'm the Flower Empress. Peach Blossom Water Lady finally showed a hint of the domineering Empress, but then she asked Yu Qingling with a sleazy look. What is your favorite type of woman? Be gentle, don't be too forceful. Which part do you like? Well, Yu Qingling felt uncomfortable when she asked her question. He couldn't help but ask, Senior, does this have anything to do with the inheritance of Taoism? That's not true. It's just my curiosity. Peach Blossom Water Lady turned her back, looking enigmatic. Can we talk about something serious? Yu Qingling was a little anxious. Do you want to pass on this great emperor's orthodoxy? If you don't want to pass it on, I'll find someone else. Why are you so anxious? Are you in a hurry? Or are you saying you can't do it? So the time is very short and urgent. Quote, Peach Blossom Water Lady turned around and asked doubtfully. The Jadao Holy Land has not been open for a long time. If it doesn't work here, I will find another one. Yu Qingling no longer cares. As for this broken tradition of driving indiscriminately, whoever wants it should want it. Look, it's so urgent. Senior, I want to make progress so much. Quote. Yu Qingling replied somewhat irritably. Okay, I got it. Your enemy is so impatient. People can't bear it anymore. This Empress is not a stingy person. If you can pass a test, I will talk to you about our family's ethics. Quote. The tone of Peach Blossom Water Lady's words sounded like she was doing door-to-door business. Yu Qingling quickly asked, what test? Confront the woman you fear the most. Every young man will meet Bai Yugong on his way of growing up. From then on, Bai Yugong became a burden on the soul. But unfortunately, Bai Yugong is just an ordinary woman. Now, if you can face the woman you fear the most and take corresponding measures, you will pass the test. Quote. Peach Blossom Water Lady finished her words. Yu Qingling saw a group of petals gathering quickly in front of him. Another stream came over. The flower and water mixed together and turned into a woman. She was wearing a long red dress, with her slender legs exposed between the bifurcations. She stood on her head with pale eyebrows, her phoenix eyes widened in anger, crossed her thin waist, and said viciously, Yu Qingling, you are so brave, how dare you make your own decision and abolish Chanu's immortal method? It was Lang Firen. Yu Qingling felt her knees weaken, and the Chanu spirit in her body seemed to reappear. Just for a moment, he felt a very familiar sense of terror. He knelt down involuntarily and said with fear on his face, Your Majesty, you misunderstood. I bumped into Master by mistake. Lang Firen walked over arrogantly. She looked at Yu Qingling like she was looking at garbage, and sneered, You are talking nonsense again, right? Qingyu has already told me about your performance. Are you still thinking about pretending to die and escaping? I tell you, you will never escape in this life. I will penetrate you through your bones so that you will never be able to get out of the dungeon. Quote. When Yu Qingling heard this, her mind went blank. Did Lin Qingyu betray himself? How could she? However, what Lang Firen said frightened him even more. If the loot bone is penetrated, then there will really be no cultivation at all in this life. He looked at Lang Firen's red embroidered shoes with panic eyes, and said with a helpless expression, Your Majesty, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. I can practice the Chan Nu immortal technique again. I will definitely behave well from now on. It's useless. I don't need it anymore. I'm going to kill all the women you like one by one. Yes, in front of you. Lang Firen touched his head gently and said playfully, Your Majesty. Yu Qingling was extremely frightened. He didn't know what to do at all, he just stared at Lang Firen's shoes in a daze. Lang Firen seemed to know his helplessness. Normally at this time, she would give him a simpler task. She suddenly smiled, and her tone was full of temptation, but, before that, I can consider leaving their whole bodies. Why, it's just that my shoes are dirty and no one is cleaning them now. Quote. Okay, Your Majesty, don't be angry, I'll do it. Yu Qingling leaned down. But at this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Tisk, 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 you are such a demon. Young man, get up. Quote. Yu Qingling's consciousness cleared, and he suddenly realized that he was still in the peach blossom forest. Lang Firen in front of her has disappeared. He stood up suddenly and saw Peach Blossom Water Lady standing aside, looking at him and laughing. Yu Qingling suddenly felt sad. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Senior, farewell. He obviously failed this test. Why, no matter how useful your talent is, how can you become an emperor without courage? When he sees Lang Firen, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. This is simply a psychological disorder. Wait a minute. Seeing that he was about to leave, Peach Blossom Water Lady called him out instead. She smiled and said, young man, you have passed the test. Ah, Yu Qingling couldn't believe her ears. Kneeling on the ground and almost licking your shoes, can this pass the test? So what exactly is the orthodoxy of the Flower Empress? When you face the woman you fear the most, you don't think about killing her, but you think about influencing her with love. This is very consistent with the style of our Peach Blossom School. I decided to pass on the tradition to you. In the future, you must vigorously tap into your charming potential. Quote. But yes, you are trying to gain her favor. It's just that you don't know how to use your talents yet. If I teach you the Taoism, she will love you madly. It is estimated that before she finishes her second sentence, you have already started to change things. Quote. If you put it this way, it's really awesome. Yu Qingling smiled bitterly and said, but is this thing offensive? Peach Blossom Water Girl said sternly, it's nonsense, isn't it? You won't hit him in the face with petals. Yu Qingling nodded helplessly, that's right. Anyway, it's the great emperor's orthodoxy. The Peach Blossom Water Lady has become an empress, so she should be fine too. While talking, Yu Qingling felt a white light shining on herself. At the same time, a set of exercises came into his mind. This is the Peach Blossom Charming Heart Sutra. He couldn't help but check the technique. I was relieved when I discovered that there were also some offensive martial arts skills among them. However, he still felt scared when he thought of the scene just now. This illusion is too real. In just a moment, he was struck. Will he be able to achieve this illusion in the future? Remember, when you practice in the future, try to find a place with plenty of water. The charm body needs water, and the more water it produces, the faster it will practice. Quote. Is this water of yours something I think is drinkable? It depends on how you understand it. But you don't have this problem, you can drink it. Young man, work hard and strive to charm the world. Quote. After Peach Blossom Water Lady finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. And Yu Qingling appeared outside the Peach Blossom Forest as if in a dream. He was stunned for a moment and was about to say something else. Discovery is out. He had no choice but to turn his head, wanting to share his joy with Lin Qingyu outside. But just as he turned around, he discovered that Lin Qingyu was holding the Muyu sword in his hand, and he and Mei Gillen were relying on each other to protect him. In front of them were 4 or 5 lion-like monsters. The most dangerous protector of the Jadao Holy Land, the divine beast, finally blocked them at the exit of the Peach Blossom Forest. Miss Sir, are you out? Lin Qingyu protected him behind him, holding the Muyu sword in his hand, and stared at the 5 divine beasts in front of him without blinking. Her delicate hands were already sweating. The strength of these mythical beasts is too terrifying. If it were not to protect Yu Qingling, she would have escaped long ago. Yu Qingling gasped when she saw those bared-toothed lions. He hurriedly took out the water-eyed sword. Is this a divine beast that protects the law? Can we fight it? They are very fast, and their cultivation level is estimated to be in the heavenly cultivation realm. Lin Qingyu said calmly. She shook her arm, and Yu Qingling saw a bloody wound on her delicate forearm. Apparently, they had already fought each other just now. Mei Gillen held He Miao's big knife. She turned around and smiled and said, come out. Have you gained anything? Yes, there is, but we seem to be blocked. Yu Qingling noticed that the lions were ready to move, but they were probably afraid of the Peach Blossom Forest, so they did not attack rashly. These stinky things are Dragon Sun Suani. They are invulnerable to fire and water, and invulnerable to swords and guns. Their strength is indeed impressive, but... Mei Gillen said calmly. they are afraid of the peach blossom water goddess. Why is this? Yu Qingling was refreshed and asked excitedly. After all, he had just inherited the legacy of peach blossom water nymph. If it can be used now, it will definitely be good. Because peach blossoms can weave peach hydrangeas, and the hydrangeas have a seductive smell they like, so they are often walked like dogs. Yu Qingling. It seems that Empress Warui is not a serious emperor on weekdays. But no matter what the weird setting was, he quickly searched for the process of making hydrangea in the Heart Sutra of Peach Blossom Charm. Woo! The Suani were panting with murderous intent, and their patience was obviously running out. They planned to attack. At the last moment, Yu Qingling suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He used the aura of Jishin realm to quickly form peach petals in his arms. Then, these peach petals condensed into a small hollow ball. He injected the newly developed charm into it, and the hollow ball began to emit bursts of sweet fragrance. Yu Qingling aimed at the sky and shouted, "Let's go!" Whoosh! The peach blossom hollow ball was shot out. A strong peach blossom fragrance filled the air, accompanying the hollow balls. Ouch! The murderous lion faces of the Suani suddenly turned into an excited and flattering look. They scrambled to be the first to run towards the hollow ball. The fatal situation just now was easily resolved. "Miss Sir, you are great," Lin Qingyu said proudly. Yu Qingling quickly took her arm to heal her injury. "Let's go." Mei Gillen put away her sword and said calmly. "The danger is over and the orthodoxy has been obtained. Next, it's time to prepare for going out." Han Bingqing and Bai Ying walked on the mountain road one after another. None of them spoke, as if they were fighting each other. But after a while, Bai Ying finally couldn't help the anger in her heart, and said sarcastically, "She is still the crown princess of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom, she can't even keep up with anyone." "Tisk, that's it, what are you doing here?" Quote, "Hello, you are very kind. If you walk so far forward and widen the distance, they must have run away." You're talking about me, don't you just want to be the first to enter the great emperor's temple?" Quote, Han Bingqing fought back angrily. "Stop, Han Bingqing, stop." Bai Ying was so angry that she pulled out her dagger and said with an unhappy face, come on, let's not leave, let's decide the outcome here." "Who is afraid of whom? Really, isn't she just a princess? I am also the princess's sister-in-law." Han Bingqing took out his 9 one-star chessboard and started gesticulating with Bai Ying. Bai Ying thought that Han Bingqing would open the chessboard and release the magic circle. But when he saw the charming princess, she came over with the chessboard in hand. "Is this what this thing is used for?" Bai Ying was shocked. "Stop talking nonsense, just tell me if I can smash you to death." Han Bingqing waved the chessboard and played with Bai Ying. The 9 one-star chessboard was solid in texture and large in area. It was waved by Han Bingqing like a shield. Bai Ying could not attack for a long time. The two of them were fighting back and forth, only to hear the sound of dang, 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 dang. But at this moment, a white light flashed across the sky. A peach blossom hydrangea condensed with spiritual energy rushed towards him. Han Bingqing was just on guard against Bai Ying when the hydrangea hit her head directly. Boom! The hydrangea turned into a rich white charm, completely covering Han Bingqing. Bai Ying immediately jumped out of the circle and looked at Han Bingqing, quite confused. "Is this princess so unlucky? Can you still be hit by a meteor?" Han Bingqing was seen standing there, motionless. The chessboard in her hand also fell to the ground at the same time. She was frozen here. Bai Ying put away the dagger. She came over blankly and asked, "You, you are so unlucky, I laughed to death. You're not dead, are you?" Quote, Han Bingqing gradually regained her consciousness. She looked at the sky in confusion, and then she sensed the danger. "A group of fast-moving beasts are coming here at a fast speed. Just stay here by yourself, Han Bingqing picked up the chessboard and ran away like flying. "Wait for me, we haven't decided the winner yet." Bai Ying seemed to be aware of the crisis, and she hurriedly followed. "The hydrangea has been broken and its charm has dissipated. After the Suani people came here, they completely lost their traces. They dug the soil here boldly, and then followed their previous habits and began to patrol this holy land." Han Bingqing, who had fled far away, did not look for the emperor's inheritance along the way. She finally got rid of Bai Ying, found a cave, and meditated quietly inside. She was calm on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. She didn't know why, but all she could think about now was the handsome Yu Qingling. The more she tried to clear her mind, the more she couldn't get rid of it. In the end, Han Bingqing lay directly on the ground and sighed helplessly. It's over. She has completely fallen in love with Yu Qingling. Just love. This man is the only man she can touch without feeling nauseated. As the crown princess of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom, she thought she would fall in love with the crown prince Qin Yingzong. But she was born with severe misophobia. As soon as she held hands with her husband, she would immediately feel nauseated. She simply couldn't bear to lie with a man, let alone consummate the marriage and have a child. 2 years after marrying the prince, she was still a virgin. Qin Yingzong has countless concubines, so how can he have time to develop a relationship with her? Since you are disgusting, then I will find someone else. Han Bingqing could only stay alone in the empty room and meditate boringly. In the end, she, the princess, was almost Qin Yingzong's retainer. The two of them shared the same feelings, but had no feelings of husband and wife. Since she was emotionally frustrated, Han Bingqing had no choice but to seek compensation in her cultivation and work. Her cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds, and she is 1 level higher than Qin Yingzong. So this time we came to the Jita Holy Land, she was the one leading the team. But she didn't expect that she didn't dislike Yu Qingling. Knowing that this is the only man he can contact, Han Bingqing is quite complicated. She hopes to have a child, even if the child is not Qin Yingzong's, she still wants to have one. But she didn't want to take advantage of Yu Qingling. After she tested Yu Qingling, she felt like she was avoiding suspicion and left. I thought this matter would have to be considered in the long term, but who knew that Yu Qingling's strong charm was contained in this hydrangea? Han Bingqing's heart has been completely captured. This is not to say that Yu Qingling can use this charm to make anyone fall in love with him. It was just because Han Bingqing had a certain fondness for him. Peach Blossom Puppet Technique. Yu Qingling, who hit the crown princess with a casual throw, was making the most sophisticated plan with Lin Qingyu. They also found a very safe cave, where they spent the remaining garbage time of the Secret Realm copy. Of course, this garbage time is for Mei Gillen. Yu Qingling and Lin Qingyu raced against time and had rehearsed the scene after going out countless times. There are many things to consider in the plan that Yu Qingling made. The first thing is to deceive Leng Firen. This is not easy. As long as Leng Firen can't sense Chanu after leaving the Jidao Holy Land, she will realize a serious problem. Of course, Yu Qingling could just run away. But Lin Qingyu will definitely not be able to escape the relationship. What makes Yu Qingling even more worried is that if he just runs away, not to mention what will happen to Su Mushui who recommended him to come here, Huang Xining will probably not get any good results. So he must not run. But if you don't run, you have to face it. Yu Qingling didn't think she could control Leng Firen with her charm body. There was a huge difference in strength, and the other party was in the Xuanji realm. Then there is only one way, fake death. If he fakes his death, he has to die in front of Leng Firen. It is best to let Leng Firen beat him to death. In this way, Lin Qingyu will have no responsibility, and Huang Xining and others will not be implicated. How to fake death? Is puppetry really effective? Lin Qingyu frowned and asked worriedly. I'll try it first. Yu Qingling followed the instructions of the Heart Sutra and slowly gathered her energy. Finally, a young man who looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. At that time, Peach Blossom Water Lady moved her hands casually, and Leng Firen's fake body appeared. His current strength is too low, forming this puppet makes him breathless. Lin Qingyu came to the puppet and looked at it carefully. She nodded and said, "It's exactly the same, but, can it talk?" Yu Qingling stood up, looking at the puppet made of peach blossoms, quietly lost in thought. It can talk, and it can speak sweet words. The experience in the Jita Holy Land is finally coming to an end. 300 to 400 young talents came in, and when it was over, only 70 or 80 were left. It's just that it was so tragic. Only 4 of the 10 great emperors were inherited. But God wills it. As the last great emperor, the Ziqing Empress was neither sad nor happy when faced with such a result, and her tone was ethereal. "Everyone, please leave." Her Dharma appearance appeared again, like a giant standing tall on the sky and the earth, covering the vast holy land of the Holy Tao. No matter where the monks were hiding, after these words, they turned into a ray of blue light and flew out of the Jadao Holy Land. This is Central Continent, not another dimension. The monks flew out of Central Continent and flew back to their previous camp. Everyone goes back to their own homes, each looking for his own mother. In the camp, Lang Firen was holding her hands together and looking at the monks flying out with a solemn expression. Ever since Yu Qingling entered the Jadao Holy Land, the connection with Chan Nu has become extremely weak. From the back, Yu Qingling's presence is completely invisible. When it first opened, Lang Firen thought that this might be the reason for Zhongzhou. But the woman's sixth sense told her that it was probably an accident. She can't be said to be good or bad. She even regretted letting Yu Qingling come over to perform the mission. What do you want from the great emperor's inheritance? Isn't it enough to practice slowly? I heard that the mythical beast inside is very ferocious. Don't kill him again. The more Lang Firen thought about it, the more anxious she became, and the more she thought about it, the more unbearable it became. She just waited outside for 4 or 5 days without rest. Now, they're finally out. Lang Firen's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and she had an inexplicable premonition that something big was going to happen. She flew into the air and looked at them one by one. Finally, she saw Lin Qingyu flying toward her with a teenager. Lang Firen's heart was raised in her throat and she immediately put it down. She took a deep breath, feeling even more angry at Yu Qingling. You, this little enemy, know how to make people worry. Look how I deal with you. Lin Qingyu and Yu Qingling flew in front of her at the same time. Lin Qingyu said respectfully, Your Majesty, we have fulfilled our mission. I have inherited the legacy of Emperor Hangguang. Ah, Emperor Hangguang. Lang Firen took a breath of air. She immediately grabbed Lin Qingyu's hand excitedly and said happily, Qingyu, you are so proud of me. I will reward you well when you go back. Let's go down and talk. The three of them landed on the camp. Lang Firen endured missing Yu Qingling and kept looking at Lin Qingyu. This is the great emperor's orthodoxy. From now on, Dongzhou will also have its own female emperor. She is also the married girl of her own Chan slave. Lang Firen felt quite proud. Then, she looked at Yu Qingling who was standing like a tree angrily. What about you, my little immortal, what are you doing in there? Your Majesty, Yu Qingling's eyes were a little dull, and he was about to speak. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from beside him. Join Her Majesty the Empress. I saw Han Bingqing from Beizhou bowing down to Lang Firen and taking the initiative to greet her. As soon as Lang Firen's eyes were focused, she realized that Han Bingqing seemed to be saying hello to her, but in fact, the eyes from the corner of his eyes were scanning Yu Qingling. Lang Firen instantly felt unhappy. This death immortal lord can be teased wherever he goes. You don't even let your wife go, you are really hopeless. Princess, go back and make peace with your highness the crown prince. He once hired someone to assassinate Long Qilin. I will not let this matter go. Lang Firen said coldly. Han Bingqing's expression froze. She stood up slowly and explained with a wry smile, Your Majesty, I don't know about this. You don't need to explain to me, just leave quickly. We still have things to do. If you stay here any longer, don't blame my men for being ruthless. After hearing Lang Firen's warning, Han Bingqing had no choice but to leave lonely. She came here this time just to talk to Yu Qingling, or even to take a look at him. But the relationship between the two countries has dropped to a freezing point, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for her to realize this idea. Lang Firen did not stay any longer. She knew that there were many people and many eyes were on her. He took Yu Qingling and Lin Qingyu and flew away. When they arrived at a deserted wilderness, Lang Firen looked at Yu Qingling playfully and said, Where is your Chan Nu soul? Aren't you going to explain it? There is nothing to explain. I met Empress Qingyu, and she shattered my Chan Nu soul. Yu Qingling said coldly. Lang Firen was stunned. She didn't expect Yu Qingling to speak like this. Not to mention that the disappearance of Chan Nu's soul would affect Lang Firen's cultivation. His tone of voice was so tough. Lin Qingyu lowered his head and moved to the side in fear. She seemed to have predicted that Lang Firen would become furious. However, Lang Firen was silent for a long time. She stared at Yu Qingling as if she were looking at her own cat that had exploded. PFF. Lang Firen couldn't help but laugh out loud. She looked at Yu Qingling as if she were a fool and said slowly, "You have removed the soul of Chan Nu, so now you are just accumulating good deeds. You can't run away anyway. I will not give in. Lang Firen, I tell you, even if I die, I will never sleep with you again." Yu Qingling roared excitedly. "Yu Qingling, do you know what you are talking about?" Lang Firen's anger was aroused, and she came to Yu Qingling with a gloomy face and quite fiercely. Yu Qingling was not afraid at all. He looked at Lang Firen with dignity, as proud as a peacock. "Kill me if you can. How could I kill you? Isn't it easy to deal with a little guy like you who has accumulated good deeds?" Lang Firen slowly stretched out her hand and put it on his shoulder. Snapped. Yu Qingling knocked her hand off without any shame. Lang Firen was stunned again. Then, she finally showed a fierce look on her face and became murderous. "Yu Qingling, if you kneel down and apologize now, I can still spare your life." "No way." Snapped. Following Yu Qingling's firm refusal, Lang Firen's slap hit Yu Qingling's face. Yu Qingling was knocked to the ground by this slap. "Kneel down for me." Lang Firen was furious. She wanted to deal with this disobedient boy. This pissed her off. "I have been scared outside for so long. When you came out, you first wiped out the soul of Chan Nu, and now your attitude is still so bad. Do you want to go to heaven? I won't keep you in check today. The Emperor of Dongzhou has asked you to be the one." "Your Majesty, calm down." When Lin Qingyu heard the slap, she rushed over to comfort her. Lang Firen was so angry that she couldn't bear it, and she complained to Lin Qingyu. "What's going on? How come he's like this after entering the holy land of the ultimate Tao? Besides, what did I do to him? I was too scared to sleep outside. When he came out, his nose was not a nose, and his eyes were not eyes." Quote. Lin Qingyu quickly took Lang Firen's arm and whispered comfort. "Your Majesty, the Immortal Lord was in the Holy Land and chatted too much with Empress Qingyu. This is what happened when he came out. Lang Firen, hit me again if you dare." Yu Qingling, who was lying on the ground, still said stubbornly. "Qingyu, look at him. He is just looking for trouble." Quote. Lang Firen's anger, which had finally gone down, was aroused again. She raised her foot and kicked Yu Qingling's calf. But Yu Qingling dared to fight back. He stood up and hugged Lang Firen's legs and shouted, "You beat me to death, forget it." "Oh, okay, let's go back." Lin Qingyu hurriedly started a fight. Lang Firen was so angry that she bent down and slapped Yu Qingling on the back. "You're still not convinced, are you? I'll beat you to death." Puff. Yu Qingling vomited blood heavily against Lang Firen's skirt. Ah! For a moment, Lang Firen froze completely. She ignored her anger and hurriedly knelt down and pinched Yu Qingling's face nervously. "Qingling, what's wrong with you? Why are you vomiting blood?" Lin Qingyu stood aside and did not dare to speak. Puff. Yu Qingling spit out another mouthful of blood. His body went limp and he fell to the side. Lang Firen quickly supported her and said with a look of disbelief, What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Yu Qingling's eyes turned white, his body was out of control, and he just lay in Lang Firen's arms. Lang Firen quickly felt his pulse, only to feel that his pulse was as thin as a gossamer, and any trace of life was quietly disappearing. "Lang Firen, you win. Master told me that you will only be happy if I die. I'm going to die right now. Moreover, I won't even leave a body for you." Even so, Yu Qingling's words were firm. His body slowly dissipated, and finally turned into pieces of peach blossoms and disappeared into Lang Firen's arms. Quote. Lang Firen opened her mouth and stayed there completely. Things changed so quickly that she didn't even react. In other words, she felt like she was dreaming. What's the matter? She just patted Yu Qingling on the back, and he died. Could it be that he just used spiritual energy? Qingyu, quick, Qingyu. Lang Firen was at a loss. Her hands were trembling and she didn't know what to do, so she reached out to pick up the petals that were about to disappear. Lin Qingyu came over quickly. Lang Firen saw the petals disappear and said with a dull expression, "Qingyu, he is dead." "Huh. Yu Qingling is dead. Did he die in my arms?" Quote. Once a person suffers a major psychological trauma, he or she will not react much at first. Lang Firen simply did not accept the news that Yu Qingling was dead. She hit her head hard, thinking she was hallucinating. Yu Qingling is dead, or was he beaten to death? My immortal lord, woo woo woo, my immortal lord, you died so miserably. Lin Qingyu, plop, knelt on the ground, lowered his head and cried loudly. As she cried, she took some water from her storage bag and applied it to the corners of her eyes. My immortal lord, why are you competing with His Majesty? What kind of cultivation level are you in now? You are just accumulating good deeds. How could you let His Majesty hit you? My immortal lord. Lang Firen was completely defeated by her words. She stood up in panic and covered her head in disbelief. Impossible, impossible, quote. Lang Firen burst into tears, but she screamed as if she were crazy. My immortal lord, you died so tragically, with no bones left. It's so tragic. Lin Qingyu put his head on the ground and kept howling miserably. Thump. Lang Firen, who refused to accept the reality, was finally too sad. She just lay on the ground and passed out. Oh my god, it's not easy to cry in the grave. Lin Qingyu raised her head, she took out her handkerchief and wiped her face, not in a hurry to help Lang Firen. She looked at the western sky with a sad expression and murmured, my husband, you must be good and wait patiently until Yu becomes the emperor. After the Dongzhou Dragon Saint Kingdom was selected in the Jidao Holy Land, there was quite a disturbance. This has nothing to do with cultivation, but mainly to do with the Empress. Now, the court is in chaos. Lang Firen, the sage and powerful Empress of Dongzhou, heard that she fell seriously ill after returning from Central Continent. She fell ill in bed and was unable to go to court. The former Empress Long Zuyu also suffered from the same symptoms. The leader of a country is terminally ill. Even the concubine, the current head of the Qingyu sect, and the head of the Lingjing sect all fell ill together and never asked about government affairs again. This is no joke. The forces in Dongzhou that were suppressed by Lang Firen began to make moves again. People from all walks of life began to spy on the news. Only Lin Qingyu, who was favored by the Empress, was still struggling to support himself. In this way, the Dragon Saint Kingdom did not continue to be in chaos. However, the palace is now in chaos. After Lin Qingyu finished her business in the court, she came to the palace silently. The first thing to go to was Lang Firen's residence. Empress Lang Firen, the most noble woman in Dongzhou, was already lying on the bed dying. Her beautiful face was bloodless, and her once red lips were dry and cracked. Lang Firen was wearing a loose nightgown and lying on her side on the bed with her hair disheveled. Her eyes were blank and she was silent, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Kneeling beside her bed was a gentle and virtuous beautiful woman. Huang Xining wore a white mourning cloth on her head, and her pretty face was stained with tears. She looked at Lang Firen with dull eyes. Yu Qingling died, but she died in the hands of the demonic empress. But when Huang Xining looked at Lang Firen's misery, she couldn't even hate her. What if I kill Lang Firen? There is no resurrection after death. Huang Xining let out a long sigh, lowered her head, and secretly wept. She didn't blame anyone, only that she didn't live up to expectations and didn't leave any blood to Yu Qingling. After Lin Qingyu came in, Huang Xining looked up at him and said sadly, Qingyu is here. You have worked hard during this time. Lin Qingyu was silent. She stood in front of Lang Firen's bed, slowly sat down, and looked at the once arrogant Lang Firen, who was now haggard. She felt mixed emotions. If Lang Firen was like this before, she would definitely be very happy. This woman who bullies Yu Qingling every day is here too. But now, she felt that Lang Firen's thoughts were really unpredictable. You like Yu Qingling so much, why do you treat him like this? How is your majesty doing now? Lin Qingyu asked gently. She is in the Xuanji realm and cannot die. Huang Xining said softly. Let Lang Firen suffer a little, she went too far. That's good. Lin Qingyu was ready to leave. Qingyu. Huang Xining suddenly stopped her. Lin Qingyu turned around and looked at Huang Xining doubtfully. Go and see your Aunt Long, she is going to be ordained and become a monk today. Huang Xining said softly. Long Zuyu can be said to be her close friend. Now Huang Xining has to take care of Lang Firen, and she cannot participate in such important events as her friend becoming a monk. In fact, she didn't want to go and see it. Yu Qingling was already dead, and she was already devastated, so why did she care about her friends? Lin Qingyu stood up and left. She walked around and came to Long Zuyu's residence. The former empress of the Dragon Saint Kingdom was still living in the same room as the previous palace. It seems that her treatment is not much worse. Lin Qingyu walked in and saw an indifferent Long Qilan, kneeling on a futon, in a daze. Long Zuyu, on the other hand, knelt and sat at the front, clasping his hands and closing his eyes silently. There were several nuns nearby who were talking about the rules and precepts to Long Zuyu. Qilan, does Aunt Long really want to become a monk? Lin Qingyu did not dare to disturb the ordination ceremony. She knelt down next to Long Qilan and asked softly. Ling Yu is dead, and the Queen Mother has nothing to worry about anymore. Long Qilan came back to her senses and said slowly. She seemed to have found a window to talk, and chatted with Lin Qingyu. Isn't it all her fault? I couldn't control the desire in my heart at that time and insisted on taking possession of me. I blame her. The tonsure ceremony is solemn and solemn, please be silent. The nun who had not yet started with the razor said majestically. Shut up, you idiot. You stinky bald donkey, how dare you control me? Long Qilan was furious, she pulled out the red spear and stabbed it. The nun who had just returned the majesty of the treasurer was so frightened that he ran away with his head in his arms. They all fled the palace and hid outside. There were only 3 of them left in the house. Long Qilan's murderous intention was not directed at these nuns. She hurriedly came to Long Zuyu and roared angrily, Mother, give me back your lonely moon. It's all you. You took him away, and you still can't protect him. I hate you. Quote. Long Qilan couldn't help crying as she spoke. There are so many women in the palace who can fall in love with Yu Qingling. Even Huang Lixing was cooked. She, Long Qilan, can't go too far. She could only hide her thoughts in her heart and practice the Yao Palace mental technique every day to suppress the pain in her heart. If life goes on like this, she will admit it. As long as these women are friendly to Ling Yudao, she is willing to protect them in obscurity. But now, she completely exploded. It's all because of the Queen Mother, it's all because of her. As the empress of a country, she couldn't control her desires. Qilan, all the mistakes you made are my fault alone, and I know I am guilty. Just because he committed Slanesh, Yu Yan died. I voluntarily escaped into Buddhism. From then on, I accompanied the ancient Buddha Qingdang, chanted sutras day and night, and saved Yu Yan's soul. Quote. Long Zuyu didn't even dare to open her eyes, and tears kept flowing from the corners of her eyes. She was in unbearable pain and just wanted to find a quiet place to heal. Otherwise she will really die of sadness. Long Zuyu, who had never loved a man, had no love when the late emperor was alive. After 100 years of hard work, she finally met a man who made her willing to act coquettishly and cutely. This is her luck. This year is also her happiest year. However, God may have felt that she was unruly and unworthy of living such a happy life, so he took away her most beloved man. Long Zuyu was completely crushed. She secretly felt that she was the culprit. In this case, she is willing to spend the rest of her life repenting. Qilan, Aunt Long is in pain too, please spare her. Lin Qingyu grabbed Long Qilan and gently took her out. The nuns outside did not dare to go in. Lin Qingyu nodded at them, and then they dared to walk in carefully and continue their work. 3,000 black hairs were cut off with one stroke, and Long Zuyu's beautiful head lost its hair, revealing a perfect skull. She put on her monk's robe and cassock, and in an instant she transformed into a tall and pretty nun. However, there was no expression on her face. Once Yu Qingling died, her heart completely died. Lin Qingyu sent Long Qilan back. Along the way, Long Qilan collapsed 3 times and cried so much that she fell on the side of the road and didn't want to leave. She has nothing left. The person you love is dead. My mother also became a monk. She really has nothing left. Lin Qingyu almost carried her back. She asked the maids to take good care of the desperate girl. Then a man walked out. She also felt physically and mentally exhausted at this time. It is very difficult to keep a secret, especially seeing friends and family tortured by this secret. But she has a strong nature and will never reveal a word. She returned to her residence silently. As soon as she entered the house and wanted to sit for a while, she heard movement from the back room. Then, Shen Rongrong, dressed in black, walked out of the back room. It seems that she has been waiting here for a long time. Lin Qingyu ignored her, sat at the table, and poured himself a cup of tea. He's dead, right? Shen Rongrong asked coldly with an expressionless face, but her hands continued to tremble. Proof that her heart was constantly bleeding. Haha, do you care? Everyone else has the right to be sad. Even Her Majesty the Empress, she sincerely likes Yu Qingling. Shen Rongrong, what about you? You just want revenge, right? Don't speak. Really, you don't deserve to ask. Quote, Lin Qingyu said indifferently. Shen Rongrong began to tremble all over. She came to Lin Qingyu and suppressed the pain in her heart. He is dead, right? Shen Rongrong no longer had the energy to quarrel with Lin Qingyu. Dead, died in the hands of your master, not even ashes. Lin Qingyu said indifferently. Why aren't you sad? Shen Rongrong stared at her. It's a joke, when I was sad, you were still busy being your leader in the Nine Netherland. Lin Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly sneered to cover it up. The two were silent for a long time. Lin Qingyu, I beg you. Shen Rongrong suddenly became arrogant in a low voice. What do you want from me? Lin Qingyu looked at her warily. Shen Rongrong knelt down slowly. She held her round thighs with both hands and said softly with a pale face, Fairy Lin, I give up. I beg you to tell me that he is not dead, okay? She stretched out her hand and grabbed the hem of Lin Qingyu's skirt, with abnormal expectation on her face. Fairy Lin, Sister Lin, Mistress Lin, I beg you, please tell me that he is not dead. As long as you say he is not dead, I will work as a slave, a maid, an ox or a horse for you. You're crazy. Lin Qingyu tugged at the hem of her skirt, shook her hand away, and then left quickly. I can't stay here anymore. Fairy Lin, please. Woo woo woo. Fairy Lin. The proud Shen Rongrong knelt and cried behind her, crying and begging at the same time. She might have seen something, but she might have been mentally disturbed. But no matter what it is, Lin Qingyu will never admit that Yu Qingling faked his death. These women reacted so violently. She walked out of her small courtyard, not knowing where to go to avoid the wind. Lin Qingyu suddenly thought that Huang Lixing seemed to still be rational. She didn't want to stay here anymore, so she found the teleportation array and came to Lingjing sect. Everything in Lingjing sect remains as usual. In the leader's residential courtyard, Lin Qingyu saw Huang Lixing, who was practicing martial arts. Huang Lixing holds the shadow sword. Her swordsmanship is not very good, but she practices it very seriously. Lin Qingyu sat in her yard for a while, feeling the long-lost tranquility. After practicing the sword, Huang Lixing put away the shadow sword, came to sit next to Lin Qingyu, poured tea for her, and put some dried fruits on the table. My aunt placed her spiritual consciousness on a jade stone. She asked me to sink her to the bottom of the lake. She must practice quietly until she turns into a human form. Huang Lixing looked at the shadow sword, as if he was saying something very ordinary. Why? Lin Qingyu sighed and remained silent. Myoli, death is like a lamp going out. After a long time, Lin Qingyu said such comforting words. Huang Lixing didn't react much. She just stared at a fallen leaf in the courtyard. Qingyu, I have to practice hard, I have to work hard. I hate myself so much for not having the guts. Hey, I have to work hard. Lin Qingyu had almost rested here. When she was about to leave, Huang Lixing told her another news. Su Mushui said that she wants to travel around the world, and from now on we can just live our own lives, so that we don't have to think about sad things when we meet. Mu Shui is gone. What about Yunlin Mountain? Yunlinshan, of course it will be disbanded. Who has the mind to care about Yunlin Mountain now? On the way back, Lin Qingyu finally couldn't help but smile a little while there was no one around. She looked at the western sky, feeling a little homesick and a little relieved. Husband, you should be very happy this time, right? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.